If you are the court reporter, can you please send me a message? Thank you.
We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2577D of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to an emergency meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577DA of the DC Code. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. Excuse me. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct today, and that constitutes a quorum, just as an FYI. 3 members, as long as there's 3 members present, that constitutes a quorum by statute. Our first order of business today, this is a summary suspension hearing in case number 22-251-00012, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Ms. Foshborn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, and please stand by. Paul Strauss, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Lori Slocum, your rights have been elevated.
Oh, good morning.
Bruno Casu, your rights have been elevated. Manfredi Beja, your rights have been elevated.
Yes. Good morning.
Antoine Williams, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson.
Good morning.
Anthony Cello, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Alexa Moore, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning.
Dale Vernick, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning.
Kevin Puente, your rights have been elevated. Abraham Jebrawat, your rights have been elevated. That is all at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Could I have the parties please identify themselves for the record? I'll ask that everyone state and spell their name and their affiliation, and let's start with the government.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the government. That's spelled Antoine. Last name is Williams.
Who's with you this morning, Mr. Williams?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, also on behalf of the government, ANTHONY CELO.
Good morning, Mr. Williams and Mr. Cello. If this matter goes to a hearing, what witnesses are online? Can you call them and have them identify themselves for the record, please?
Yes, we can. The first witness would be ABRA investigator, Mr. Puente.
Mr. Puente, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Kevin Puente, Kevin Puente.
What other witnesses do you have, Mr. Williams?
We have Sergeant Dale Vernick from MPD.
Yes, good morning. I work for Metropolitan Police Department. My rank is sergeant. My first name is Dale, D-A-L-E. Last name Vernick, V-E-R-N-I-C-K.
Good morning. Who else do we have? Anyone else?
And then we have one more police officer, Officer Geberwat, and he may help me with the spelling of his, pronunciation of his name.
Good morning. First name is Abraham, A-B-R-E-H-A-M. Last name is G-E-B-R-E-H-I-W-O-T. Geberhewitt.
Good morning, Officer Geberhewitt.
There you
Good
go.
morning. All right. Good morning, Mr. Strauss. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Paul Strauss. I am counsel for the establishment, Paulstrauss. To the right of me, I have Ms. Jules McGuire. She is one of the establishment's manager and one of our witnesses. To the left of me, slightly out of camera frame, is my co-counsel, Tara Kellermeyer. Ms. Kellermeyer, would you please spell your full name?
Tara and then Kellermeyer. Good morning.
Additionally, we have two of the managing partners online, Mr. Kasu and Mr. Beha. We have one witness who may appear remotely, that's Nori Slocum. And then in our office, ready to testify, we have Kevin Owens, Diamond Carr, Wayne Saunders, Alex Wilson, and Mohammed Vesrum.
Mr. Strauss, can I have the two owners, can I have them identify themselves for the record and also state and spell their names, please?
Yes, of course. Mr. Kasu, would you go first, followed by Mr. Beha? Bruno, would you please unmute yourself and state your name and spell your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bruno Castle.
Mr. Castle, hold on.
R-U-N-O-C-A-S-E.
Mr. Castle, are you in the room with someone else who is logged in online, sir?
Are
you in the same location as someone else who is logged in online?
No, I'm not.
Are you? Can I have everyone who's not speaking mute their line, please?
Okay.
Not you, Mr. Castle, not you. I need everyone else to mute their line. All right, Mr. Castle, can you spell and state your name again for the record, sir?
Sure. Bruno Castle.
All right, Mr. Castle, are you logged in twice? I see you on my screen twice. So I think that's the problem. We're having a major feedback because I see that you have two login on. So are you logged in on two different equipment, sir?
Okay.
I need you, sir, to log out of one of the accounts that you're logged in because I see your name on my screen twice.
I understand.
Mr. Castle,
Okay, is that better now? Can you hear me
Yes,
much
sir.
better?
It's much better.
Okay, I apologize for the inconvenience. My name is Bruno Casu. It spells Bruno, last name Casu.
And what's
And
your
again,
what's your title, sir?
managing member.
All right, who's the other owner, please?
Good morning. My name is Manfredi Bea, Manfredi Beha, owner.
Mr. Bear, do you have a camera at some point
Yes.
you can turn on, sir? All right, I'd like to see folks that I'm talking to. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else, Mr. Strauss, that needs to identify themselves at this we can later on, if you're calling other witnesses, then they can identify themselves for the
We
record.
have other witnesses, but we will call them as they're sworn.
Okay, fine. That's fine. All right.
Mr. Chair? If
Yes,
I could
Mr.
interrupt,
Sutton.
Anthony Sello. There is one other government potential witness who was not introduced earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you at that time, but I would like to introduce Alexa Moore as well.
Ms. Moore, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Alexa Moore, Alexa Moore. I am an officer in the 3rd District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The board has before today a summer suspension hearing involving 9th Street Lounge, trade name Mirror Lounge, a retailer class CT located at 1929th Street Northwest. This is ABRA license number 11190 and case number 22-251-00012. On Sunday, April 24th, 2022, a male patron suffered a stab wound to the torso while inside the licensed establishment, allegedly committed by the respondent's security personnel. Additionally, there are allegations the establishment thwarted or impeded an investigation, failure to cooperate with MPD or ABRA investigators, failed to make surveillance video available in a timely manner, and an insufficient number of fully operable security cameras as required by the respondent's security plan. Most disturbing to the board is a concern that the security personnel, purportedly the assailant, was found hiding in a locked shed behind the establishment, where it appears only the owner or an employee had a key to the external padlock. As a result of this incident, the Alcohol Beverage Control Board summarily suspended the license pursuant to its authority under DC Official Code Section 25826 by a vote of 6-0 on April 27th, 2022. The respondent requested a hearing on May 3rd, 2022, pursuant to DC's Official Code Section 25826C. Today, the board will be hearing testimony from the Office of the Attorney General, the respondent, and their respective witnesses. The purpose of the hearing is that the board can determine under DC Official Code Section 25826 whether the operations of the respondent present an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. To that end, the board asks that the parties stick to the facts and issues related to the incident. The facts and issues are those contained in a summer suspension notice dated April 29th, 2022, and the investigative case report number 22-251-00012. The board is only interested in hearing about those matters that can be used to establish whether the licensed establishment is an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. The board will begin the case by hearing the opening statement from the government, represented by Assistant Attorney Generals Anton Williams and Anthony Sello, followed by the opening statement of Paul Strauss, attorney for the respondent. But before we begin with opening statements, are there any procedural matters that the parties would like to bring to the board's attention? Mr. Williams or Mr. Sello?
None from the government, Your Honor.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Chair, what is the procedure for the rule on witnesses? I know in the old-fashioned days of hearings, people who would be testifying wouldn't be physically in the room. I don't know if we're doing something like that virtually or if everybody's able to log on and listen throughout the proceedings. We will abide by the board's pleasure.
Unfortunately, in a public forum, in these virtual hearings, that's almost impossible to prevent someone from logging in, even if we were to impose a rule on witness, because this hearing is basically on YouTube. So anyone can log into YouTube and watch the video. So even if we were to impose a rule of witness, there's no assurance that the witness would not be listening, watching the hearing on YouTube.
Well, we would have presumed good faith on behalf of the government's witnesses, but I understand and we're prepared to proceed accordingly.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, does the government wish to make an opening statement? I'm sorry, this is so the format for this hearing will follow a show cause hearing status, show cause hearing. So in the sense that the government will go first, the government will both parties will have an opportunity to make opening statements. The government will present its case first. After the government has presented its case, then the respondent will have an ability to present its case. Then, of course, we have regular cross-examination for the parties. We will have, at the end of the presentation, I'll ask both parties to make motions to introduce the documents into the record if they want these documents to be part of the record. We will have closing arguments, and the board has 3 business days to make a decision. So I'm not sure if there's no guarantee the board will make a decision today, but we have 3 business days from today to issue a written decision on whether or not and what it is that I'm not sure what the government is asking. And so we'll see what the parties are. But at the end of the case, the board will make a decision in no more than 3 business days. Any questions by anyone before we start the opening statements?
None from the government.
None from the establishment.
All right, thank you. So does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
May it please the board. The case you are about to hear is shocking even by summary suspension standards. The evidence will show that on April 24th, 2022, the door security guard, the bouncer for Mirror Lounge, initiated a physical confrontation with a patron, pursued that patron out the door and down the street, attacked the patron, and then stabbed him with a knife before returning inside the establishment. Rather than follow the law, their security plan, or basic protocols, the owners and managers of Mirror Lounge didn't call the police. They didn't report it to ABRA. Instead, they hid this bouncer in a shed in the back, triple locked it from the outside, and then proceeded to cover it up, telling police that no stabbing had occurred, that they didn't know where the bouncer was, and that they didn't know where the keys were. They did this in order to hide the perpetrator of a crime and to cover up what had happened. As you will hear, this establishment has a long history before this board, including 19 cases in the last 2.5 years. They knew the rules. They chose to ignore them. Today, you will hear from ABRA investigator Kevin Puente and MPD officers, including Abraham Gabrahiwa and Dale Vernick. You will see video taking you through the events of this incident from the very beginning all the way through the final conclusion, in which the police finally find this bouncer hidden in the shed. Throughout this hearing, you will see and hear evidence demonstrating the stabbing occurred, showing the cover-up, showing that no MPD call was ever made by the establishment, no ABRA report was made, that the shed was triple locked from the outside, and that the only people in the world who had keys to those locks were the owners and the ABC manager. You will hear that the owner even acknowledged, even said, that this will make him lose his liquor license. At the end of the day, the facts will be clear. Mirror Lounge has multiple violations of DC Code Section 25-823A, specifically subsections 2, 5, 6, 8, and 10. Their continuing operation presents a clear and ongoing danger to the public, and their behavior cannot be excused and has not been corrected. As a result, you must suspend them indefinitely under DC Code 25-826 pending a show cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
Members of the board, my client was the victim of a horrible incident of workplace violence. We will stipulate that the bouncer, the guard in question, did commit a horrific crime for which, thankfully, he was arrested and stands awaiting trial incarcerated. But the subsequent investigation in the ABRA report is so chock full of factual errors, misstatements, and in some cases, outright falsehoods, that it gives me concern as a citizen that the ability to investigate this matter was so seriously flawed that important facts were missed. First, the victim, Antonio Williams, was not in fact a patron, but was in fact another employee of the club. This was a fight between two co-workers. It did not happen inside the club, as is alleged falsely in certain parts of the report, but it happened outside. He was not knowingly hid or concealed by the establishment. In fact, it was the establishment who was able to locate him and turn him over to the police. The shed that he hid in was locked from the inside, and the fact that it was padlocked on the outside was a random mistake done by an employee who had no knowledge that this criminal was hiding inside. This was a tragic crime, and it pains deeply the establishment, especially the fact that one of its employees lashed out against another. Workplace violence is a tragic event, and it was a tremendous betrayal of trust by a trusted employee. But the allegations of a cover-up, the allegations of collusion or cooperation with this assault are absolutely false. Finally, the idea that they failed to call the police is ludicrous. It was actually the police that brought this matter to the attention of the staff. The police were there. There was no need to call the police. The fact that they didn't call ABRA, again, ABRA was already there. Staff were cooperating with them. And one of the things that gives me great concern is that despite the presence of over a dozen officers and numerous ABRA investigators, the report fails to identify, and in some cases is patently unclear, who was saying what. The evidence will show that members of the staff, when confronted with this unimaginable horror, did everything they could. This business has endured tremendous hardship through the pandemic and was just beginning to rebound. No, we're not going to value the livelihoods of certain employees over the safety of the public or their coworkers. But any incidents of workplace violence, while tragic, does not necessarily justify terminating the existence of an otherwise lawful business. And I hardly think that the multiple noise violations alluded to are justification for calling this establishment a serial violator. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the government have a wish to call a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call ABRA investigator Kevin Puente first, Your Honor. Your Chairperson.
Mr. Puente?
Morning, sir.
I'm looking, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Puente, could you please say your name and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Kevin Puente, KEVIN PUENTE.
And where do you currently work?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your title?
Investigator.
And how long have you been in this position?
7 years.
And can you briefly describe your duties as an ABRA investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments throughout the District of Columbia.
And do you have any trainings or certifications related to conducting these investigations?
Yes.
Can you describe just briefly what that would be?
Yes, when I started ABRA 7 years ago, I went through a field training program of 7 months with several of the senior investigators at the time. Then every year we were required to do yearly evals that are required through DC Gov.
Okay. And can you just briefly kind of describe the process of drafting an investigative report?
Yeah, so anytime an incident occurs at an establishment or a violation is alleged, investigators have to draft a case report and submit it to the ABC board.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to permission to show Investigator Puente Exhibit 1 from the government.
All right, so you're the one who's, all right, so Ms. Foxbaum, can you please give Mr. Williams the ability to share his screen, please?
This has been a complex.
Okay. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, great. What I'm going to do is scroll through this briefly, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay. And Investigator Puente, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that's my case report I authored.
Okay. And did you draft this document during related to the incident that occurred on April 24th, 2022 at Mirror Lounge?
Yes.
And was this made shortly thereafter of the incident?
Yes.
And is this record customarily kept by ABRA investigators?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to have exhibit number 1 entered into evidence.
It is in evidence. Again, it's part of ABRA's records about operation of law. It is a part of the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Record,
Chairperson.
the establishment has no objection.
I appreciate that, Mr. Strauss, but just want to let you know that by operation of law, our case report are automatically included in the record for this case.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some specific questions related to this investigative report, Mr. Puente. First of all, were you working on the evening of April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
And what occurred during that evening at about 1:15 a.m.?
I received a ABRA hotline phone call from MPD Sergeant Dale Vernick advising me that a stabbing had occurred at Mirror Lounge, and MPD was having issues with the establishment by not looking at the surveillance video.
And when you say issues with the establishment, what did Sergeant Vernick state to you at that time?
They were refusing to show the officers the surveillance video.
Okay. And did you receive any other calls on the ABRA hotline?
Yes, while en route to the establishment, I received a phone call from the MPD's 3rd District Watch Commander, who advised me of the same thing, that MPD was having a difficulty time to review the surveillance video because the establishment was refusing to show it.
And then what action did you take at that point?
I advised him, me and my team will be there in about approximately 10 to 15 minutes, and we will assist when we get on scene.
Okay. And what time did you approximately arrive on scene?
I arrived at approximately 1:30.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, what were your actions once you arrived on scene?
I observed several officers outside. I approached them, identified myself, and asked to speak with Sergeant Vernick, and they advised me that he was inside on the second floor.
Okay. And did you go see Sergeant Vernick at that point?
Yeah, I went upstairs. I tried getting to him. There was a bunch of people up there and staff that were closing out tabs. I went back downstairs and waited.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Vernick?
Yeah, once he came downstairs, we were able to talk, and he advised me that they were still being refused to see the surveillance video.
Okay. And in your report, you mentioned here at one point, there is an investigator, you approached Mr. Owens, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who Mr. Owens is or was?
I never met Mr. Owens previous to this.
Okay. And did you discuss obtaining the surveillance footage with Mr. Owens?
Yes, he was standing in the DJ booth, and in the DJ booth was the surveillance video computer. I advised him that you guys recently had a stabbing prior and another incident, and you guys have a security plan. You're required to show the surveillance video upon request to MPD and Abra.
And had any other investigators approached Mr. Owens prior to you?
Yes, Investigator Glasgow attempted to, and she advised me that he was being uncooperative with her.
All right. And after you made your request to see the surveillance video, what did Mr. Owens say to you?
He walked down and said, "Do what I needed to do," and myself, Investigator Zolokoffer, went up and started reviewing the surveillance video.
And did anyone from Mirror Lounge come over and assist you with searching the video?
No, I just had to operate the system based off my previous experiences. As soon as I got to the system, I recognized it. I've dealt with the system before in other establishments, so I was kind of familiar with how to replay video.
Okay. And then once you were able to get to the surveillance video, did anything stand out from a standpoint of operations of the equipment?
Yes, the first thing I noticed that there was only 6 cameras that were working. Based off their security plan, they're supposed to have 14 operational cameras, and I only observed that 6 were working throughout the entire night.
Okay. And from the 6 cameras that were actually working, were you able to obtain any video of the incident?
Yes, on the second floor, there's a camera that looks down the stairs leading to the second floor, and it captured the start of the incident.
Okay. All right. And what happened after you found that information? What did you do with that information?
I showed the detective, I showed the lieutenant, they reviewed it as well, and then I stepped away and just stood there for a few minutes.
Okay. And then it appears something occurred after you located that footage. You were approached again by a member of the police team force.
Yes, I observed an individual who was later identified as Mohammed Bashan, who goes by Mo. He approached the lieutenant, asked him to come upstairs with him. They went upstairs for a few minutes, then they came back downstairs. The lieutenant had a phone in his hand, and he asked me, was this the guy that I observed on the camera that was the suspect?
Okay. Now, and for a point of clarification here, in your investigative report, I've got the page highlighted. You have identified Manfred Beha as the person Lieutenant came on the scene with. Is that the correct person?
No, it was Mohammed Bashan, which was Mo.
Okay. And do you know Miss Mo's relationship to the establishment?
From what they said he was the owner. I checked Abra records. He's not listed on the ownership. I've heard through other people that he's a silent partner with the establishment.
And what did the lieutenant provide that Mo had provided him?
He advised me that it was a live camera, and it appeared to be behind the establishment in a shed where they store their alcohol and other things for the establishment.
And what was present inside the shed?
The suspect in the incident.
And how were you able to confirm that it was the actual suspect?
He was wearing the same clothes that we saw on camera. It was a grayish zip-up hoodie and black pants. And he was an African American male with a bald head as well.
Okay, and at that juncture, what did the MP do with that information?
MPD went out back, surrounded the shed. The lieutenant asked Mr. Bayshon and Mr. Owens if they have access to that shed. They said they needed a key at that point. ABC manager Julianne McGuire said the key will be here in 10 minutes. Approximately like 2 to 3 minutes later, I seen an employee hands the key to Ms. McGuire, and she turns the key over to MPD.
Okay. What I want to do now is kind of take you through the rest of the report, and then I want to show you the video at that point. Key things here. These are the exhibits in your report. Can you briefly kind of describe what these exhibits are?
Yes, one's the MPD 251 report. The second exhibit is the fact-finding hearing request from the chief of police. Exhibit 3 to 5 is photographs of a blood trail leading down the stairs from the establishment outside on 9th Street. Photograph 6 was the computer screen I was looking at that showed the 6 operational cameras. Then exhibit 8, 9 were the padlock that was on the outside of the shed. And exhibit 10 and 11 and 12 are photographs of the shed. And exhibit 13 is my regulatory inspection that was completed by Investigator Glasgow. And exhibit 14 was the copy of the security plan.
Okay. This next section of your report, it's captioned investigative history. What is that?
ABRA keeps a history of all the establishments, their history, any violations that are occurred throughout the life of the establishment.
Okay, and so this has numbers 1 from December 21st, 2021. I mean, yes, 2021. We scroll through this, it goes up to number 19 as of September 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in here, I want to point to number 12. Could you, what is the case number 12 in reference to?
This was an incident that occurred on July 18th, 2021. It's a concealed a pistol without a license and failed to file a security plan.
Okay, and then it looks like here there was a fine paid for this particular incident?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to continue down further here. And what is this particular document here?
This is the MPD report that was generated from the incident.
Okay, and this would be the interaction with the patron and the police officer?
Yes.
This particular letter here, do you recall?
Yes, this is the fact-finding letter that was sent to ABRA by the chief of police.
Okay, now we come to some pictures in your exhibits. Exhibit 3, and you said, I'll keep going, 4, 5. These all reflect what?
These were the blood trails from the victim.
And where were these blood trails located at?
Right in front of the establishment on 9th Street.
Was this directly out in front of the establishment or like roughly outside the door, how far were these blood trails?
Right outside the door, there's a steps. So this is right at the beginning of the steps. And I believe the other 2 are just a little, maybe a couple feet away.
And what is exhibit 6?
This is the photograph of the surveillance computer that I took a photograph of that only showed the 6 working cameras.
And these were the only cameras operational at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Exhibit 8 and exhibit 9, what are these?
These were the padlocks that were on the outside of the shed.
And what is this exhibit 10?
That's the door leading inside the shed.
Exhibit 11 and also 12 are?
Pictures of inside the shed.
And exhibit 13?
The copy of the regulatory inspection.
And exhibit 14?
a copy of the security plan for the establishment.
And when did you pull this security plan?
I had it prior because I called Investigator Glasgow to print off a copy of the security plan while she came to the establishment, so we had it on site.
Okay, I just want to touch upon a couple of things about the security plan. In the first page here, we see, you see my cursor, it's the third paragraph down, procedures for handling violent incidents. Briefly, what does this paragraph relate to as far as responses to MPD or ABRA?
It says once an establishment has an act of violence, they should contact MPD immediately and complete an incident report.
Okay. And as far as cooperating with law enforcement and ABRA, is that indicated here?
Yes, the last sentence, it says if the police arrive on scene, Mirror Lounge's personnel will assist the police as necessary.
Number 9 here, procedures for preserving a crime scene. This indicates what should occur at Mirror Lounge?
Yes, it says if a crime occurs inside the establishment, they should preserve the crime scene until MPD gets there.
Okay. Here is incident log, and then Exhibit A, security camera locations. What is this diagram of?
These is a diagram that the establishment submitted of the 14 camera locations and where they are.
And are the cameras indicated by the stars on the screen?
Yes.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 stars. So that would be an indication that there should be 14 operational cameras?
Yes.
At this juncture, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to share government's exhibit, which is a video number 2.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams. You have the ability to do that.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to play the video now. I want to direct everyone's attention to the lower left corner. Investigator Puente, is this the video that you located?
Yes.
And what do we see here in the lower left corner?
This is the camera right above the stairwell leading up to the second floor.
Okay, I'm going to stop here and note what, as far as the recording, what does it have here as far as date and time?
Yes, April 24th, 2022 at approximately 12:42 a.m. at 8 seconds.
Okay, we're going to continue to play, and we see the interaction. Now, is the person, the big person, the larger person, the person that was identified as the bouncer?
Yes.
Okay. And what appears to be going on between the two individuals?
They appear to be having some kind of verbal conversation.
Okay. And what appears to be going on here now?
The physical altercation starts.
Okay, I want to back just a little bit here. The patron moved upstairs and wait, okay. Let's back just a step here. Because it appears that the patron started to go up the stairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then he returns down the stairs.
Yes.
And who initiates contact?
It looks like it's the suspect, the security guard.
Okay. I'm gonna stop this video. And then I'm going to share another video. Which is government's exhibit 3, Mr. Chairperson. Let me know when everyone can see the video, please.
Yes.
Okay, now, this version here, this was zoomed in, is that correct?
Yes, I zoomed in to capture just the victim and the suspect.
Okay. Is the victim in this stabbing, what is he wearing that can be readily identifiable based on your own observations?
He's wearing either a white, looks like a white vest and a hat.
Okay. And this appears to be a verbal situation here pretty much throughout until, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Investigator Puente, I just have one final question for you. Did Mirror Lounge follow its security plan?
Oh, yes, they filed it with Abra.
No, I said, did they follow their security plan?
No, I believe they did not.
And why do you say that?
By not having the 14 operational cameras, 2 of the cameras are listed on their security plan. One would have been outside at the front door, and that would have captured the altercation going outside. And the second camera would have been at the back door, which would have captured the back of the establishment and possibly showed who put the suspect in the shed.
And did Mirror Lounge follow its security plan in relation to handling an emergency situation or violent situation?
No.
And why do you say that?
They did not notify MPD. They did not cooperated by assisting MPD with reviewing the cameras until Abra got there. Then we had to look at the cameras ourselves, and no one assisted us.
Mr. Chairperson, I would like to have exhibits 2 and 3 entered into evidence.
Mr. Strauss.
No objection to their being introduced into evidence.
Without objections, exhibit 2 and 3 are introduced into evidence.
Mr. Chairperson, I have no further questions for Investigator Puente.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
At this time, Mr. Chairperson, my co-counsel, Anthony Sello, will do direct examination of the MPD officers that are present.
All right, but Mr. Williams, Mr. Strauss has an opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
That is true.
Along with the board will have an opportunity to ask questions. So go ahead, Mr. Strauss. You're trying to confuse me, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Puente.
Good morning, sir.
Remind me again how long you've been working for Abra?
7 years.
And before that, what did you do?
I worked in corrections and I worked in a casino doing surveillance.
Thank you. Directing your attention to your case report. I believe that's been marked for identification as Exhibit 1. In the summer, you say specifically a security guard for the establishment got into a verbal altercation with a patron. What's your basis for concluding that the person the guard got into the altercation with was a patron?
I was told by officers that they were told it was a patron of the establishment, so that's what I got that from.
Which officer told you that?
I don't remember. There was a bunch of officers on scene.
How many officers?
If I had to estimate, maybe around 10 to 15.
And as an investigator, is it incumbent on you to identify the sources of the information you're getting?
Yes, but I'm not going to impede MPD's investigation at the same time.
Do the officers have identifying names on their uniforms?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see and read the names on the uniforms?
Yes.
And was there anything that impeded you by writing down the names?
No.
You just chose not to?
Yeah, because I was mainly dealing with the sergeant and the lieutenant on scene.
Okay. What was the sergeant's name?
Dale Vernick.
Okay. And what was the other officer's name?
Lieutenant Dion Smith.
Okay. The next line, you say the establishment interfered with the investigation by not providing access to the surveillance video when asked multiple times by the MPD to review it. What's the source of your information there?
MPD.
Okay, again, of the multiple officers, all who had clearly identifiable name badges, which ones told you that?
Sergeant Vernick and Lieutenant Smith.
Were those the only two officers you actually spoke to?
Yes.
Okay. You next say that somebody knowingly locked the alleged suspect in the shed. What's your basis for concluding that the locking was done knowingly?
I was advised by Lieutenant Smith that there was an exterior padlock on the shed, so one can reasonably assume that the suspect didn't lock himself in the shed with the padlock on the outside.
Is there any information you have other than your so-called reasonable assumption that the person who placed the padlock on the outside of the shed knew that there was a suspect hiding inside?
I do not.
Do you have any scintilla of evidence to suggest that?
I do not.
Do you know which of the employees locked the shed with the padlock?
I do not.
Was there something you could have done to determine who did that?
Yeah, we could have interviewed all the employees and see who put the lock on the shed.
Okay. And did you interview all of the employees to see who put the lock on the shed?
No.
How many of the employees, if you didn't interview all of the employees, how many of the employees did you interview?
I spoke with, well, I didn't speak with them directly. I heard Mohammed Bashan and Mr. Owens.
Okay. Which of the employees did you yourself speak with?
None.
Okay. Not a single one.
No, sir.
How many employees were on site?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you got there, how many did you observe?
There was a bunch of patrons upstairs. I saw employees up there closing out tabs. Then I saw employees on the first floor. So if I had to guess, maybe between 10 to 15 employees.
You go on in the next line. We're still on the summary, by the way. The establishment did not follow the security plan by not having the required numbers of cameras. What was your basis for concluding that only 6 of the cameras were working?
Because I rewinded the surveillance system up until 9 p.m. and those 6 were the only 6 that were showing the entire time, up until when I saw myself standing inside the establishment.
Did you ask any of the employees to assist you in identifying where footage from the other cameras could have been found from that night?
No, the individual who was standing at the surveillance system the entire time when I got there, he just told me to do what I have to do and walked away.
Who was that individual?
I believe it was Mr. Owens.
And can you describe Mr. Owens for us?
African American male, skinny, maybe in his late 20s, early 30s.
Anything else you remember about him?
No.
Do you recall whether he was bald or had hair?
I can't recall, no, sir.
Are you equipped with any kind of cameras or photographic devices?
My work cell phone.
As an ABRA investigator, when you go into an establishment, are you empowered to check the identification of individuals working there?
Yes.
Did you at any time ask any of the individuals you spoke to identify themselves?
No.
You never asked anybody to state their name?
No, sir. I was focused on getting surveillance video.
Okay. Part of your conclusion, I think one of the primary ones you testified, was that the failure to contact the police, or in this case, call 911, was a significant failure of their security plan. Am I interpreting your testimony and the report correctly?
Yes.
Now, at what point in time is the establishment required to call 911?
It can vary. It can be if there's a physical altercation, if there's an unruly guest that refuses to leave. It can be many things.
At this point, based on your understanding of the scenario, when was the correct time that the establishment should have called 911?
Once the altercation occurred, an employee could have ran outside. There's MPD RDO up and down 9th Street, so they could have flagged an officer down.
And what's your understanding of how the police came to be notified of this incident?
The victim flagged down an officer and advised them that they were stabbed.
How soon after the incident did the victim do this?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there at the time.
Did you, as part of your investigation, attempt to determine that?
No, because I was just told by officers that the victim literally went to the first officer that they saw.
Which officers told you that?
I can't recall.
Was it more than one?
I think just one, sir.
Let's assume, as in fact suggested by the pattern of events here, that it was MPD that notified the establishment of the crime that took place outside the physical premises. And the police were the ones that were already at the club. Once the police are at the scene, is it your contention that the establishment should then still call 911 when the police are already there?
No, not if the police are already there.
So if the police were on site already, it's not technically a violation of the security plan to not call 911.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And is there anything that contradicts the assertion that the police were the ones on site already?
No.
Okay. So that part of your report, you would no longer at this point consider that to be a violation of the security plan.
No, I would say it's still a violation because staff saw the altercation occur. Someone should have went outside and told MPD there's a fight.
But MPD was already on the scene. Were they not?
MPD got flagged down by the victim who was stabbed.
Okay, but MPD was outside. Doesn't MPD routinely have a presence outside this block?
Yes.
On any given night, there are MPD officers stationed there, are there not?
Yes.
In fact, there's a special relationship with a special MPD detail just for this particular 100 block of 9th Street, is there not?
You got to ask MPD that question. I'm not sure.
Is there a special connection between an MPD unit and ABRA that deals with this particular block that you know of?
There's a reimbursable detail officer program.
Okay. And how familiar are you as a 7-year veteran of ABRA with this particular program?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, would you please describe it for me and the board?
Yeah, so it's a program that we offer establishments. They can have off-duty MPD officers in full uniform sit outside their establishment, usually from 12 a.m. up to closing time or an hour after closing time. And ABRA pays a majority of that, and the establishment pays the rest.
And this particular area, this particular 100 block has one of these details, does it not?
Yes, I believe one of the establishments does.
And these were the officers that were stationed right outside there the entire evening that night. Is that not true?
Yes, I believe so.
And so flagging down an officer who was already stationed there in plain uniform wasn't a particularly time-consuming thing, was it?
No,
So not only were the police first on site, but the police were there, in fact, ahead of time.
if they were ahead of time, they would have prevented the stabbing.
Well, they
When
were.
when the
really
altercation occurred, someone could have went outside and got MPD and said there's an altercation. There's security guards fighting someone. At that time, MPD, the officers that are stationed outside, could have ran and prevent the stabbing occurring on the steps of Mirror Lounge.
But you're not disputing that the stabbing took place outside of the physical premises.
No, I'm not sure where the stabbing occurred. I was told that the altercation started inside. Then you see the camera be blocked, and that's where it happened.
Mr. Puente, the stabbing is the entire genesis of this incident here. And you're telling me you didn't bother as part of your investigating to figure out exactly where it took place?
You see a blood trail leading from the establishment.
Sir, you had, by your own account, 12 MPD officers, all readily identifiable with name badges, etc. You didn't ask a single one of them as part of your investigation to show you the exact scene of the crime.
They did because we took photographs of the blood.
Okay, and so from the photographs you took, are you now able to extrapolate whether the stabbing took place inside or outside on the street?
I believe it occurred in the doorway of the establishment and led outside.
Is there anybody else that you consulted with to ascertain whether that mere opinion of yours is correct? For example, any of the, who?
I spoke with Lieutenant Smith, MPD.
Okay. And what did Lieutenant Smith tell you about where the stabbing took place?
That it occurred at the establishment.
What about the victim? Did you interview him?
No, he was already at the hospital.
As an ABRA investigator, do you have the ability to make follow-up calls?
Yes.
Did you ever ask the establishment to produce the name of the person who was injured?
No, because I was told it was a patron.
But you don't know who told you that?
The MPD officers told me it was a patron.
But you don't know which one told you that?
No.
All right. MPD routinely takes the names of crime victims, don't they?
Yes.
If you had asked the MPC officer for the name of the victim, do you think they would have shared it with you?
Yes.
Did you not think that was important?
No, because my focus was on trying to get the surveillance video for MPD.
Okay. At any time after this, well, let me withdraw that, rephrase the question. The particular document that is now Exhibit 1, when did you prepare that?
I recall it was either Sunday or Monday. It was right after the incident.
So is it fair to say maybe 24 to 48 hours after the incident?
Yes.
And at no time did you attempt to seek follow-up information from the MPD?
No.
Board's indulgence. Let me direct your attention to the second page of your report, where you're quoting Chief Conti's letter. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
The first paragraph with a bullet point, there's a last sentence. Can you read the last sentence?
He reported that the offense occurred outside of the front entrance to the establishment, which was corroborated by blood which was found on the sidewalk just in front of the club.
So your report actually did determine that the offense took place outside, did it not?
Yes.
So when you said that you were told that it was inside, not only are you wrong there, but when you're contradicting your own written report in which you actually quote the police source, the ultimate police source, Chief Conti. That's a significant error, don't you think?
It was a speedy investigation. I had to turn around a case report within 48 hours because I had a sense this was going to be a closure. So I had to write what I had so right in front of me.
But I was able to determine the location by reading your own report.
I got the letter right before I submitted my case report.
Fortunately, you had time to include the letter in your report. Your report, don't get me wrong, Mr. Puente, your report was correct on that one point where the offense occurred as being outside. So even though you got it wrong in your testimony today, you got it right in your report. The manager provided a physical description of Mr. Brewell. Do you know what that description was?
Black male, wearing the gray zipped up hoodie or jacket.
Anything else about Mr. Brewell that you recall?
No.
Do you know, did you at any point speak to Mr. Brewell?
No.
Let me direct your attention to the bottom bullet point for Mr. Conti's letter that appears in your report. Most concerning about the incident. What did the chief find most concerning about the incident?
He's said most concerning about this incident is that at no time did Mirror Lounge staff, manager, or owners make any effort to contact the police or report the incident or to self-report the ABRA violation. Instead, the establishment cleared out all of its patrons and possible witnesses that could have possibly provided additional accounts of the stabbing.
Do you have any information that led as to why Chief Conti in his letter made that statement?
Other than that, they never received a 911 call from the establishment.
Did you at any point speak to Chief Conti?
No.
Do you know what officers, if any, spoke to Chief Conti?
I do not, sir, no.
Now that we've established that the police were already on site, and at that point there's no need to call 911, do you think the chief's statement is appropriate in terms of a level of concern?
No, because I still think it's appropriate because the altercation starts inside, that physical altercation. At that time, someone could have ran out and got MPD.
Sorry, okay. The statement, the establishment cleared out all its patrons. What, if anything, do you think anybody based that on?
You have to ask MPD that question, sir.
Okay. Did you ask anybody in MPD that question?
No.
When you got to the establishment, were the police still on the scene?
Yes.
And do you recall whether anybody else was, and at the time, were there still patrons there, you said?
Yes, on the second floor.
Okay. Do you recall whether the establishment was operating on both floors? Or did you ever have knowledge as to whether both floors were open?
No, while looking at the surveillance video, I believe I asked Mr. Owens, was the first floor open? Because I didn't see anyone down there. Then he advised me that the first floor was closed, only the second floor was open.
Okay, so they had one operating floor. You get there, there's patrons, there's police. Did you at any time see the establishment attempting to clear out patrons or in any way remove people?
No, once I got there, myself and Sergeant Vernon conferred, and we said the people upstairs need to get out because there was a lot of yelling, and people were trying to close out their tabs. So we were trying to contain the crime scene, and so we asked for the patrons to leave at that point.
So you are the ones that actually told the patrons to get out, not the establishment.
Yes, MPD. Yep.
In fact, was the establishment happy that these patrons were being evicted by the police, many of them without paying their tab?
I do not know, sir. No.
Well, is it reasonable to assume that the establishment, in fact, did not want the patrons cleared out, wanted, in fact, at least to be paid for whatever they were owed? I mean, you made a reasonable assumption before about the
Objection,
shed.
Mr. Chairperson. This is irrelevant.
Sir, this is irrelevant. The establishment cleared out all its patrons and possible witnesses, when in fact, we have the Abra investigator saying under oath that he and the police were the ones clearing out the witnesses. In direct
My
contradiction.
objection was to you discussing payment plans at this particular juncture.
I will rephrase the question.
Mr. Strauss.
Is it reasonable to assume that it was the establishment would have rather had their tabs paid before the patrons left?
It is. What I observed as well was that patrons were still drinking alcoholic beverages and smoking hookah. So to me, that was concerned because some were yelling and being very loud, and I could even hear some of when I was talking to Sergeant Vernick.
Mr. Chairperson, I re-raised my objection. Payment of a tab during a stabbing is not a high priority.
No, but the integrity of testimony given by a sworn Abra investigator and the suborning of false facts by our respected chief of police based on faulty information is a very serious matter. Something I wish the Attorney General would take a little bit more seriously. I will move on from bar tabs, Mr. Anderson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Strauss. Okay.
Now that we have established that it was you and the police that cleared out the patrons and possible witnesses, what is your understanding of how accurate Chief Conti's statement, which you repeated in your report, is?
I would say the statement is inaccurate.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on. Your next at 1:25 a.m., you allege that Watch Commander Lieutenant Dion called you. Am I reading your report correctly?
Yes, he did.
How did he call you?
Via the Abra hotline.
All right. Was that the same call that took place? How many calls did the Abra hotline receive that night from MPD officers?
2 regarding this incident, but I received several others at some other instances across the city.
All right. Did Lieutenant Smith tell you who from the establishment he alleged was refusing to show the surveillance video?
No.
What facts, if any, other than what you were told by Sergeant Vernick, do you know about anybody refusing to show the surveillance video?
That they've asked several times to review it, and they weren't able to see it until Abra got there.
But you didn't know who, at no point did anybody give you the names of anybody who refused to show it?
No.
And when you found someone there, did anybody refuse to show you the video?
Oh, no, the person just told me to do what I had to do and walked away from the surveillance equipment.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Mr. Owens.
Okay. Did Mr. Owens ever tell you that he wasn't talking to anyone or that he was refusing to cooperate?
No.
Did you speak with Investigator Glasgow?
Yes.
Is Investigator Glasgow, that's an Abra employee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm confused by your second sentence of there. Investigator Glasgow advised Mr. Owens that he is one of the managing partners. Are we to understand that the Abra investigator was telling Mr. Owens what his position was? Or am I interpreting that sentence correctly?
Yeah, I believe she was trying to say you're one of the owners of the establishment, so you need to cooperate and show us surveillance video.
And she believes that Mr. Owens was not cooperating.
Yeah, I was standing right next to her when she had that conversation with him.
Okay. But when you later it says you approached Mr. Owens. If you were there with Investigator Glasgow, how much time elapsed between the alleged conversation between Glasgow and Owens, and then when you subsequently approached Mr. Owens?
Maybe less than a minute. I was reading the security plan.
Okay. Moving on to the third page. And it looks like you're trying to, you identified Mr. Beha in your report.
Yes.
When did you come to understand that Mr. Beha was not the person you spoke to?
The next day, or shortly after my report was submitted, around that time.
So if the report was submitted 48 hours later, this would be sometime between 48 and 72 hours?
Yes.
What led you to believe Mr. Beha was the person you were speaking to?
Because I thought I heard someone said that's the owner, Manfred Beha.
Okay. When you began your conversation with this individual, did you ask them to identify themselves?
No, because I never talked to them directly. They were speaking with Lieutenant Smith.
Okay.
I did identify him that Friday when I went and served the paperwork, and that's when I got his ID and identified him.
So you met Mr. Beha when you served the paperwork?
No, I identified the individual who I thought was Mr. Beha, which was Mohammed Bashan, known as Mo.
Okay. But it was, in fact, a representative of the establishment that was able to locate the suspect and identify his whereabouts to police.
Yes, it was Mr. Bashan Mohammed.
Okay. So not only were they not deliberately hiding him, they were the ones that turned him over to the police. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, because Mr. Bashan took Lieutenant upstairs, showed him the cell phone video of or the live camera that was in the shed. When they came back downstairs, the lieutenant showed me the live camera feed. Then I heard Mr. Bashan tell Mr. Owens, "Why are you making us look hot? We're gonna lose our liquor license over this."
Okay, we'll get to that line in a minute, but if there were no working cameras in the back, and the only working cameras were the 6 that you claim were there, how was the establishment's representative able to locate the suspect with one of the cameras you claim wasn't working?
When I looked at the cell phone camera, it looked like a Wi-Fi Ring or Nest camera. It was not one of the cameras that were on the screen.
Or it's possible that you may not have fully understood the operational nature of the camera system. That's true.
Chairperson, objection, speculation, argumentative.
Abstained. Go ahead. Let's move on.
After you had access to the shed, did you attempt to ascertain what kind of camera was in there?
I never went outside to the shed, no.
Okay. When moving down to the paragraph beginning, the lieutenant asked both owners if they had keys for the locks. And they both did not respond. What do you mean by that?
The lieutenant asked if they had a key to unlock the padlock that was on the shed. After no response from anyone at saying they had a key, that's when the lieutenant called for a breaching kit to break down the door to get in the shed. Then someone spoke up and said, "We do have keys. Only the owner and the ABC manager has the keys, and they'll be here in 10 minutes."
So let me understand your report. The lieutenant asked someone a direct question and they didn't respond at all?
Yeah, he asked loud for everyone heard him say it. Does anyone have a key to that shed?
Well, did the owner directly ask either of the two owners, or did he loudly call out to a large room?
He asked the owners, then he spoke loudly so everyone can hear it.
Okay. Did you remain up until the point when the suspect was apprehended?
Yes.
Were you there when they escorted the suspect out?
No, for my safety and my team, we stayed inside because MPD. I didn't want to be caught up in something outside. So we stayed inside for safety.
Where were you standing when you believed that Mr. Beha was talking to Mr. Owens?
I
Go ahead.
was standing within arm's reach of Mr. Bayshon and Mr. Owens.
Were you facing them?
Yeah, I was against the wall. I was facing the DJ booth.
So you were facing the DJ booth.
Yes.
When you heard the line that allegedly said, "You're making us look hot," could you see who it was that said that, or you just heard that?
I saw it. I saw Mr. Bayshon lean into Mr. Owens and say it to him. They were standing in the DJ booth.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, he said, "You're making us look hot."
Yes.
Did anybody else have said that? Could you be mistaken?
No, it was definitely Mr. Bayshon.
Although in your report, you said it was Mr. Beha.
After I identified him.
And you feel this line about looking hot is significant. Can you tell me why?
Because that shows that someone knew that the suspect was in the shed.
When the key to the padlock was finally located, did anybody in the establishment attempt to impede with the opening of it?
No, the establishment staff handed it over to MPD, and the MPD went outside and unlocked the shed.
Okay. Bottom of page 3, in which you quote the security plan. Any footage for a crime shall be maintained for 30 days after the occurrence and shall be made available within 48 hours upon the request of ABRA or MPD. Do you have any reason to believe that any of the footage was not maintained?
Other than the other cameras not working.
Okay. And to the extent that they had footage, they made it available within 48 hours?
I accessed the footage, so I wouldn't say they made it available to me.
Was it within 48 hours that you were able to access the footage?
Yes.
Okay. Um, Let me ask you about the investigative history and the multiple other violations, as you alleged. Based on your experience as a 7-year ABRA employee, how often are noise violations?
We
Right.
get them pretty much every day if an establishment's open.
Okay. Who's Jason Peru?
Oh, that's my supervisor.
What role and input did he have in this report?
He reviewed it.
Okay. Before I turn you back over to the Attorney General, I think we've established that there are a lot of things in this report that, based on what we've learned today, would need to be revised. I've certainly done my best to find as many as I can, but I want to give you one last opportunity to correct anything that I, in my cross-examination, may have missed. Any other errors or omissions, or things that now, upon reflection, you may be less sure of than you were when you filed this report.
Yeah, the only thing I would change would be Manfred Baya was actually Mohammed Beishan.
Okay. Other than that, if I covered all the errors and omissions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ruff. Mr. Puente, did you at any time review ABRA's records to ascertain who were the owners of Mirror Lounge?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us who are the owners of Mirror Lounge as reflected by our records, by ABRA's records?
In ABRA records, it's Bruno Casu, Kevin Owens, and Manfred Baya as the 3 owners that are listed on the license.
Sorry, so who the names again, please?
Bruno Casu,
Okay.
Kevin Owens, and Manfred Baya.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Just so I have a better, clear understanding from your testimony, how did ABRA become aware of this incident?
MPD made notification to the ABRA hotline.
Under current ABRA regulations and rules, is the licensee required to contact ABRA separate from MPD under the regulations and rules and when there is an incident like this inside of their licensed establishment?
Yes, I've had in the past, we had establishments call us and notify us of something or an incident occurred.
But is there a requirement for the licensee or their manager on duty to contact ABRA when an incident occurs within their establishment during operating hours?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. You testified that the videos you showed us are accurate?
Yes.
And from your training as an investigator, the incident between two individuals, whether they are patrons, owners, employees, the incident that you had us observe, would you say that was an altercation?
Yes.
And an altercation of that, of what you observed, would that have put other patrons in possible harm?
Yes.
And would that be a dangerous situation?
Yes, sir.
So if there was no stabbing, but you were called, or Abra was called, and an investigator went and observed that video that is part of your testimony, would that have risen to a level of concern and violation, and possible violation by the establishment?
Yes, sir.
I'm somewhat not sure if I understand. When you arrived, apparently there were still patrons in the establishment,
Yes, sir.
and did you observe staff or bartenders or any of the personnel still serving alcoholic beverages?
Not serving. I did observe patrons still consuming.
So in the context of a summary suspension, the altercation that has been attested to and made part of this record, that would have risen to a concern of a hearing such as this.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Strauss, any questions? Any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to redirect.
Who's speaking?
This is Attorney Williams.
Mr. Williams, you get the last bite at the apple, sir. So that's why I'm going to Mr. Strauss first.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, Mr. Puente. One, based on the chairman's question, at any time did Mohammed identify himself as an owner to you?
No, I heard staff and told Investigator Glasgow that the owner's upstairs.
If you
Then-
could just limit your.
I can elaborate on that. When he came downstairs, that's
Sir,
what he said.
sir,
No, hold on a minute, please. Hold on. I'm sorry. What is the question, Mr. Strauss?
did Mohammed at any time ever represent himself to you as the owner? And the answer was no.
No, sir, I never talked to him.
All right. And about Mr. Grandis's question, he asked if there was a regulation that requires self-reporting of violent incidents to ABRA, and you said yes.
Yes.
I think the record says you think there was.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that regulation?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I know a lot of security plans have self-reporting stuff to ABRA. I've received phone calls before on the hotline of establishments calling, reporting stuff.
All right, and this establishment has a reporting requirement as well. And I think we discussed the time limit for that was 48 hours. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say 48 hours.
Well, the security plan is part of your exhibit.
It says 40 hours for MPD for footage.
If ABRA is already on the scene, does the regulation have you're not aware of a specific time limit that dictates when ABRA has to be notified, though, are you?
No, sir.
Okay. How many security plans reference a 48-hour period?
It's quite common in a lot of them. The handover already downloaded footage to USB or CD within 48 hours upon request.
And the 48-hour notification also is in a lot of security plans?
Yes.
Might that be because that's the time period contemplated by the regulations?
Yes, for surveillance video.
And also reporting these incidents to Abra?
I mean, I would think if a violent incident occurred at an establishment, they wouldn't wait 40 hours to self-report that. They would notify us immediately.
And in fact, Abra was on scene the same night, so
I was on scene because MPD called me, not the establishment.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Puente.
Mr. Williams, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Puente, when you arrived on site that evening, was that an active crime scene?
Yes, there was crime scene tape posted up, and MPD had 9th Street shut down.
Did anyone have any indication where the bouncer was who had just stabbed someone?
No.
And we looked at the surveillance tape. Do you recall the time frame on the surveillance tape when the bouncer initiated this assault?
Yes, it was 12:42 a.m.
And what time did you actually get to the ground at Mirror Lounge?
1:30 a.m.
So basically almost 45 minutes had passed with an assailant that had assaulted someone and there was no indication of where he was at.
Yes.
And so why were you trying to get to the surveillance video?
To identify who the suspect is.
And if the surveillance video had been actually working and all 14 cameras were working, could you have determined where the assailant had gone?
Yes, sir.
And did anyone from Mirror Lounge, from the owner to the busboy, ever come over to you and assist you with getting the video surveillance information?
No, sir.
So at the end of the day, when your report says Mirror Lounge was uncooperative, do you stand by that statement?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Puente.
Thank you.
Does the government have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The government calls Officer Abraham Gebehiwa to the stand.
Mr. Gebehiwa, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
I'm not sure why. There.
All right, now I can. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness.
Thank you, officer. Let's start with, can you please explain where you work and what your position entails?
I'm a club zone officer that was detailed to the 1900 block of 9th Street. Basically just walking up and down on foot and making sure there's no disorderly or any sort of other crimes, trying to prevent things by being present on scene.
How long have you been with MPD?
I'll be 4 years in June.
And how long have you been doing this type of detail work?
Several months.
Were you working on the date of April 24th, 2022?
I was.
And can you please describe your involvement or how your involvement began on that evening?
I was doing routine traffic, was moving cars along with Uber and Lyft and whatnot. And while I was telling a vehicle to move from the road, the victim flagged me down. He was holding his stomach, and I could see he had a black shirt. I could see some sort of it was as if that it was soaked in the bottom. And then I found out that he was stabbed. So I notified my sergeant via flashlight to come to my scene. At that point, they stayed with him. And then I was told that it was tied to Mirror. So I went inside to look for a possible suspect.
And were you part of the investigation to try and find the perpetrator of this crime?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, we will get into that, but I do want to go through some video with you. Before we start, were you able to determine the order of events, and were you able to obtain video of the incident?
Initially, no. With the assistance of Abra, later on, yes.
And were you, have you, as part of your investigation, reviewed the footage of this incident?
Can you rephrase that?
Throughout your investigation of the crime, have you been able to review the footage of the actual confrontation itself?
Yes, later on throughout the investigation later on, yes.
Okay. So if I present you with that video, is that video you will recognize and you would have seen as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Permission to share my screen, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Washburn, can you please allow Mr. Thaler to share his screen?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Gabrahiwa, were you able to determine if the bouncer, Mr. Bruwell, was the aggressor in the initial confrontation?
Based on the video, yes, and later on throughout the investigation in the detective office, he stated himself that he was involved in a verbal and physical altercation on scene.
I'm showing you what has been previously identified as Government Exhibit 3 and was identified by Investigator Puente as the zoomed in version of the security cam footage. Are you familiar with this footage?
Yes, I am.
And does this show the start of the altercation?
I believe it does.
All right, I'm playing the video now. Before I do, can you please, are you able to see my cursor on screen?
Yes.
All right, can you please identify the individual at the top of the frame that I am circling?
Oh, that will be the suspect right there, Mr. Bro.
And can you please identify the person in the white vest that I'm circling now?
The victim with the vest and hat is the individual that flagged me down.
Okay. Please watch the video as I play it for you. At that moment, who began physical contact?
The suspect in question.
Okay.
Different.
And where did this physical contact begin? Where in the establishment is this location?
This is inside of the establishment at the bottom of the steps, in front of the front door.
Okay. And does this fight spill out into or outside the front door into the street?
Yes, it does.
And prior to the footage being blocked, was it heading towards the street at that point?
I would assume so, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long it took.
Now, MPD, does MPD maintain cameras watching that block of 9th Street?
I'm sorry?
Does MPD maintain camera footage watching that area of 9th Street?
Yes, yes. I believe it is in front of 1920 9th Street. However, it might be located as 9th and Tom. It's MPD camera on scene.
All right. And were you able to view footage from that camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
And does that show the start, or I'm sorry, does that show the confrontation after it spills out of the front door of Mirror Lounge?
Yes, sir, it does.
With permission, I am sharing my screen again, Mr. Chair. Is this the camera that you were discussing?
Correct.
Now, for the board's attention, I am drawing your focus to the door immediately to the left of the purple awning with an M on it. Do you see that door?
Yes, I do.
Is that the front entrance of Mirror Lounge?
Correct.
Additionally, for the court's attention, I am starting this video at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Is this the beginning of the fight spilling outside?
Correct.
And at this point, again, if you can see my cursor, can you identify who this individual is? The taller-
So yeah, it's, the angle of it is not quite clear. I'm using my phone because I'm having a hard time with my laptop. But when I did view it on the laptop, you can identify both the victim and the defendant outside.
All right. Is the person in the white vest the victim?
Correct.
And is the taller individual dressed in black the suspect?
Correct.
And is the suspect pursuing the victim outside of the establishment at this point in the footage?
Correct.
I just played a few more seconds of footage. We are at the 3 minute and 28 second mark. At this point, has the suspect assaulted the victim on camera from this angle?
Again, I'm using my cell phone and is. Play it again.
All right, I'm going back 10 seconds and I'm playing again, highlighting the two individuals.
Oh, very no, there.
I can attempt to zoom in. I do not know how well that will work.
Mr. Anderson, if it pleases the board, we're stipulating to these tragic events. Nobody's denying that this took place between the two members of the club staff. Our contentions are based on the other allegations.
Does that help, Mr. Sullivan?
I will proceed. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom in and focus on the proper area, but I will proceed with the best of our ability technologically.
No, I'm saying based on the representation and based on the statement by counsel, do you need to further? Do you need this video? That's what I was asking.
I do need this video still, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Is it fair to say that outside of the establishment, the suspect contacted the victim with at least 3 blows on the sidewalk?
Correct.
And we do not know which blow was the stabbing, whether it was inside or outside, and which of the blows that we saw on camera. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you are still able to see the screen, please identify what happens, or I'm sorry, what does the suspect do at this point after the contact had occurred?
Excuse me, sir. At this point, I'm not able to see the screen at all. I'm not sure if I'm having technical difficulties.
All right, I can try sharing the screen again.
We've also lost the video for the officer.
I am sharing the screen again. Are you able to see it now, officer?
No, sir. I'm only on audio mode.
And we cannot see the officer, so I don't know what happened to his video.
Give me 1 second.
He appears to have been logged out. I just received a message, Mr. Chair, that indicates.
Ms. Foshman, can you please look for the officer, and try to elevate his rights again, please?
Will do.
I am advising my witness to log back in if he has been logged out.
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Officer, are you back?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry about that. It just logged me off.
Are you able to see the video that has been shared?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I forget exactly where we were, but I believe we are picking back up at the 3-minute and 28-second mark. After the physical contact, did a verbal altercation occur between the two parties, if you
Yes.
recall, based on the video? All right.
Correct.
And following the verbal altercation, did the suspect, the bouncer, return to the establishment?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play that video, and if you could narrate that, if you're able to see. The participants of the fight are where my cursor is circling.
Oh my God.
Did you lose video again?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry.
Mr. Anderson, again, if it please the board, we're not disputing the facts of the alleged incident. There's a Gerstein affidavit that was signed by the officer that we've actually made part of our exhibit.
I hear you, Mr. Sprouse, but I can't tell the government how to present their case, and the government states that they require this video in the presentation of their case. So I've heard, but the government decides that it's a government's position that they require this officer to testify on this video, and so we will see.
Attorney Strauss, are you willing to stipulate that employees and management witnessed the events that were displayed on screen?
At the same time, the police did.
No, I mean, as we are watching it now, are you agreeable to stipulate that?
No, if anything, the video shows that this took place outside of the eye line of the employees who were working inside the club, but was visible to the police outside.
Attorney Strauss, my question is, are you stipulating that the management and employees of Mirror Lounge were able to view this incident? If not, then I will continue to use
No,
the video.
it happened outside in full view of the police, thankfully, but not in view of the establishment's employees.
Okay. All right, then I need
All
to
right, gentlemen, so we'll
The video shows that, so we're happy to have it admitted.
I think the stipulation by the government is that, are you willing to stipulate that employees and management saw the incident, whether or not the incident occurred outside or inside, but did management and the employees, did they see this? And that was the stipulation, I believe, that's been asked by the government.
Not only won't we that, but it's contradicted by the government's own evidence, which we are happy to introduce the video ourselves.
Attorney Strauss, you'll get to your argument, I'm sure. I'd like to continue my examination if my witness is available.
Let me see if he's still logged on, because one of the problems when we do, I don't see him online. At least I don't see him on my screen.
He does say he is on, but he needs his rights to be elevated again.
Ms. Washington, can you please elevate his rights, please?
This has been a
Officer Gebrhiwa, are you available?
I don't see him on my screen, so. Yes, he's now back on.
Officer Gebrhiwa, are you available?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that again. I'm good. I'm available.
Okay. So going back in time on the video to the moment when the fight spilled outside. While we do this, can you please, I will stop sharing momentarily. Can you please describe for the board what happened following the fight and where did the suspect go?
Following the fight, the suspect appeared to have went back into the establishment. And in regards to the previous statement you guys had, I did. You can see in my BWC there was another employee that was working the line outside. I'm not. So I asked him if there was a fight going on. So he might have seen the actual altercation, but did not disclose that information to me. But there was other employees outside of the establishment that were tied to Mirror Lounge. That helps in any way.
And in the first video that we watched together, were you able to identify the individual that was caught up in the fight, the third individual? Was that an employee?
No. The third individual that was caught up, no, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Now then, I am going to share my screen again. I do believe that this is a going to appear as a zoomed in version of the video. Please tell me if you can see it and if it is in fact a zoomed in version.
You're showing us the wrong thing, mister.
I'm showing the wrong thing?
It's not a video, this is, yes.
All right. I apologize one more time. Is this now showing the zoomed in version of the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can you identify, let's track to the start of the fight at the 3-minute and 13-second mark. Is this the line to enter the establishment?
Correct.
And you said that there's an employee working the gate. Is he in this area?
He's below the steps towards that parked vehicle that appears to be brown or dark gray. That's parked right there.
All right. And as the fight spills out onto the streets, can we see employees either inside or outside the establishment right now watching the fight?
I'm not sure if he's directly watching the fight, but I know there's somebody standing out there, that's security, that kind of pats everyone down as they come in.
Okay. After the fight, do the two individuals engage in further verbal altercation?
Possibly. I wasn't on scene at that time.
And as we are watching now, does the perpetrator return inside to Mirror Lounge?
Correct.
And as he does so, does he pass a security employee who just now opened the gate for him to re-enter the establishment?
It appears so.
At this time, what is the victim doing, if you can see?
He's just standing at that location before the altercation occurred.
Okay. I'm going to pause the video. So at this time, was the security staff of Mirror Lounge aware of the altercation?
I would assume so. I'll make that a reasonable
Action
assumption.
lacks foundation. And
So-
by his own answer, he admits that it has to speculate, so.
Officer Gebrahiwat, was the security staff standing within 20 feet of the altercation when it occurred?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question if you can.
I'm moving ahead to the 6-minute mark of the video. Is this the time when you arrived on scene, coming in from the right end of the screen?
Yes, that's me walking down.
And this is you that I'm circling?
Correct.
You interacted with this parked car, and how did you make contact with the victim?
As I was telling that vehicle to move, circle back around if they're not gonna drop or pick somebody up, the victim came up to me requesting medical services. And when I inquired as to what happened is when I discovered that he had been stabbed.
Is that what is occurring right now?
Yes, we're having that discussion. And that's when you see my flashlight is when I made my official become aware of the situation.
And I'll let the video play out, but where did you place the victim at this time?
He's standing next to the car, and then he will lean against it as he's waiting for medical services.
Okay. And were you were the first officer to enter the establishment, correct?
Correct.
So you left the victim with the other officers, and then at this point you enter the establishment?
Correct. Medical services have already been called, so at this time I was trying to secure evidence and or find the suspect.
And what had the victim told you at this point?
That it happened in Mirror, because I asked where it happened.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera, a BWC, during this incident?
Correct, I was.
I'm going to share what has been marked as Exhibit 5, the BWC, and please let me know if you're able to both see the footage and hear the audio when this plays. Do you recognize this view?
I do.
And is this the entrance of Mirror Lounge?
Correct.
And is this approximately when the victim is about to approach you?
Yes.
And there's no sound yet, but I will ask when we get there. Is that the victim approaching you?
Yes.
And do you recall what he is telling you?
That he needed medical services, and that's when I inquired as to what was going on, and I could see that his shirt was kind of soaked, indicating that there was injuries.
And the place where he's holding his right arm, is that where he was stabbed?
Correct.
Audio just turned on. Are you able to hear the audio?
Not at this time.
Okay. Please bear with me, board's indulgence, while I I do not appear to have the ability to adjust my share settings with this WebEx sharing. When we did a test call prior to this hearing, the ability to adjust share settings was an option on the test call, but it does not appear to be for this call. I don't know if the board can assist me on that.
I doubt that this is something that our IT person can do, Mr. Silla. I think it's on your part, so I'm not quite sure how to assist.
Mr. Anderson, again, we stipulate to these events, we credit the representations of the sworn officer and
Once again, sir, unless the government accepts the stipulation, I cannot tell the government how to present its case, sir.
I understand, but I'm only allowed to address the Attorney General through the board, so I'm just trying to help move things along here.
Mr. Chairperson, Anthony, because I didn't have any issues, let me see if I can play it and see if it pops up with the audio.
All right, Miss,
Thank you.
do you still have the ability, Mr. Williams, to share your screen?
Not currently, Mr. Chairperson. If I can have that elevated, please.
Ms. Foshbon, can you please allow Mr. Williams to share his screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
We are at Exhibit 5 at the 2-minute 4-second mark.
Okay, I have audio. Let me see if I can share it with the audio. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that audible?
I heard something, but are you playing the video?
Yeah, give me a second. I just want to make sure it's audible. Give me a second.
There is no audio. I would note for the board that we did do a practice run on the audio with Mr. Anil Jan, IT, for the board prior to this call, but the settings that he presented to us were unfortunately different. All right.
Mr. Chair, if there wants to be a proffer, perhaps we can, of what was said. We're not necessarily, again, disputing these events.
Thank you, Mr. Silla. I mean, you have the officer, so could the officer then tell us what the conversation was, if that's what you're trying to? I'm not sure, since this is the witness whose body camera it was. If he recalls, I believe he should be able to tell us what the conversation was.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may have my rights elevated again.
If Ms. Foshbon, if Mr. Silla's rights have not been elevated, could you please allow him to share his screen, please?
All right. Officer Gebrahewat, what, if you recall, the individual state?
He's just complaining about the injuries. And soon after is when I go right inside. I ask people on scene if they saw anything. On my BWC, I believe you could see a security guard is still standing outside. Not the one that is a suspect, but another one that's tied to the establishment.
So at this point, you're flagging down an individual and you are engaging in conversation. Is the individual you are talking to at this point in the video the security guard?
No.
That
Right,
the
right
individual
there.
with
Correct.
the M on his shirt, is he the
Correct.
security guard? All right.
Correct. Correct.
And do you recall what you said to him and what he said in response?
I asked what happened. I was inquiring as to any kind of fight or stabbing that occurred right there, and he didn't give me any response.
And is the body worn camera a fair and accurate copy of what occurred on that night?
Correct.
And when you reviewed it, is the audio accurate to what you recalled when you reviewed this camera?
Correct.
Okay.
We were happy to stipulate to the audio of whatever the victim told the officer, but if the officer's alleging that there's audio of the exchange between him and the other guard, I'm not quite, first of all, the officer his testimony was unclear as to what response, if any, he got. And we can't stipulate to that portion of the audio that we haven't heard.
Yeah, I didn't get a response, so I was clear on that statement.
Mr. Chair, I'm not asking for a stipulation. I'm presenting my evidence. I intend to include this video as evidence for the board to view and consider. And if we cannot hear the audio in this format today, the officer has just stated that the audio is a true and accurate copy of what occurred. Therefore, the board will be able to view this video independently following the hearing as part of its review pending its decision.
That's fine.
Mr. Anderson, with all due respect, the officer hasn't heard the video that they intend to introduce. I don't know that he can stipulate to the authenticity of something he hasn't heard.
Your Honor.
I mean, Mr. Strauss, this is the officer's body worn camera. The officer testified that the video that we are watching, it's his body worn camera. So I'm not quite sure how there is an objection if the officer stated that this is the video from my body worn camera.
We have all seen the video, and the officer can stipulate to the accuracy of the video. We have not heard the audio. And so when the officer says that the audio is accurate, the officer can't accord that equal weight. So our objection until such time, if the officer could hear the same audio that we are and say it's accurate, we would withdraw the objection.
Officer Gebrhiwot has already testified that he did review this video in preparation for this hearing and during his investigation. And he did confirm that when he heard the video, the audio was accurate. He has already testified to those facts.
I don't recall hearing that. So maybe you can go back to have the officer testify to at least a portion of. I know that he identified this is his body worn camera, but I did not hear any. I don't recall hearing testimony that he stated that he reviewed this prior to him testifying today.
I can re-inquire.
Please.
Officer Gebrhiwot, as part of your investigation and as part of your preparation for your testimony, did you watch this body worn camera in full?
In portion.
In portion. All right. Which portions did you watch?
Hold on, Mr. Celia, have you turned on your speakers? Is your speakers on your computer turned on?
Yes, they are.
All right, that's what I was informed by our IT person to ask you to do that.
I can also I can crank the volume and
why don't you try again, please?
I don't want to mess with that. I will crank the volume and try again. Are you able to hear the audio?
No.
Okay. It will not allow me to share computer audio, unfortunately. Yeah. If I may continue laying my foundation then?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Oh, geez. Let me turn my audio down a bit. Officer, you said that you reviewed in portion your body worn cam in preparation for this hearing. Which portions did you review?
Well, I can't recall, to be honest. I kind of just skimmed through the video because I knew I was very familiar as to what occurred, so I didn't need too much of a refreshment.
Did you review the portions of the video that we have already seen outside the establishment?
Correct.
Did you review this upcoming interaction? We are currently at 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Did you review this upcoming interaction with the individual located in the DJ booth in the top right-hand corner of the screen?
No.
Did you review the conversation that you had with him?
No, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. You said that you're familiar with the conversation. Do you recall your interaction with him?
As soon as I got on scene, the gentleman standing right there was already looking through camera footage. So I asked him to roll back 5 minutes, and further stated that there was a altercation and a stabbing that occurred that's tied to Mirror Lounge, and the gentleman stated that no such thing occurred in his establishment. There was no fights, there was no stabbings, and I asked him again to roll back, and he said that there was no offense, so there was no need for him to comply with that.
Is it fair to say that
The video that I'm seeing on a shared screen doesn't appear to show the police officer in the DJ booth. I think I'm looking at the wrong shared video.
Okay.
The officer hasn't identified who the alleged person in the DJ booth is.
Well, we're getting to that. I will share video again. Officer Gilpewat, can you see the DJ booth in the top right-hand quadrant of this screen?
Yes, I can. I'm familiar with it.
There's an individual there?
Correct.
And before we show the video, I'm inquiring as to your recollection of the conversation. Is it fair to say that you asked to see the cameras 5 separate times during your conversation?
Several times.
And is it fair to say that the individual refused to allow you to see the video?
Correct.
Did he state that you could get Abra to come and order him to show the video?
Something to that statement, to that phrase, yes, correct.
Would you say that he was cooperative with you in your request to see the video?
No.
Did he repeatedly deny that a stabbing had occurred?
Correct.
Did he deny that any of his employees were involved in any altercation?
Correct.
And just to be clear, we did just see you walk in the door. The front door to this establishment is in this room, correct?
Correct. It's the first level, yes.
Okay. I am proceeding with the video. And again, are unable to hear, correct?
That's correct.
During this conversation, were you able to identify this individual you were speaking?
Yeah, I'm able to identify him, correct, by face.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that. What?
I'm able to physically identify him. I do not recall his full legal name at this time.
And above his right arm, is this the laptop that shows the security footage?
That is a computer screen that shows the footage, correct?
And he would not allow you access to this laptop at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as we saw from the across the street footage, you are in full uniform, correct?
Correct.
And you informed him that somebody just reported that his employee stabbed them. Is that accurate?
I stated that there was an altercation. I did not know the details until later on, but I did state that there was an altercation and a stabbing tied to the establishment, so I needed camera footage.
And you said that the victim said that the stabbing occurred with one of his employees, correct?
He stated that it happened at Mirrors.
Okay.
That information was brought to light later on throughout the investigation.
And this is occurring at 12:48 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Mr. Anderson, may I inquire of the Attorney General a question?
What you can ask the forum.
I've heard the officer's testimony, but does the Attorney General have a proffer as to who they believe the individual in this video is?
We will establish that. Yes, Your Honor, or yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So what's the query? Hold on, Mr. Silo. So what's the concern that you're having, Mr. Strauss?
My concern is that I think this is a fact that we would need to establish sooner. The establishment knows who the individual in the video is, but I'm not sure that the government does. And I have a concern. So I would ask that the government at least proffer who they believe the individual is now.
But at this hold on, Mrs. At this juncture, I mean, we have a video. I mean, if the government can ask the officer, can you identify the person in the video? And then if he gives the wrong identification, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him. So again, the government has presented this case, and I would ask that Mr. Strauss, please not interrupt unless you're making an objection. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Silo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Officer Gibrahiwa, this individual was the person working the security booth and watching the security footage, correct?
Yes, at the time that I made entry, correct.
Okay. And again, you asked multiple times for access to the cameras, and it was denied in all instances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we can clearly see his face on camera, correct?
Throughout the portion.
Right. Do you recall if his response to your request to see the video is simply repeatedly stating nobody got stabbed?
What's to the phrase of nothing happened to my establishment? If I could sum it up, that was the continuous statement that was made.
And did you say that as part of your investigation into an active stabbing, you needed to see the videos?
Correct. I needed to roll back 5 minutes or so, what I stated several times.
And that interaction lasted longer than a minute, and he continually denied you, correct?
Correct.
And I'll stop sharing momentarily. Can you explain why, at this point in your investigation, it was important to see the video?
The suspect could be on scene. It was dangerous to us, dangerous to the public. Could be evidence that could be destroyed. So we needed to get as much information as possible, as quickly as possible.
And is that standard practice for your investigations?
Correct.
Had you been able to identify the suspect sooner and seen the video, would you have been able to ultimately locate and arrest him sooner?
Correct.
At this point, did you have any indication that the suspect was inside the establishment or on the premises?
No.
Ultimately, where did you find the suspect?
In the establishment, specifically behind, hiding in a shed.
And how do you get from the front door of the establishment to that shed?
You walk directly behind where the video camera and the DJ booth was, and then there's a shed, the backyard of the establishment.
So I'm going to share the video again. And at the timestamp we are at, you are entering the establishment. This is the path that the suspect took after the stabbing, correct?
Correct.
He entered the front door of the establishment. And then to get to the shed, he would have had to turn left like you are doing now and walk straight back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, the DJ booth is on the right side of the screen, right where I'm highlighting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the exit to the shed is directly in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
So he would have had to have gone straight back, right past that DJ booth to get to the shed.
Correct.
Do you recall roughly how long you were searching for the individual?
I would say more than half an hour.
And can you identify what is occurring at this point at roughly 1:30?
I believe
around the area in back of the building.
yes, we're trying to check every corner of the establishment, and while also having an eye on the shed, because I believe there might have been information that he was in there that I was not prone to at the time, specifically.
So at this time, you were searching anywhere and everywhere outside because you did not know where the suspect of this crime was?
Correct.
Was this suspect believed to be armed and dangerous?
Correct.
And you knew that he had stabbed someone, correct?
Correct.
And you were crawling over an air conditioning unit and garbage to look into corners to try and identify where he could be?
Correct.
Was that dangerous? Potentially?
Yes, sir.
If you had startled someone who had just committed a crime, just committed an assault, and they had a weapon, could things go poorly in that scenario?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And if you had been told definitively where he was at the start of this incident, could you have avoided that danger?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I am scrolling ahead to the 1 hour mark. Is this when the breach of the shed occurred initially?
I believe we're getting to that point.
And again, we do not have audio at this point, but is this the door to the shed?
Correct.
And can you identify on this image, how is this door locked?
It is locked. I believe 2 padlocks, one on the top, one on the bottom, as you could see. The silver padlocks.
Is there also a deadbolt in the middle?
I believe so. I'm not sure if that was locked itself, but the padlocks definitely worked. I checked them.
We'll stipulate to the deadbolt in the middle.
Mr. Strauss.
It was triple locked. Is that correct?
I know it was double locked. Maybe my sergeant has more information on that.
Okay. There's a stipulation that it was triple lock, that there's the middle lock So we have council has
We could
stipulated
assume,
that it was triple lock.
And
we
is
could
there
assume,
is there any possible way in the world that the person inside that shed could have locked those padlocks?
no.
Did the individual come out when you announced yourselves? Did he announce his presence?
Not initially, no.
Can you identify the officer in frame in this scene?
That is my Sergeant, Dale. Sergeant Bernick.
And is he the officer who actually performed the opening of the door?
Correct.
And at this time, had you called for a breaching kit already?
I believe my official, yes, he did.
Were you preparing to breach the facility?
Correct.
And then at this point, an officer came from inside and announced that the keys, which had previously been unavailable, had magically appeared. Is that correct?
Object to the question, argumentative, no facts and evidence. Lots of other reasons why it's improper too.
Well, Mr. Chair, Investigator Puente indicated on his direct that the keys were initially said to be unavailable, and then once the breaching kit had been called for, the keys appeared. They were found. So I do believe the facts have been established in evidence in the prior testimony.
Is the Assistant Attorney General alleging that he has established magic?
I'll rephrase that part of the question.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
So was this the moment after the breaching kit had been called for and the keys were unavailable that an officer came out to you, and actually I'll back up 10 seconds. Is this the moment that an officer came out to you, stated, "We just got the keys," and handed them to you?
I'm not sure as to the quotation of the statement, but I believe the keys were present after we requested for the keys and after we announced that we needed a breach kit because there was no keys that was provided to us.
Okay. And then you handed those keys to Sergeant Bernick.
Correct.
Can you describe what Sergeant Bernick is doing right now?
He's making himself known and stating for the individual to come out with his arms up and just safety procedures at this time.
Is he stating that the suspect should announce his presence?
Correct.
Did the suspect announce his presence?
No, not initially.
Were you able to get the suspect out of the building without incident? Or are we going to see that there was any incident in getting him out?
Without incident.
Okay. At this point, when the door opens, your body camera will be blocked, correct? Because the door is opening against you?
Correct.
Now, you searched the inside of the of that shed after the fact, correct?
Correct. I just briefly searched it.
And you were able to identify where the camera was inside this shed, correct?
Correct.
And this scene that I'm showing on screen right now, that is you searching the inside of the shed?
Correct.
And why were you searching the inside of the shed?
My primary objective was to find the weapon.
Now, when you found the camera, was that a different camera type than the cameras that you saw in the establishment?
I'm not sure to that.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with this other officer who is about to be in frame about the fact that you've seen a camera in this shed?
Correct.
And that camera, just missed it. That camera is in the top corner on the right-hand door side in frame right now?
Correct. Where you're pointing to, yes.
Has this camera footage ever been made available to MPD as part of their investigation, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no. To me, certainly not.
Would you say that Mirror Lounge cooperated when you asked them for access to the camera footage of this incident?
No.
Objection. Mirror Lounge is a trade name. If he's asking about the cooperation of a specific person, he should identify that person.
I'm asking about the cooperation of the establishment, which is what the ABRA board is concerned with.
So he should
I'm-
identify.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. So answer the questions if you can.
Would you
The question
say,
was, go ahead, sir.
would you say that Mirror Lounge assisted you when you requested assistance with the camera footage?
No.
Would your investigation into the crime have resolved more quickly and gone more smoothly had they cooperated?
Correct.
Is there any way possible that the suspect of this crime locked himself in that shed?
No.
Somebody had to lock him in there, correct?
Correct.
And the camera that was pointed at the shed from the outside was non-functional, correct?
To my understanding, correct.
And certainly no one at Mirror Lounge ever showed you footage of that when you asked.
Not to me. No, not to me.
Had that camera been working and shown to you, would you have been able to identify that he was hiding in the shed in less than an hour?
Correct.
And would this violent criminal have been apprehended more smoothly and more quickly in that circumstance?
Correct.
Okay. I asked the court's indulgence briefly. I just received a message from IT specialist at ABRA. And unfortunately, he is not able to help with the sound at this time. Just want to check that before I stated no further questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Officer. The
Yes, sir.
gentleman, when you said that the person, do you know who the individual was that was standing next to you in the DJ booth?
Not by name at this time, but he did say my establishment. Nothing happened in my establishment, so I assumed reasonably that he was tied to the establishment.
But you made no effort to ascertain his identity.
I believe his name is documented in my notebook. I just did not have it on top of my head right now.
Would you like to refresh your recollection and look at your notebook?
I don't have that information right with me right now.
At what point was the name of the suspect given to you?
I believe after he was apprehended.
The
To
victim.
me personally.
Well,
I'm sorry, you said the victim or the suspect?
the suspect. When you went into the establishment, did you know the name of the suspect you were looking for?
No. That's why I needed footage to physically identify him and then verbally or identify him as who he is.
Didn't the victim tell you the name?
I don't believe he gave me a name.
Sir, do you know what a Gerstein is?
Yes.
Are you the officer who prepared the Gerstein in the Superior Court case?
Yes.
Would you enlighten the board what a Gerstein is?
It is my written statement of facts as to what occurred.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your Gerstein with you?
No, I do not.
All right. Well, let's just refresh your testimony for a moment while actually, may I ask the Attorney General a courtesy? The Gerstein's part of the exhibits. And I did not anticipate needing it at this point, so I don't know that I'm in a position to share my screen. Where's it? All right. You don't recall whether or not the victim who flagged you down told you who it was that assaulted him?
No, I don't recall this time.
So when you went into the establishment, who were you looking for?
I'm looking for video footage.
You weren't looking for the suspect.
Well, I don't think the suspect's gonna identify himself and say, "Hey, I did this." So I'm looking for evidence as to who is responsible.
Okay. You stated that after you had gotten assistance for the victim, because the suspect had went inside, you entered the establishment to pursue the suspect. Did I misunderstand that testimony?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Please clarify it for me.
I went inside because I know that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're answering the question, sir. Go ahead.
I went inside because I got information that the stabbing was tied to the establishment. So my first thing to do is look at video evidence so I could broadcast to other officers a lookout as to who the suspect may be. If that makes any sense for you.
You stated that the victim approached you, said that he was stabbed, and stated that the suspect was a bouncer at the Mirror Lounge. In that statement, is that inaccurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And you stated that you became aware that the suspect had went back inside the establishment. That's accurate. Is it not?
I'm sorry. You froze off for a second. Can you repeat that?
And you stated that at that point, you also known that the suspect had returned inside the establishment. Isn't that?
I made a reasonable assumption at that time. I didn't have that video evidence that we saw earlier in the beginning of this case.
Okay. Who was it that you spoke to the best of your knowledge, understanding in the video booth? Who was it?
Somebody that is tied to the establishment.
Do you know who it was?
Not by name at this time, as I stated.
At what point did you first encounter the suspect?
In the shed.
You didn't see him at any point prior to that?
No.
Okay. Are you sure?
If my memory correct, yes. I did not see him prior to being in the shed.
I'm sorry, is it the officer's internet or mine that's?
What is going on, Mr. Strauss?
Huh?
What's going on? I'm hearing him correctly. You didn't hear his answer. Can you, Officer, can you please
repeat your
repeat
answer?
your answer to the last question, please? I think the
Yes, to
question
my
was,
recollection, the first time I saw when I made contact with the suspect was in the shed as he was coming out.
Board's indulgence.
They have to give you permission.
Can I have permission to share my screen? I think I may have.
the Foxconn came, please allow Mr. Strauss to share his screen, please.
This has been a
Thank you.
conflict.
Thank you.
Can you describe the suspect?
African American male, bald, black beard, medium in size in terms of weight.
And what's the description of the individual for whom you had an extended conversation in the DJ booth?
I'm sorry? The description of the individual?
In the DJ booth. What's his description?
Black male. I would say I think he was wearing a black shirt, maybe black pants.
So was the person in the DJ booth the suspect that was apprehended and arrested?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
How are you sure?
I saw two different individuals with two different outfits, two different black males.
Well, would it surprise you to learn that the individual in the DJ booth was the suspect who you later arrested?
Objection, argumentative, speculation.
Not really.
What's your response, Mr. Strauss?
The video clearly establishes that it was James Burwell, the suspect who was later arrested, that he was talking to. It was Mr. Burwell, who was not a manager, and that the suspect has, and that the officer is confused, didn't realize apparently, and still doesn't realize, that the individual who he was talking to in the DJ booth was the very criminal that they were looking for at the time.
I'm not following, so I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection. So let's see where this plays out.
Okay. Did you ask the individual in the DJ booth to identify himself?
No.
What steps did you take to make sure that the individual in the DJ booth wasn't the suspect?
I didn't know what the suspect was, so I don't have information to treat him or detain him, or there's multiple people in the establishment. My priority at that time was to get access to video footage.
Let's then indulge me. Assuming the person in the DJ booth was in fact the same person who stabbed his coworker, do you think that person would have been-
Objection, speculation.
Any response, Mr. Strauss?
Your Honor, the video of the booth is clear. The suspect is clearly identifiable and known to the staff and should be known, and this is of greater concern to me, to the officer who swore the Gerstein that identified him.
Well, the Gerstein that you're talking about, Mr. Strauss, that's not in the record. I don't know what that is. I've not seen it, so I'm going to sustain the objection. Now, if you want to put that document in evidence and have the officer testify about it, but I'm hearing about a document that's not in evidence, and we have had no testimony, so I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. I think I have,
Yes, sir. We're seeing your document.
all right. Officer, would you please review this document? Do you have a copy of this other than what's on the screen?
Mr. Strauss, can you please have him identify the document first, sir? I don't know what is it that you're asking him to review.
Officer, do you know what this document is?
Yes.
Please tell the board what it is.
It is the narrative of the what occurred that night in question.
Okay. And when you say the narrative, whose narrative is it?
My narrative.
Okay. And I've been calling it a Gerstein. Is there a more formal name for this document? Or am I?
Gerstein would have.
Okay. Why was this document prepared?
I'm sorry?
For what purpose was this document prepared?
As to state the events that occurred, according to my understanding.
All right. And do you have a copy of this document other than what I'm showing you on the screen here?
Well, not physically with me right now. I'm at home doing this WebEx.
Okay. Now you're going to have to give me some indulgence because when I started practicing law, we would just hand exhibits to witnesses. So I'm going to attempt to scroll down to the very bottom of the agreement. And I'm going to ask you to identify the name and e-signature of the police officer who signed this.
That is my name.
Okay. And I'm going to move back. And I'm going to ask you to locate, and I'm attempting to sort of highlight it with my cursor. Do you see the paragraph that I'm filling here?
Try it again. Yeah, I see that paragraph.
Okay. And it says in the video.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
At this time, the officer has not had the opportunity to review the document in whole, authenticate the entire document. It is inappropriate to get into these specific questions at this time.
He asked him the officer identified the document as his statement, and he is pointing out a paragraph in the statement. So I'm going to overrule the objection. If the officer, if he has a concern with once questions are being asked, he couldn't respond, but he did identify the document and what it was. So I'm overruling the objection. Answer the question, sir, if you can.
Okay.
The document has a statement where you identify the suspect with a fairly complete and accurate physical description. Does it not?
I'm sorry, sir. You keep breaking up. You got to repeat that for me.
This document, which you prepared, identifies the suspect fairly specifically and completely, does it not?
I believe so.
And by your testimony and this document, the suspect is a light complex black male, bald, with a gray in color hoodie and black pants. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
And the individual in the video with you in the DJ booth also is a light complex black male, bald, with a gray color hoodie and black pants.
I believe he had a black shirt. I don't believe I saw a gray hoodie.
And so it's still your position that you think that the individual in the DJ booth and the suspect are different people?
That's my understanding at this time, yes.
Okay. Let's assume for the sake of argument that it was the suspect.
Mr. Strauss, where are we going with this line of question? I think that I'm trying to find where we're going with this line of questioning. I mean, one of this is a summary suspension hearing,
Yes.
and your proffer was that there are two employees who there was workplace violence that occurred, and it was unfortunate, but I don't really care at this juncture the person at DJ booth who he was. I mean, you have already stated that the incident occurred, and it was an incident that occurred between two employees. So where we going with this line of question? I'm not following, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me clarify. My proffer is that we will establish that the person in the DJ booth was not the person working the security, but was in fact the suspect. And at the time, the officer was asking to see the footage. It was not a club official who was refusing to cooperate, but a suspect that was engaging in a continued cover-up of his crime, denying the crime occurred because he was attempting to avoid arrest, not speaking for the club, not with authority to speak for the club.
He is still a security officer of the club, even if all of that were true.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't know where we're going with this line of question. And to me, this is not relevant to why we're here, because whoever the suspect was, it's my understanding, was arrested and is detained. That's irrelevant. Where we are today, I think some of the issues is whether or not this establishment is an imminent danger to the public.
Right.
Whether or not this establishment complied with their security agreement by cooperating with ABRA and MPD, and whether or not they comply with their security agreement by having 14 cameras. I mean, those are the type of issues. I don't care who this person was who was at the DJ booth. I guess the assumption, if this person's at a DJ booth at some point, he is an employee of the establishment in some type of capacity. If you're saying he's at the DJ booth, so to me, that's not relevant. It's not helping the board make a decision to make a decision today where we are. So my position is that we need to move on from this line of questioning because it is not helpful to the board. I'm trying not to get myself involved with this, but I need relevant testimony that's going to help us make a decision. And whoever the suspect is, clearly, because he's in the DJ booth, he has some he's not a guest. So he has to he is not a guest of the establishment. So therefore he's in some type of employment relationship because he's at the DJ booth and he's managing, or it appears what was established before, that the camera system, there's a laptop with the cameras for the establishments.
Okay. The person in question is James Burwell, the security guard who stabbed the other employee. The officer's investigation as to identity was so cursory that he didn't even figure out who he was. And I think that's of concern to the board because it explains the motivation he had in not cooperating. We don't challenge the officer's testimony that Mr. Burwell didn't want to turn over the evidence of him committing a crime, but we think it shows relevance to the establishment's position initially until the actual management of the establishment came in. And at that point, there was full cooperation. And so what has happened is that the government and the officers have been confused by this criminal who initially used the first few minutes following this tragic crime to create confusion and pretend to speak for the establishment and cover up his crime, and therefore taint the establishment with willfully not cooperating, when in fact, just like his criminal stabbing, this was out of their control.
Do you want to?
Hello?
Hold on, officer. This is my position is that this is not relevant to the board making its decision. So I'm asking that you move forward and provide us. I mean, we're on. This is the second witness for the day. We do have other witnesses. I know you have your entire case, and I don't believe that this is helpful. But that's just my position at this juncture. It is not relevant to the board who this person is, whether or not he was a suspect. We all agree that the individual who was at the DJ booth, he is not. The officer stated that he stated nothing happened in my club. All right, that's what, if I recall, that's what the officer stated when he asked the question. So therefore, this individual has some relationship to the establishment, wasn't that because we all know that he was not a customer. So I don't think it's relevant whether or not he's a suspect or whether or not he's just a DJ or he's an owner, whoever he is.
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that the board doesn't think it's relevant at this time because they seem to be placing great weight on the statement, nothing happened at my club. But in fact, it was not his club. He was in fact the man who committed the crime, and he was lying to cover up his crime. He was not speaking for the establishment. And
but he's an employee, but he is, you're stating that he's an employee of the establishment, isn't that correct?
He is James Burwell, the individual who was arrested and charged and committed the crime.
And he's in some employment capacity with the club. Who is Mr. Burwell? Is he secure? He is not a guest, is that correct? He's not a customer.
He was the individual who stabbed the other coworker.
But he's not fine. And you have established that he isn't. I'm sorry, Mr. Silo. I'm trying to move this along, but we have established that he is not. You made it perfectly clear that this is workplace violence. That these are two employees of the club who had this altercation. That you've started the case by saying that. So therefore, it's irrelevant. He is tied to this club.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, not only is James Burwell the security officer here, he is an ABC manager for this club. He has an ABC manager's license.
Do you contest that, Mr. Strauss?
No.
Then okay, then it therefore makes this line of testimony even more irrelevant. So let's move on. He is, as you are aware, when an ABRA employee goes to an establishment, they ask for an ABC manager or an owner. And now we have established that whoever, either the suspect or the DJ, that he is an ABC, so he is an employee, he is a representative of the club. So let's move on, sir. Let's move on.
Okay. Officer.
Yes, sir.
At the time you were speaking to this individual, did you think he had any involvement in the incident, or was he a disinterested club official?
I took him to be uncooperative representative of the establishment.
And if he had tended to commit a serious crime for which he could go to jail, do you think he would have?
Objection, speculation, relevance, renewing, the exact same grounds we just covered.
Staying. Let's move on.
Did you speak or attempt to obtain video evidence from any other individual working for the club?
Not personally, no.
Do you know of any other officer who attempted to obtain video from anybody other than this one individual?
Not personally, no.
After you left the DJ booth speaking with this individual who refused to let you see the video and said that no stabbing had occurred and that nothing had happened in quote unquote his club, did you talk to anybody else?
I went directly to notify my official that they were not cooperating. They asked this stuff.
And other than that one encounter with this one individual in the DJ booth, your determination that they were uncooperating, was that based on any interaction with any other individual?
Not at that time.
What about another time?
Well, we were looking for keys. When I initially was flagged down, there was a security guard that was outside that told me basically, when I asked what happened, he didn't give me any information. So there's multiple factors that could add to me suggesting that there was lack of cooperation.
When he said he didn't give you any information, what were the words he used specifically?
He didn't say anything. He basically just ignored me. I'm talking about the security guard outside.
I am too. You asked him a direct question. You're a sworn officer. You're in uniform. You have a firearm carrying, I'm assuming. And you asked this person a direct question and he just ignored you?
Correct.
He made no verbal response whatsoever?
If so, not that anything that was helpful.
Okay. You don't recall anything he said, even if it was unhelpful?
No, not that I could quote.
Do you recall can you describe him?
If I see him, yeah, a black male, about maybe 6'1". I would say about 220, 230.
All right. Did you ask him to identify himself?
No, at that time, I was worried on the footage and getting inside.
All right. Did he in any way attempt to obstruct your entry? I'm sorry, did you hear that question? Do I need to repeat it?
I'm sorry. No, at that time, I'm not stopping by to get his information when there's a possible suspect inside and or evidence that could be destroyed.
Okay, so you did know you were looking for a suspect inside?
I believe it was tied to it, so I would assume that it's reasonable to think the suspect might linger in that area.
Okay. Anybody else from the club attempt to obstruct your entry or interfere with you in any way?
Not to me directly.
All right. Thank you, officer. I don't have any more cross-examination at this time, but I would ask that you remain available to identify some of the potential establishment witnesses.
Okay.
Sorry, please close your screen, Mr. Strauss. Stop sharing your screen, sir.
I understand. I'm attempting to thank you. Apologies, boards and others.
Any questions by the board members? Let me see if that. Any redirect by the government?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Briefly, please, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Officer, when you were entering the establishment, were you attempting to make a complete record and take your time, or were you attempting to apprehend a dangerous criminal?
I'm sorry, you were frozen for a second. I don't know if it's on me or you guys.
Were
Repeat
you
that.
It's on your end, sir.
were you attempting to when you entered the establishment, were you attempting to make a complete record or to apprehend a dangerous criminal?
To apprehend a dangerous criminal, cause sort of both things simultaneously.
And so, what was your focus on?
Initial focus is get evidence that would lead me towards the suspect.
And other officers other than you were on scene attempting to get that information as well, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, at no point was the video of the outside of the club shown to any officer, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Officer, does the government does the government plan to recall the officer at any point?
No, although at this time I do move for the introduction of government exhibits 2 through 5.
Well, 2 and 3. Let me see. All right, so 2, 3, 4, and 5. I thought we had 2 and 3 already in the record. So 4. So you want to move number 4, number 5?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What is again exhibit 4?
The cross the street camera from the MPD crime footage cam.
Mr. Strauss, do you have any objections to exhibit 4, which is the Skyview camera, which is the MPD camera, and exhibit 5, which is the officer's body worn camera? The camera video itself, we have not heard the volume as yet, but do you have any objection to the Skyview camera and the video from the officer's body view camera?
We do not.
So move. Thank you. All right. Now, I know that Mr. Strauss was asking the officer to stay, but since usually his testimony is done, so he's normally free to go. That's one of the reasons why I was asking the government, since the government's witness, does this witness needs to remain in this hearing, on this hearing today?
We will not be recalling him.
So, Officer, I'm sorry, Mr. Strauss.
In that case, we would reserve our right to recall him as a witness in prime. We would also, in the event that that's not necessary, like to move the admission of his Gerstein affidavit as an exhibit.
I would
Any objection, Mr. Saylor?
Yeah,
Any objection?
That foundation was not properly laid, that the entirety of the document was never reviewed and identified by the officer. So I do not believe it's appropriate at this time. It's not part of the ABRA investigative report that's already been admitted, and it was not properly identified.
I believe the officer properly identified it. It is his own affidavit prepared in accordance with his own investigative responsibilities that he himself signed under oath.
which was not provided in advance and which at no point we saw the entirety of in this line of direct or
With
cross.
all due respect, it was absolutely one of the exhibits that we provided last night.
This is a summary suspension hearing, so there's no regular show cause hearing. Each party has to exchange documents and witness seven days prior to the hearing. But for summary suspension hearings, because of the emergency, there are no specific timelines for documents to be disclosed. It's my understanding that counsel for the applicant disclosed this document was disclosed as part of their exhibit in preparation for this hearing. The officer has identified the document as his, so I'm going to overrule the objection. And what exhibit is this, Mr. Strauss? What exhibit is this? What is this? Is this applicant's exhibit number what that you're trying to move into evidence? What number is this, sir?
It is, according to the exhibit list, this would be 6. Gerstein Affidavit, Superior Court, April 24th.
So I'm gonna admit yes, Mr. C.
For the record, I would note that I have seen exactly 2 exhibits prior, both are security camera footage. I have not seen any additional exhibits. I did request clarification that the only footage was the 2 security camera footages. So I do want it noted on the record that I did not see this in advance. And again, I renew that we did not at any point see the entirety of this document during this testimony. So I do not believe the officer can identify the entirety of the document as his sworn affidavit.
This document was shared with the board. Was this document, I don't know whether or not, this document was provided to the agency yesterday. And so I have not read the document in the entirety, but in perusing the documents that were disclosed by the government and also disclosed by the applicant, this was one of the documents that I perused that was disclosed. So therefore, I'm sorry, what was the nature of, you're saying, what were you again saying, Mr. Seeley?
My objection is twofold. And I fully understand that documents do not necessarily need to be disclosed for summary suspension. I would simply note that it was not disclosed to us. And I would ask, because apparently there are 6 exhibits that we have no knowledge of, that be forwarded to us and we be granted a brief recess so that we can actually see what exhibits were presented to the board before we continue this matter. That being said, as it relates to this specific exhibit, my objection is that foundation has not been properly laid because, number one, Officer Geberhiwat was not afforded the opportunity to review this in advance of the hearing. And number 2, at this hearing, at no point did we see the entire document. He did not have the opportunity to look through the entire document, make sure it was a true and accurate and complete copy. So the admission of this document was not established as admissible and the foundation was not fully laid. So it should not be admitted in its entirety.
To clarify, we shared our exhibits with the board's counsel and with Mr. Anton Williams as directed by the board's counsel. We were under the impression that he was the lead representative for the district in this case. And we certainly we're aware that we weren't required to, but in the spirit of cooperation, professional courtesy, and good faith, we shared all our exhibits with Mr. Williams and the board. So we certainly made no attempt to hide anything from one AAG or another. We did not distinguish.
Mr. Chairperson, the only 2 exhibits that I saw were video exhibits. We had a clarification email go out this morning, and the only thing that was responded to was that we had 2 videos, just for the record.
Mr. Williams, my record shows that you're CC'd on a email from our paralegal that went to the board and all parties last night.
Paralegal's name?
So who's speaking? Someone just said something, I wasn't sure.
The paralegal.
That was me,
Strauss Law.
Chairperson.
I'm gonna overrule the objection and I'm gonna allow the document in. As I stated, I peruse in preparation for this hearing, I peruse the disclosures by both sides and the document that the officer's statement, that was one of the documents I perused as one of the documents that was disclosed to the agency. The assumption is that since it was disclosed to the agency, it was disclosed to the opposing parties. The officer did identify the document. Yes, I know that he did not go through the entire document to peruse it to say whether or not this was the same document, but I believe that he sufficiently identified the document as his statement. And so therefore, I'm gonna, over the objection of the government, I'm gonna allow this document into evidence. So I'll move this as Exhibit 6, as applicant's Exhibit 6. I will do that. And just for the record, what is the name, Mr. Strauss, what is the name of the paralegal who emailed this document to the government and to the agency?
His name was Joshua D. Lim. His name does not appear in the email address. The email address says paralegal@paulstrausslaw.com. And
Thank you. Any other questions for this witness? So can this witness be released?
Not from the government.
All right. Officer, and I'm not gonna, at the beginning of the hearing, I remembered how to pronounce your name, but now an hour later, I forgot, so I'm not even gonna try. So I appreciate you being here today. And you are free to go. So thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Mr.
Chairman,
Celia. Yes, sir.
May I request a brief recess and request?
Yes, sir. That was where I was heading. I was just gonna inform the parties that traditionally I take breaks every 2 hours. This has been going on for 2.5 hours, but I didn't have an appropriate time to take that break. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break. It's 2:29. And so therefore I'm asking everyone to come back at 2:45. Please do not log off, but please, you can turn your video off and also mute your microphone. So everyone should turn their video and their microphone back on at 2:45. Thank you. We have the record until 2:45.
And may I ask that the exhibits be forwarded to me at this time?
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, I believe that Mr. Strauss, can you forward a copy of the email? The email, I believe the email was sent to Mr. Williams. And so Mr. Strauss, can you please, in the break, can you please forward a copy of the email to again, both to Mr. Williams and Mr. Celia, okay? All right, so we're off the record until 2:45. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. All right. The short is there, the government is there. Does the government wish to call another witness?
Yes, the government will call Sergeant Dale Vernick.
Sergeant Vernick. Sergeant Vernick.
Yes, sir. There we go. Hey, good afternoon, Sergeant Dale Vernick, Metropolitan Police Department.
Can you raise your right hand, sir, please?
I can.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
And it appears that you're in a vehicle, sir. Are you able to pull over? I would prefer for you not to be moving while you're testifying.
I am parked right now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May it please the board. Sergeant Vernick, can you please state your current occupation?
I am a sergeant in Metropolitan Police Department, 3rd District, and I run the club zone unit that encompasses the 1900 block and 9th Street Northwest.
And how long have you been in that position?
In this position, about 3 years, almost 20 years with the Metropolitan Police Department, 5 years as U.S. Army military police officer.
And specifically on this club section in 3rd Division?
Club Zone is the name of the unit, and it's in the 3rd District. It's 3 years.
Okay. So you're familiar with the establishments located in this area?
I am, sir.
And were you working on the night of April 24th, 2022, or the early morning?
Yes, sir.
I should say.
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall the incident that occurred at Mirror Lounge?
I do, sir.
And were you watching the previous testimony in this hearing?
I was. I have been, yes.
Was the testimony of Investigator Puente and Officer Gibrahiwa consistent with your recollection of events?
For the most part. I think, you know, in a scene that as chaotic as that scene was, I think we each heard different things from different people. So our take on those situations may be a little bit different. But for the most part, everything seems fairly consistent.
Can you please describe how you got involved in this incident on this evening?
Yes, sir, I was parked in the block, actually right across the street from the event where, right across the street from 1920 9th Street, where Officer Gabrahiwa was flagged down by the man that was stabbed. He flashed a flashlight at me, which is a general signal that we use. Sometimes it's so loud that you can't hear each other unless you're yelling. So like a flashlight directed right at you is a general signal that, hey, I need help over here. And I saw the flashlight. I responded over to his scene. I saw the victim on the ground. Officer Gabrahiwa, we refer to him as Gabby, it's just a quicker name. He told me that this gentleman had been stabbed, and our first goal was to render medical aid to the victim.
Were you part of the group that was rendering medical aid?
So I was kind of supervising it, trying to get some supplies that would have been necessary to the scene, but I was right there with the victim for a good couple minutes.
At any point, did you enter the establishment?
Yes, sir, multiple times.
At any point, did you attempt to secure video footage of the establishment?
So I did not try to secure video footage. I was told by Officer Gabrahiwa and by, I believe it was Officer Sabir, who was one of the RDO officers working overtime in that block, that the club was being uncooperative and refusing to provide us with video footage. So instead of going in and pushing a bad situation, what I decided to do was make a notification to Abra, and then they responded out. I did that using my personal cell phone and calling the Abra hotline that's set up for police matters.
So you received multiple, well, actually, strike that. You're a sergeant, correct?
I am a sergeant, yes.
And you run the division?
The unit, yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize, the unit.
No
So
worries.
you were supervising the investigation at this point that we're discussing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you received multiple reports from multiple subordinate officers that the establishment was refusing to cooperate with the video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At some point, we have heard that there was some video that was displayed. Are you familiar with that? Did we lose you?
Yes. Yeah, I'm still here. Yes, I'm aware of some video that was displayed, but you know, I wasn't running a stop clock. I was honestly looking for a violent armed fugitive. So I can't tell you how long into the investigation till the staff at Mirror Lounge became cooperative was. I would estimate in the 30-minute to 40-minute range. It seemed to me that they weren't very cooperative until Abra showed up.
Okay. And you said, in and out of the establishment during those first 30 minutes, correct?
I was, yes.
And did you interact with multiple employees?
I interacted with two specific ones. One was a African-American male dressed in all black, kind of a large guy, and he was identified himself as a bouncer. I don't know his name. The other was a white female, blonde hair, and she identified herself as one of the managers.
All right. Do you recall the hair or facial features of the bouncer?
I remember he was medium to dark complected. He was a big guy. He was, I call it bouncer build. He's just a big guy, and he was actually not. He wasn't rude. There was no confrontation. He actually, I asked, are all the bouncers still here? And he said that the head of security was no longer on site, and he and I believe the female came together and provided me with a name and a phone number for the head of security, who actually turned out to be the suspect in this investigation.
Would you describe the employees that you interacted with as cooperative?
So I think that's a fine term. Would I say they were pleasant? Yes. Would I say they were helpful? No. There was some issue when we were asking for keys, where the blonde female said, well, there's 3 sets of keys to this. And I didn't realize it was the shed in the back. I thought it was going to be a storage locker down in the basement. And she said, there's 3 sets of keys. The head of security has one. She has one. And then I think one of the other managers or owners has the other. And she said she was unable to find hers at the time, and that the head of security was gone. And that was fairly. Go ahead.
Did you ultimately call for a breaching kit in this situation?
I did. So at some point, Abra showed up. I want to say they were in that 30 to 40 minute time frame. Again, I was not running a stopwatch. So I had a couple things going on. I had a crime scene for a violent crime. And of course, with stab wounds, you don't know if it's going to be fatal or not. You have to treat everything like it's like the case of the Century type thing. So we're trying to preserve evidence. But what I did notice is during the whole time of our initial investigation, the upstairs, there were like a lot of people up there. 40, 50 people. I didn't do a head count, but it's an approximation. And it didn't seem like the party stopped at all. And then what we were having happen was those club goers and employees kept coming down into the bar into what I considered part of our crime scene. So we were forced, because I had a violent armed felon who had just stabbed somebody potentially on premises, and people contaminating the crime scene. I was forced to disperse everybody in a quick and expeditious manner.
At what time did you ask for the keys to the shed?
So again, I wasn't looking at a stopwatch. It was after the request for the keys to the shed, I believe, was after the lieutenant came up and he informed me that, and I didn't call it, no one called it a shed. I think the term was like a storage room. So, which led me to believe it was like in a basement area or something. We did, myself and several officers did canvass outside, and right outside the facility to the right, there was like a little storage room. I think there's maybe a water purifier or water heater, I don't know. And then there was a gray shed to the left as you came out the door, and that shed had very heavy, solid padlocks on it, not like your typical, 2-inch long master locks or anything. These were heavy duty, commercial grade locks, and I didn't weigh them individually, but in the 3 to 4 pound category. So they had those that were held with steel rods with like an eye, so it would close down and then you could padlock it and keep it secure. There was one on top and on the bottom. Those were protecting a man door, like a steel man door, or at least I believe it to be steel, with a deadbolt that you could only secure with a key from the outside.
And were all 3 locked?
All 3 were definitely locked. I unlocked each one myself. I don't have the exact time frame we did the breach, maybe an hour and a half into the investigation, after giving multiple verbal warnings and knocking on the door to the shed and calling the suspect by name, and then informing him that he needed to make himself known, and then ultimately, in order to prevent any kind of tragedy or ourselves getting hurt or him getting hurt, and there was no acknowledgement of us from the outside.
Was there any issue with getting him out once you started to open the door?
So there was a little miscommunication between Officer Gabriel and myself. So because of the potential, the life-threatening danger of the gentleman coming out with a knife or, God forbid, a firearm, and running a unit full of younger guys, I kind of took the opening point. So we tried to tactically open the door, and as I went to go unlock, so we removed the master locks or the big padlocks and slid the bars. As I went to go unlock the steel door with the key for the deadbolt, the door pushed open. So I knew there was a human being in there. And that's when the suspect made himself, I guess he didn't really make himself, we found him, and then he basically surrendered to us. We had him go down to his knees, and he was handcuffed.
So taking a step back, when you requested the keys and they said that they did not have the keys, at that time you announced to them that you were calling for a breaching kit, is that correct?
I believe I did. I was once we knew, had reliable information that there was somebody secreted inside a locked building. I made it known, like, hey, I need those keys or we're going to breach. And so my watch commander was on scene. It took me 15 minutes to get a breach kit, which is not typical for our agency or our district. But the officers did come. However, in the interim of them coming to the scene, keys were handed to me, I believe, by Lieutenant Smith. So he got them from bar staff, I guess. I don't know.
So the keys were only found and delivered after you had said that you were going to breach the wall of that building.
Well, not only did I state I was going to breach the wall, I was very vocal about it. There was 10 officers walking around, and I was calling for a breach kit multiple times, trying to get one en route to my location.
You stated, you described very well the type of locks and how thick they were. Is there any possible way that the suspect locked himself into the shed?
So, is there any possible way? Not that I could. I've been doing this job for 20 years. I discounted the shed, in all honesty, because I was like, there's no way he could lock himself in there. So it didn't even dawn on me at that time until we had him that somebody actually locked him in there.
And so he had to have had help getting locked into the shed, correct?
Yeah, I don't see any other foreseeable way that he could have gotten into that shed and had 2 padlocks on the exterior of the building and a deadbolt, only lockable from the outside, locked. I don't see it.
At no point in your investigation has the video from the outside of the establishment been presented, correct?
That is correct.
If we had that video, could we have seen who locked the shed?
Oh, most definitely.
There was discussion that there was video from a separate network inside the shed. At any point during your investigation, was the video from inside the shed presented to MPD in a savable format?
So I don't know if it was presented to MPD in a savable format. I do know that at some point Lieutenant Smith was made aware of that and the location, which is why we stood ground on securing the shed.
And Lieutenant Smith was shown the live feed, correct?
So that I don't know, because he didn't tell me specifically live feed. He said I saw footage. Or I saw a camera, whatever, video. I don't remember the term live feed, but.
Did anyone report to you at any point that video was presented showing the door being opened and the suspect being put in and somebody else closing the door?
No, not at all.
And if that video had been presented, might it be possible we could have seen who locked him into that shed?
Sure, of course.
Had the employees or the managers of Mirror Lounge cooperated from the beginning, would your investigation have resolved more quickly?
Most definitely. The amount of manpower and resources I had to use based solely off their lack of cooperation was extraordinary. I mean, theoretically, that guy could have been locked up in 5 minutes.
And this lack of cooperation, did it last just a few minutes, or did it last for, like you said, the half hour, 40 minutes until Abra arrived?
Yeah, I would say the whole time until Abra. And I don't want anybody to think they were rude or they were belligerent or anything like that, because that's not the case. They just were not cooperative.
And at least as it relates to handing over the keys, did that lack of cooperation extend past when Abra arrived?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't necessarily understand your question.
At least as it relates to handing over the keys upon request, was that after Abra had arrived?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
So the lack of cooperation extended past that 45-minute mark?
Yes, yes.
Did the lack of cooperation, the difficulty it caused your investigation, did that result in a potential danger to the public?
a danger to the public, a danger to the bar staff, a danger to my officers, a danger to me. Their actions and their uncooperative ways could have led to an absolute tragedy. Unconscionable, in my opinion.
No further questions at this time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strauss.
Thank you. The request for video, you're not aware of anybody other than Officer Gabrihiwa who made that?
Now, Officer Michael Savage also made a request for video from one of the security personnel. Obviously not the head of security since he was the arrestee, but it was I believe it was the same person I spoke with. I don't know if Mike Savage identified that person. I did not ask him that question, but he identified him as a black male bouncer wearing all black.
Officer, were you able to, one of the first questions they asked you was, could you hear the testimony? Were you able to see the video, see the body cam that was presented by Officer Gabrihiwa?
So I could see it, but I could not hear it.
Okay. You ended up seeing who the arrestee was, did you not?
Well, I'm the one that placed him in custody.
Okay. Did you recognize him as the gentleman in the DJ booth who Officer Gabrihiwa was talking to?
So honestly, do they look similar? Yes. Different lighting, different circumstances. Do I believe it was the same person? No. So I believe it was a bald-headed black male was the DJ and was part of the lookout, but the victim specifically stated that it was a bouncer and he gave a lookout.
And the individual in the DJ booth, if it was the same person as the suspect, you don't think that's relevant to their level of cooperation?
Objection, speculation.
Given the nature of the direct testimony, I think it's a fair question with some permissible latitude, Mr. Chief.
It's a lot of hypothetical for latitude.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go answer the question if you can, sir.
I'm sorry, can you restate the question for me, Mr. Strauss?
Assuming that Officer Gabrihiwa was actually talking to the suspect and not some separate disc jockey, do you think that that might have influenced that person's relative level of cooperation?
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay. Now that it's repeated, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can rephrase it, but yeah, it's correct. You're asking for speculation.
MPD, you continue to believe they were two separate individuals? Is that your testimony?
So, sir, to be 100% honest, I was not aware of the person that Officer Gabrihiwa first spoke with on the DJ booth in the security camera area at first. So I didn't know what he looked like. I still don't think it was the same person, but
when did you first get a lookout description for the suspect in question?
When the victim was laying on the ground bleeding from the abdomen, and he told both myself and Officer Gabrihiwa that it was the bouncer, and then he gave a description of what he was wearing and also his basic physical characteristics.
Okay. Was the fact that he was bald one of the basic characteristics that was given by the victim?
Yes.
In fact, the victim knew who he was and identified him by name, did he not?
So I never heard a name given by the victim of his assailant. The only person to provide a name to me was the security officer or security person. at the bar who was the bouncer, I guess, for lack of a better term, the large black male wearing all black, and it was between him and the white female with the blonde hair.
Okay. But they were certainly cooperative, were they not?
So they were cooperative in giving me a name, and like there was they had to gather some information, things like that, but I don't consider that being uncooperative. So I would say they were cooperative in providing me the name of their head of security, who was the only bouncer that had started working there that night that was no longer on scene.
Okay. Did you make any requests of them that they did not comply with?
I keys for 45 minutes, assistance with video.
Who
the
did you
more information,
specifically ask for video that didn't provide it to you?
so what my guys did, not me specifically.
Other than the testimony we've had so far is that Officer Gabrahiwa asked a tall, bald man fitting the suspect's description in the DJ booth for video, and he was the only one who...
Objection. That is not the facts that have been testified to. That assumes facts not in evidence. Sergeant Vernick has testified that other officers did in fact request video and were also denied.
Yeah, the problem with that testimony is that it doesn't establish the name of anyone who he actually asked or the name of anyone who actually refused. And so as of right now, there is not a single evidence of a person who refused to provide video except the one individual identified by the body cam that by pure coincidence matches the suspect's description exactly.
And if Attorney Strauss is going to provide argument
I'm sorry.
Testimony, he
I'm all right. I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay.
Other than the individual who Officer Gabrahiwa spoke to, can you provide us with the identity of any club employee who refused to provide video?
Sir, I cannot provide you with a known identity. I can provide you with a basic description.
Okay, what is that basic description?
It's the same as I testified to on direct.
Now, this is cross, and so
right.
You actually have to repeat your testimony.
Black male, bouncer, wearing all black.
With hair or without hair?
That was not part of the description that I was given by Officer Savage.
Okay. Other than Officer Savage, did Officer, strike that, let me rephrase. Did Officer Savage express to you whether the request for video was made directly by Officer Savage, or was Officer Savage repeating what they had heard?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
When you spoke to Officer Savage directly, well, first of all, did you speak to Officer Savage directly, or did that information come to you secondhand?
I spoke to Officer Savage directly.
Okay. Did Officer Savage directly represent to you that it was this club employee who had refused to provide video, or were Officer Savage relying on another representation by Officer Gabrahiwa or another person?
No, Officer Savage was telling me what he did.
Okay. And other than the general description, that's all the information you got from Officer Savage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified that nobody provided the video of the interior that showed the suspect's whereabouts. Do you want to correct that testimony?
So I don't believe that's what I testified to. I believe that I testified to that nobody gave us our own copy of that video.
Okay, but it was in fact the club. Let me be clear. It was in fact the club employees that used the video to locate the suspect and brought it to the attention of the police. Isn't that true?
So that would be between. I don't know if it was Abra that saw it. I don't know if it was my lieutenant that saw it. I don't know how that information was obtained, sir. I do apologize.
All right. If I were to tell you that it was a club employee who brought that video to the attention of the police, Do you have any information to contradict that assertion?
No.
And while you said that none of those employees made an archived copy of that video showing the suspect in the shed, who from the police department made that specific request of the establishment?
Sir, I was not present during any of that conversation, so I cannot answer your question. I do apologize to you.
All right, but you testified that nobody made an archived copy of the video available to you, but you're not saying that anybody actually requested it, are you?
So ABRA requests video from everything when there's a crime that occurs inside an establishment. So, and I testified that I am not aware of any of that video from the inside of the storage facility being provided to either ABRA or the Metropolitan Police Department. I have not been privy to any of it.
If it wasn't from the club provided video that showed the suspect inside the security closet, I'm sorry, not the security, the shed, how was the suspect found there?
Sir, my lieutenant came to me and stated that he had reliable information, video evidence that, or he had evidence that the suspect was in the shed, which is why we were going to breach it.
And that was the video that the club provided, was it not?
You're asking me to assume something that I can't, sir.
You seem to do that an awful lot, officer.
Mr. Strauss.
Objection.
Sustained.
John. The shed itself, you had an opportunity to examine it after the suspect was out?
I'm sorry, you added after the suspect was out, after I had answered. My apologies. I did not go in the shed after the removal of the suspect.
Okay. Did you examine the interior of the door?
No, I was pretty much dealing with what I believe to be an armed violent felon. I wasn't looking at doors.
Okay. You testified that there was no possible way the door could have been locked on the inside, though.
Not in the manner that it was locked.
So obviously the two padlocks on the outside couldn't have been affixed from the inside, but you're not sure whether or not there was an interior deadbolt that could have been locked from the inside?
That I could not answer. I don't know.
Okay.
But I do know it needed a key from the outside.
Is there any documentary evidence or other thing that might refresh your recollection?
I mean, if you have a small section of video that would show the interior door with the deadbolt latch on it, I would stipulate to it. But short of that, no.
Okay.
Or a photograph. I mean,
Okay. Were you one of the officers who escorted the suspect out after he was apprehended?
I believe I was.
Do you recall the suspect making any sudden expletive as he was being let out or calling anything out?
So he did say something along the lines of "I didn't do anything," and that's the one that really kind of sticks in my mind. And I don't know if that's verbatim, but that was the general gist.
Okay. Who is Sergeant Soltello?
Sergeant Sotelo is another Club Zone sergeant.
Was he on the premises at this time?
So I believe he was searching a back alley. I believe I saw him show up in the back alley, but I don't know. He and I weren't together for any great amount of time that I recall.
In his sworn testimonial statement, Officer Gabrahiwa stated that Sergeant Sotelo told him that as the defendant Burwell was being led away, he spontaneously uttered to them, "Y'all hot." Do you have any recollection of hearing that from Sergeant Sotelo?
I not that I can testify to, sir.
As I understand your testimony, you believe there was a period of about a half hour or so where the club was uncooperative, but then it switched to being cooperative. Am I mistaken about that?
No, so like I said, again, in the chaos and everything going on and people coming through my crime scene, I was not running a stopwatch. So I would rather say the amount of time that it took for Abra to show up, which I believe was in that 30 to 40 minute time range.
Right. At some point, however, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe even 50 minutes, there was a period when the club was in fact being cooperative, with the possible exception of the key confusion. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, short of their cameras not working, short of them somebody secreting a member of their head of security into a locked shed,
You have
I don't know how you want me to answer that, sir.
well, you have no evidence that anybody else other than the suspect cooperated in hiding the suspect in the shed, do you?
Well, I'm pretty certain he couldn't reach through the walls, the solid walls, and lock the padlocks himself. So some other human being in a area, so that whole first floor of the bar was closed. It was only open to employees and police. And I will 100% testify that nobody in my team locked that man in the shed. So that only leaves the club staff.
It's possible that he hid himself in the shed, locked it from the inside without securing the padlocks, and the padlocks were locked accidentally in a later time?
We had officers there. In this day and age, anything's possible, but I would say it's very non-probable.
Okay. You testified that a lot of extra resources had to be expended while you search for the suspect. If it in fact turns out to be true that Officer Gabrahiwa was standing next to the suspect within minutes after the crime, spoke with the suspect for more than 5 minutes, failed to ascertain his identity, and didn't arrest him at that time, wouldn't that have actually saved much more time and resources of the department?
I'm sure. If that was the case, sure it could have. But based off the information that Officer Gabrahiwa had at the time, he made a judgment decision that this was a staff employee, someone at the DJ booth, at the security camera, who was denying him the ability to see footage. I have absolute faith that if Officer Gabrahiwa would have believed for a millisecond that that was the suspect, he would have taken appropriate police action.
Wouldn't it have been appropriate police action to ascertain the identity of the person you're talking to?
So there were, between the staff and the patrons upstairs, there were 60 people in there. Identifying everybody in that kind of chaos was not a viable option.
Is the director of the club unit, when your officers go in to interview a witness, is it common practice to identify the name of the witness?
Objection. This entire line is irrelevant.
And I respond, sir.
They put the officers standing as head of the unit. I'm asking what the procedures of the unit are.
I sustain the objection.
Board's indulgence. Officer, you're familiar with what's been at least identified in some cases as Exhibit 2, but probably more commonly recognizable as Chief Conti's letter. Are you not?
The fact-finding letter, sir, I have not read it.
Who prepares a fact-finding letter?
Typically, it would be the watch commander prepares the fact-finding letter, and it goes up through the chain of command to the chief of police.
At no point in this investigation or in preparation for your testimony today did you read the chief of your department's fact-finding letter about this case?
Nope.
Okay.
It goes from the lieutenant through the captains, the commander, all the way up to the chief of police, and then I believe it gets sent to Abra. It very rarely, in fact, I've never had one actually trickle down the chain of command. They always go up.
One of the allegations that Chief Conti makes in his letter is that he was concerned that it was the establishment.
Again,
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
relevance and speculation as to what Chief Conti wrote. He just stated he has not read the letter. He cannot testify to this.
Well, that's why I wanted to read a sentence from the letter. Let me ask the question, and then if he wants to object after he knows what he's going to object to or not.
That was so I'm overruling the objection because you have not completed the question, but at the same time, the officer has testified that he has not seen the letter or participated in this letter. So I'm not sure what probative value this will have, but you can ask a question. And Mr. Siller, once the question is asked, if you can raise your objection if you still need to.
Let me try and ask the question a different way. If the establishment was accused of deliberately clearing out the patrons themselves for the purpose of secreting witnesses that could have provided evidence, would that be a fair characterization of the establishment's actions that night?
Objection, speculation. It's a hypothetical that assumes facts not in evidence, and it's not relevant.
Try to cover all the bases, Mr. Siller.
All apply.
Mr. Strauss.
Chief Conti claimed the establishment cleared out the patrons when in fact it's clear that it was the police. Chief Conti relied on that mistaken assumption in his letter, and I want to make sure that we understand that the chief's information is incorrect and that it was not the establishment who cleared out their patrons, but the police. And since we have the actual officer who began the process of clearing out the patrons, I think it's relevant and on point, well within the scope of this.
I'm not sure why the answer to this question is relevant to the purpose that we're here. However, I'll overrule the objection. If he can answer the question, he can, but I really don't see. But I don't want to prevent you from establishing your case, but I don't think it's relevant to these proceedings, but I'll allow you to answer the question, sir, if you can.
Can you ask the question again, Mr. Strauss?
The establishment didn't clear out the patrons. It was the police who cleared out the patrons. That's true, isn't it?
That is a true statement, sir.
And if the chief blamed the establishment for clearing out its patrons instead of his own officers, the chief would be mistaken in that assumption. That's true as well, isn't it?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by any board members? Any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chair. To the best of your recollection, Sergeant Varnick, roughly how long were you on scene before you were informed that the suspect was in the shed?
Hour and a half, something to that effect. I wasn't running a stopwatch, but it definitely seemed like it was that time frame, like the hour and a half. Part of us clearing out the club was looking for a suspect. I did not want anybody else getting stabbed. I didn't know if someone was having a mental health crisis. I didn't know what was going on. All I know is I had a stabbing victim who told me it was a bouncer at the establishment, and that other employees of the establishment said that that head bouncer was the only person not still on scene.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about the possibility that an employee had shown the video and that was cooperation, that would have occurred in that hour to an hour and a half after you had already been there, that time frame.
Yeah, that's when I figure I would have been made aware of something. You know, ideally in a violent crime, if somebody has video, they would generally want to provide it to the police in an expeditious manner, and by that immediately or within the first couple minutes, not after other government agencies get there and you know, their facilities flooded with 10 to 15 police officers and a huge spectacle, and that's just not the way I would have expected a properly run nightclub to operate.
Now, Sergeant Varnick, I want to get
Yes,
into,
that was a totally speculative answer, and it's already in the record, but I'd like to be aware that we intend to follow up on that.
This is really wrecked, sir. Let's move on.
Sergeant Varnick, I'd like to get into a couple of lines of question that you were asked specifically about on cross. You were asked about whether or not Officer Gebrhiwot was speaking to the suspect in this crime, and it was the contention that he was speaking to the suspect of the crime when he first walked in. Is that correct?
One more time, Counselor. I'm sorry, I kind of broke up a little bit.
Was it the contention on cross that when Officer Gebrhiwot first entered the facility, he was speaking to the suspect of the crime?
Well, so that's what I feel that the counselor for the applicant, I guess, was trying to make a reference to. I don't know. I don't know if it was or not.
And if true, just hypothetically, if we walk down that path, that would mean that he was locked in the shed after the police were on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked about the possibility that he did not have somebody lock him in the shed, but that somebody may have just locked him in the shed after that fact. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember the questioning.
So again, if we assume that that is true, when did the scene become a crime scene?
Well, the crime scene was immediate. Once I had a guy that was stabbed, it was a crime scene. And he said it was a bouncer in the club. I mean, it was a crime scene. There was just a lot of chaos. And for the first part, I was okay with the upstairs continuing its upstairs business since the downstairs was closed. But when the staff and then patrons started trying to trickle into the crime scene, that's where I was like, look, we got to shut this down. Preservation of evidence.
When did you inform the employees that it was a crime scene?
I know I did say at some point it was a crime scene. I don't know at exactly what point.
But were there officers wandering around the downstairs pretty much immediately?
Yes. I don't know if wandering is a great term, but there were officers there trying to secure it.
Okay. And were the employees aware that the officers were trying to secure a crime scene?
I would think so. So our officers don't generally on duty go into these nightclub establishments. Most nightclubs don't really want police presence inside the nightclub, so we try to respect that. But I feel, in my professional, honest opinion, that if I was at a bar and 10 cops walked in uniform, that something's going on, and that But I don't know when exactly an exact statement was made.
Okay. So taking you down the hypothetical that was presented on cross-examination, if we assume that the suspect locked himself in the shed somehow, but didn't do the padlocks, and then at a later time, another employee came and padlocked the shed shut, and all of this was after the police had declared it a crime scene and were investigating and trying to secure it.
Right.
Would locking an unlocked door that led to a hiding place be tampering with evidence?
But most definitely would be. And I know there were like at least two employees that were trying to clean up the establishment in the back, and they were constantly going out back. There are two females. African American ladies. I don't know. Because the cameras aren't working, I can't tell you who did what. And I don't necessarily want to speculate, other than I see no possible way without the club members or employees of the nightclub's intervention that he could have been secured in that shed.
And so even if the contention that was hinted at was correct and somebody unlocked the shed without knowing he was in there, that would still be tampering with your investigation.
It most definitely would be. And because we still had myself and Officer Gabrahiwat and I believe the CID watch commander in that back area, you would figure somebody would be like, oh yeah, these were unsecure, we locked them. And there was none of that.
So no matter which way you slice this, somebody at that establishment tampered with your investigation and made things harder and less safe.
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Not sure which part of that was a legal conclusion. He can say if somebody tampered with his case, with his investigation.
That is a legal conclusion. It assumes facts, not an evidence. In fact, if the suspect was hiding in an unsecured place and somebody secured it, they actually helped apprehend the suspect. They should be given a hero's medal.
I'm overruling the objection. You can answer the question if you can.
Counselor, can you ask me the question again? I had a.
So whichever way you slice it, the act of locking up that shed during the investigation, did that tamper with your investigation?
It did, and it delayed my investigation by hours.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Sergeant Very, for your testimony today. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good day.
All right, thank you, sir.
Does the government have another witness?
Not at this time, although we do reserve the right for rebuttal. At this time, the government rests its case in chief.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, do you have a witness you wish to call?
We do. Would it be appropriate at this point to request a short recess?
How long do you want, sir?
10 minutes, but we'll defer to the board's.
All right, it's 3:42. We're off the record until 3:52.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're back in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it pleases the board, I call Alex Wilson. Mr. Wilson is here seated with me.
Mr. Wilson, where is Mr. Hold on 1 minute, please. I don't see the government.
Apologies, Mr. Chairperson.
Sure. You're now gone, Mr. Strauss. Mr. Strauss. Mr. Strauss.
Sorry.
All right. Who's okay.
Mr. Alex Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. Where's Mr. Wilson? Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, would you state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Alex Wilson, ALIXWISON.
And where do you work?
Paris Lounge nightclub.
Do you work anywhere else?
Homewood Suites Hotel.
At the Mirror Lounge, what is your job there?
Busser bar back.
Were you working on the night that the incident in question happened?
Yes.
Do you recall what night that was?
Saturday night.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen that evening?
Not that I know, except for police coming in, closing the club early, but nothing other than that.
Okay. The
I'm
police
sorry,
came in.
Mr. Strauss. Maybe he needs to be a little bit closer to the microphone because remember, we have a court reporter who needs to pick up his testimony, and I'm having some difficulty hearing him. I can hear you clearly, but maybe he needs to raise his voice. Okay.
Raise your voice a little bit.
No, sir.
That's much better, sir. Thank you.
Okay. What are your responsibilities at the club on any given night?
Help the bartenders out, servers, get liquors from the storage, and basically everything else that my manager Juice asked me to do.
Okay. And on the night in question, what did the police tell everybody to do?
Came upstairs and told everybody to stop the music and we had to start leaving.
And what did you do at that point?
Right at that point, I started gathering my sad things together, like trash and everything. I took them downstairs, threw them away, made sure the downstairs was good, and I locked the liquor shit. And I went on to my next job.
How did you lock the liquor shed?
The two bolts, I just slid the irons across and locked the pads.
Prior to locking the liquor shed, did you open the door to look inside?
No, sir.
How often when you work do you end up locking the liquor shed?
Basically every night.
When you were told to go home, did anybody give you any special instructions that night?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you locked the liquor shed that night?
Yes, that's my duty to lock it every night to make sure that nobody goes inside of it so we won't get no products stolen.
Did you have any other reason other than the fact that it was your regular responsibility for locking the shed that night?
No, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe that anybody could be hiding inside the shed?
No, sir.
Did you do anything different that night that you did on every other night that you worked?
No, sir.
Thank you. After you locked the shed, what did you do next?
I clocked out and I went on to my second job.
Did you have occasion to return to the club that night?
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
My manager was calling me. I had my phone on silent, so I didn't see her calls. My manager was calling me and texting me. And I looked at the call. She said she needed the key. So I came back to the club and returned the key.
Why did you take the key with you?
Forgot it was just so much going on. The police officers just tell us to evacuate and leave and everything. So I forgot it was in my back pocket.
When you were asked to return the key, did you bring the key back as quick as you could?
Yes, sir. ASAP.
Was your taking the key or locking the shed part of any attempt to?
No, sir.
Well, Mr. Strauss, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, can you allow him to answer the questions
Okay.
before
Yes,
it?
sir.
Allow him to ask you the question first, sir, before you provide the answer. I know that, and I know that attorneys prep witnesses and the witness knows the questions, but just allow him to finish the question, sir, before you answer.
Yes, sir.
Was your locking the shed and taking the key any part of an attempt by you to conceal a crime or commit any kind of crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Is this Mr. Cillier or Mr. Williams? Who's gonna cross-examine this?
Mr. Chairperson, I'll be handling cross.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, good afternoon. You testified that it's normally your job to lock up the shed,
Yes, sir.
and you were issued a key to lock up the shed?
I was issued a key.
Yes.
No, sir.
So who do you get the key from to lock up the shed?
Manager Jews at the beginning of the shift.
You get the key at the beginning of the shift.
It's just in case I had to run back and forth to grab liquor from downstairs in the storage room to bring it back upstairs to our bar. Yes.
What time did you leave the building?
I could say like 1:15, 1:30. Probably before that. Probably like 1 o'clock.
Around 1:15, you left the building.
Yes, sir.
What time did you return?
I could say like 1:30, 1:35, 1:40.
Did you see James Burrell that evening?
No, sir.
James Burrell wasn't working?
Oh, he was working, but I ain't see him afterwards. Once I started my shift, I was upstairs. He outside, I'm inside.
So you didn't see him that evening at all?
I seen him when I came to work and I clocked in. I was outside. I was inside, he was outside. He do security, I'm a bust a bar back.
And no one directed you to close the shed?
That's what I basically do every night before I leave. Or anything the club closed down, I always close the shit up.
And so who do you normally give the key to if you don't take the key home?
My manager, Juice.
So let me ask you a couple questions. Are you familiar with the security plan for Mirror Lounge?
Not so much, no. Not at all.
Have you had any training on the security plan for Mirror Lounge?
No.
Do you know what you're supposed to do when police arrive on the scene at Mirror Lounge?
Yes, clear the scene.
Are you supposed to assist the police on the scene?
Yeah.
Did you have any interactions that evening with police to assist them?
No, not at all.
I have no further questions for the witness.
Mr. Wilson, I just want to ask you a question. Now, you're saying you normally lock the shed at the end of your shift, but
yeah.
And on this particular time, though, was your shift over? Because the club wasn't closed. So why did you?
My shift was over.
I'm sorry.
Let him finish the question.
You're saying your shift was over. Explain that to me, sir.
When the police came into the club and said everybody evacuate and everybody, that was my shift was over. They weren't talking they were talking to everyone. So I did what I did, make sure I closed that shit, locked it up so I wouldn't lose my job, and I went on to my next job, as I do every night.
But let me ask you another question. Now,
Mm.
why is when is it is the shed always locked, or at what point is it open and what time is it closed?
It's always locked.
Always locked.
Yeah.
So if it's always locked, I'm sorry. How many locks are on the shed?
3 locks on the shed.
So are there, while you are there always 3 locks on the shed, or
No.
is it just one while you're there?
Just one while I'm there. The other 2, I have to put the padlocks on and snap them together for all 3 of them to be the lock.
Okay. So while you're there, the one lock is always locked, but then the other 2 you would have to put the padlock on to close, which is what you did. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so who has during that night in question, who else had keys to the shed?
Jews, the managers and the owners, them the only ones who got the keys.
But I'm saying, who that night in question, who was there beside yourself who had access, who had a key to the shed that specific night? Who specifically had a key to the shed that night?
That's the other manager, whoever the head of security.
But
James.
you did. I'm sorry. So you did. Who else?
And then James.
And who's James? I'm sorry. Now, who's James?
The suspect.
All right. So the person who was actually locked in the shed. So you're saying he has keys to that shed?
Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt you, but it sounded from my audio that somebody was assisting with that prior answer. I would just ask that the witness be allowed to answer questions and that no one assist him with any answers.
I did not hear, but I will. But I'm not going to assume anything, because of that, when I deal with attorneys, I expect that attorneys will comply with the law and that they allow an individual to answer the question without any assistance. But I'm curious, and I'm not trying to trap anyone. I'm just trying to get some clarification. So you're saying, Mr. Wilson, this night, the person who was locked in the shed, he himself had keys to the shed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that night it was yourself and the person who was locked in the shed were the only 2 persons who had access to the keys to the shed. Is that correct?
It was 3 people and my manager. Yes, sir. That is correct.
And who's
my manager? Yes.
Who's the
yes, sir.
I'm sorry. What's the name of the manager? Jules.
Jules.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks. All right. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Sir.
The keys you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Scruggs. We haven't gotten back to you yet. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Mr. Wilson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If I understand right, this particular shed has 3 locks on the outside of the shed to secure the shed.
It has a lock on the inside that you can lock from the inside too.
Right. Yes, sir. Okay. So what is the purpose of the shed for this business?
Liquor, kitchen stuff like kitchen material, liquor, beverages, juice beverages. It's for our club.
And
our storage.
then thank you. Where's the shed located in the context of the building?
In the back.
And is there an alley behind this?
No.
Oh, so
No.
this building backs up to what?
Another house. Non-residential.
Backs up to a residential house.
Yeah.
And between the property of the residential house and the property of this business, is there a fence or something or anything to demark the two different properties?
Yes.
How high is that fence?
Say like a regular size fence.
Is it taller than you?
Yeah, I say talking to me.
No, I apologize that you misunderstood. You said it's a regular size fence. I understand, but in that context, is that fence taller than you?
Yes.
And is there any gate or anything on that fence?
No, it's a wooden gated fence. It's a wooden fence.
Oh, it's a wood fence.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But is there a gate to go out of that?
Oh.
No, there isn't. Okay. Well, I want to thank you. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ben and board members? Mr. Williams or with Mr. Celia? Mr. Williams, any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Wilson, Mirror Lounge's operation hours are up until 3 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is your normal shift?
It switches up. So on the weekends, I say from 9 to 3 o'clock, 3:30.
So on this particular night, you left at 1:15. You just testified. Is that correct?
Yeah, like 1:15, 1:20. Yeah.
Did someone release you from the establishment?
Yes, my manager, Jules.
And did she give you any direction prior to you leaving?
No, I told her, she was like, I guess we shutting down. I told her I had to go get to my next job. And she was like, go ahead.
What time does your next job start?
Usually like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. I work at the hotel, so I'm a breakfast attendant.
The Mirror Lounge doesn't shut down until 3 a.m. normally.
Yes, sir. But usually I'm not the only bus or bar back there some nights, so I do have somebody to cover my shift to finish me on out so I can leave early to get to my next job.
No further questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, any redirect?
Brief redirect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex, did the police ask you to do anything or anything of you that night?
No.
When you said there were 3 people with keys, does that mean there were 3 sets of keys, or did you have to use someone else's keys?
Use someone else's keys.
And the keys you used belonged to who?
My manager, Jules.
And other than the keys that Jules had and gave to you, which you took away when you left, who else at the club would have had keys that night?
Suspect James.
Anybody other than James or Jules have keys that night? When you were asked to bring the keys back, did you bring them back right away?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Wilson. I was asking Mr. Strauss, was that?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Strauss, do you have another witness?
We do. Give me the board's brief indulgence. Give me about a minute to excuse Mr. Wilson and bring the next one.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Who's your next witness, sir?
Our next witness is Juliana or Jules McGuire.
Where's Miss McGuire? Miss McGuire, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Your witness, sir.
For the benefit of the transcription, would you state and spell your full name for the record?
It is Juliana McGuire. Everyone calls me Jules, knows me as Jules. Spelling is JulianMcGuire.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire.
Welcome.
Where are you currently employed?
Mirror Lounge,
And before that, where did you work?
Victory Restaurant and Lounge,
And before that,
Opera Ultra Lounge.
any other ABC licensed establishments in the District of Columbia?
The Park at 14th, Love Nightclub.
For approximately how many years have you been a professional in the District of Columbia's beverage industry and nightclub business?
20 years.
How long have you been the manager at Mirror Lounge?
Since December 3rd,
Were you,
2021.
were you working the night in question?
Yes, it was.
What was your first inclination that some incident had taken place?
I received a text message from Kevin Owens at 12:57 that they needed me downstairs. I was upstairs and came downstairs and entered to a room of police officers, ABRA officials, all around the DJ booth.
During the entire time you were working in upstairs, were you able to see or have any knowledge of any incident that took place?
No, I did not.
When you came downstairs, what was the first thing that happened?
The officer, I do not recall his name, asked me if I knew who Mr. Burwell was and if I could give him a description. He also asked whatever personal information. I gave him a description. I said I did not know his date of birth or his address, but I could get it from an accountant who had his information in our ADP file. I gave him that information a few minutes later after she had sent it to me.
Did they ask you for anything else?
They did not.
At some point, were you asked to produce a key to a shed?
Yes, I was. I at first looked around. I have a tendency to put it by my phones. So I first was looking around the building, then I realized I must not have gotten them back from Alex.
Did there come a point earlier in the night when you had given the keys to Alex?
Repeat the question.
How did Alex get your keys?
I give him my keys so he's able to go in and out of the shed to get liquor bottles for the bar and the servers.
Now, you were here for Alex's testimony. He testified that the shed had 3 locks, one of which is routinely locked.
Yes,
Was his testimony about the shed correct?
yes, it is.
Can the shed be locked from the inside as well as the outside?
Yes, it can be.
Now, there's 2 padlocks though on the outside. When are those usually secured?
We put those on anytime the business is not open. When we are open, the padlocks are taken off, so we're able to go in and out of the storage more efficiently. But you still need to have the key to be able to open the door. That way, we have had several thefts in the past, so we want to make sure we keep the liquor storage and our most valuable asset secure.
Who else besides you had keys to the shed?
Mr. Burwell has keys to the shed.
And he had keys on him that night?
Yes, he did.
You were here and were able to see the body cam footage provided by the officer before, correct?
Yes,
That's Officer Gabrahiwa?
yes,
And Officer Gabrahiwa was speaking to an individual in what he described as the DJ booth.
yes.
Did you recognize the individual that Officer Gabrahiwa was speaking to?
Yes, I did.
Who was that individual?
Mr. James Burwell.
The same individual who was subsequently arrested for stabbing?
Yes,
Did the club have a DJ working that night?
Yes, you did.
Was Mr. Burwell the DJ?
No, it was not.
Was the DJ working in that DJ booth?
No, it was not.
So does the second floor where the club was open have its own DJ booth?
Yes, it does.
Was anybody standing in the DJ booth on the first floor engaged in regular business of the club?
Yes, our DJ that night was in that booth,
Which booth?
the second floor booth.
What about on the first floor? Was there any club employee who was assigned to be in the first floor DJ booth for any reason?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, with the exception of Mr. Burwell, did anybody refuse to assist the police officers or ABRA inspectors in any way?
No, we did not.
What is the procedure if a violent incident takes place?
We make sure we first call the police, as well as ABRA.
What if the police and ABRA are already there?
And we will assist them in whatever investigation, video surveillance, crime scene, anything that they need. We're there to assist.
Are you required to call the police if the police are actually on site?
No, we're not.
Are you required to call ABRA if ABRA's actually on site?
No, we're not.
Do you know how it was that the police came to discover Mr. Burwell in the shed?
Yes, I do.
How did that happen?
Mr. Bashorn had showed them the officer, the same one who had asked me for James' description, that they could see him on a live feed camera.
What happened after that?
They then asked me how to get into the shed. That's when I said the keys, and I realized I didn't have my keys on me. So I said, give me a second, let me see if I can find them. Maybe 2 minutes passed by, said, I think that they've left. And that's when I immediately started calling Alex. That was at 1:20.
Did Alex answer right away?
No, he did not.
How long did it take you to finally reach Alex on the
20
phone?
minutes,
After you reached Alex, how long was it before he returned with the keys?
about 10 minutes. That was when I notified them that I finally got a hold of him, that the keys were on the way. I yelled it out to the room.
Did you have any reason to withhold the keys?
No, I do not.
Did you want to see Mr. Burwell hidden or escape?
No, I do not.
Was Mr. Burwell acting in the course of his employment or at anyone's direction when he went to hide in the shed?
No, it was not.
Now, you heard Alex's testimony as to why he affixed the padlocks. Is it common for him to padlock the shed before he leaves?
Yes, it is.
How many nights at the end of his shift does he do that?
Every shift. So at least 5 to 6 nights a week, whenever he's scheduled.
Do you believe Alex was acting as part of any kind of cover-up when he did that?
I do not believe that,
So why do you think he locked the shed?
because that's his job.
Thank you, Mr. Breyer. Your
Questions? You're done with question on direct, sir? Mr. Strauss, are you done with direct?
No more questions.
All right. Any cross?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, sir.
Afternoon, Ms. McGuire. First thing I want to clarify, you testified that you received a text at 12:57 a.m. to come downstairs? Correct? I can't hear. Mr. Strauss, your audio's gone out.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I can hear again. Thank you. And you received that text from Kevin Owens, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you've been sitting here throughout most of the testimony, is that correct?
yes,
So you were here when ABRA investigator Frank Fuente testified, correct?
yes.
And do you recall what time he arrived at Mirror Lounge?
I do not recall the exact time he arrived. I know that there were ABRA officials that I recognize by face, not by name, that were already on site.
Okay. And you testified that when you came downstairs, there were police in the area, correct?
Yes,
Multiple police in the area?
yes, multiple.
So it was evident to you that an incident had occurred at your establishment, correct?
At that moment, yes.
So let me refresh your memory about the testimony of Investigator Puente. Investigator Puente arrived at 1:30 a.m. So that's a half hour roughly after you were downstairs already. Did you provide surveillance video to the MPD officers?
It was never asked for me. They were already in the camera booths looking at it at that time.
You're saying, your testimony is that by the time you came down at 12:57 a.m., the police officers were already in the booth looking at surveillance video.
If people were already in the DJ booth looking at surveillance, yes.
Not people, police officers. Police officers were in the booth looking at video at 1 a.m.?
I can't be certain who the individuals were, but they were already looking at surveillance, looking to find surveillance. 1:30, I think that Mr. Puente might be off on his time because by 1:20 was when we were already looking for keys. And he did state that he was present during that time. But I think his time might be off.
So when you received the text from Kevin Owens at 12:57 a.m., was that your first indication that police were inside your establishment?
Yes.
What is Mr. Kevin Owens' role at Mural Lounge?
He is one of the owners.
Are you aware of the security plan for Mural Lounge?
I am.
Does the security plan for Mural Lounge require assistance of MPD as soon as they hit the scene?
Yes, it does.
You saw Officer Gaberwitz's video camera footage, correct?
Yes, I did.
He entered the establishment at approximately 12:45 a.m. You are testifying that you first received notification at almost 1 a.m. That's about 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that an assault with a deadly weapon had occurred?
I was not aware.
When did you first learn that there was an assault with a deadly weapon?
When I came downstairs and the officer asked me to describe Mr. Burwell, then they explained afterwards.
And at that point, did you try to assist MPD in any other way?
Of course, everything they asked.
And did they ask you about camera footage?
No, they did not.
When they asked you for the key, you sent a text to Alex Wilson?
I first went to look for the keys. They did not ask me for the keys. I told them I have the keys, but I could not find them on me. So that's when I then looked around the venue. No one asked me for my keys. I will be clear on that. I stated that I have the keys. I needed to find them. When I could not find them, that's when I then sent Alex, first called him, then sent him a text.
And what time does Alex work? What's his normal shift?
Usually till 2 during the week. He did ask if he could be left earlier in the night because he does go to another job and we had other people to help assist close.
So he testified that he left at 1:15 that night. Were you aware of that?
Yes. Yes.
How are you made aware of that?
He asked permission if he could leave early.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. McGuire, the suspect who was found in the shed, what was his role in the establishment that night?
He's a security lead. He is responsible for our security team. I can't have eyes on the outside as much. I'm very busy on the inside to help assist me.
Now, the allegation is that he had keys to the shed. Why would the security lead have keys to the shed?
He would help me with inventory during the week. For our orders for liquor. He was in charge of counting, and I based my orders on those counts.
He routinely has keys to the shed.
Yes.
Now, are you able to lock yourself? I'm not talking about the padlocks, but are you able to lock yourself in the shed from inside?
Yes, you are. I actually, when I would do the counts by myself, I would actually lock it for my own safety reasons. So yes, you can lock it from the inside with the same key that you use from the outside.
Now, when the incident occurred, when did when was the bar closed? I'm sorry, when, not the club itself, but the bar. When did the bar close down?
I would say maybe about 1:05. I was downstairs when I then started to hear, officers yelling from upstairs for everybody to get out. That's when I also was looking for the key, so I did come upstairs. I'd say about 1:05. Not too long after I initially came downstairs.
When is the shed usually locked up for the night, secured for the night?
We secure it when we leave. So as soon as we're about to walk out of the building. Or whenever it's the last time used. If I'm ever back there and I bring trash out, it's not too often. I might lock it up because I know we're not going to go back there anytime throughout the rest of the night.
The bar wasn't there was still an investigation going on. It's my understanding there was still an investigation going on that the staff was trying to close the tabs of employees. So why would Mr. Wilson on his own just go downstairs and go lock the shed and leave? Why would he do that?
Because that is his last duties before he leaves out for the night. I ask him to bring trash out, locks up the shed, clocks out, leaves. He's very routine.
But this night, though, it was not a regular night. From what I'm told, it's that the police came in and said, at least it's what I heard. I think that's what Mr. Wilson stated, that the police said, well, everyone needs to leave, but the bar is not closed though. So I'm just trying to find out if the lounge, if the establishment is not closed, why would an employee take it up on himself to go lock the shed and leave with the key? I'm just trying to find out, because this is not a routine night. So this is not in the sense that, all the customers have left, the bar has been cleaned and trash has been put out. And so therefore the employees are leaving, you lock the shed to leave. I'm just trying to find out, why would he just based on the police that everybody is out, although the business is not closed, and he just went and locked the shed and leave?
He did his closing duties as if we were closed, since we weren't closed to the public at this point. So operations were closed. He took the trash out, he cleaned, he locked the shed, he left for the night.
As a manager, you're a manager for the establishment. So do you have access to the camera system?
I have access. I can't say that I am the best at using it. I am familiar with the process.
So are you, as the manager, are you familiar with
Yes.
the locations of the
Yes, I am.
cameras and are you familiar with how many cameras are in operation while you're there?
Yes, I am.
So do you know how many cameras was in operation that night?
All cameras were in operation that night.
And all cameras, how many were that?
We have 14.
And so you're saying all 14 cameras was in operation that night?
Yes, there are 2 screens that you have to scroll through. So you'll see 6 on one and 8 on the other.
You know, Mr. Puente? Professionally.
Do I know? Just through nightlife, yes.
And Mr. Puente stated that he was familiar with the camera system and he was familiar with the camera system. Do you know whether or not that's a true statement?
I cannot
you know.
verify that is true, but I'm very familiar. I've used this same type of system in many other venues. You can change the screen to show a few boxes to showing numerous, as well as you might have to slide through screens.
But the live feed, do you know if this live feed that showed the suspect in the shed, do you know if this is a separate camera system that's not attached to the, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not it's attached to the regular camera system for the establishment?
It is attached to our regular system.
No, I'm sorry, so you're saying that this live feed that showed the suspect in the shed, that live feed would have been accessible on this laptop that was behind, that I think Mr. Puente had access?
Yes, it would have been.
Then have you viewed this camera, the camera feed?
Yes, I have.
So does this camera feed show how the suspect got into the shed?
I did not review that part. I reviewed him in the actual shed.
Does anyone know how the suspect got? I'm curious. We have a camera system. That is, my assumption is that one of the reasons why you should never assume, but you have a camera system that covers but let me ask a different question that way. The feed that is there a camera that would show the front of the shed? Is there a camera system does the club have a camera system that shows the front, the entrance, the exterior of the shed?
Yes, we do.
And is this the same camera system that shows the interior, or is it a different camera?
Same system.
I have no further questions. Any other question by any other board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Ma'am, earlier in this hearing, one of the police officers testified that the establishment was not able to give him any of the footage that showed the front of the shed, and that they had asked specifically for that. So are you saying that that was available that evening if they had asked you for that?
Yes, they would have been. No one asked me for any footage.
Are you also aware that that one of the police officers testified that there were only 6 operating cameras that evening?
Yes, I'm aware.
So, but you just said that there are 14 operating cameras.
Correct.
So how do you interpret that statement?
They did not know how to use our camera system, but did not ask for assistance either.
So you're on record saying they did not ask for any assistance.
They did not ask me for any assistance.
Well, that's a little
Cameras.
different. That's a little different than what you just said. So you were not asked.
I was not asked. Correct.
I think there's testimony saying that one of the officers had asked for assistance, not necessarily you, but was told that there were only 6 operating cameras that evening.
The only testimony I heard was them asking when they spoke to the suspect who would not help them.
Mhm.
I do not know of any other individual who refused help on the cameras.
And when were you first aware that there were police officers on the property?
12:57.
And when did the police officers enter the establishment?
I would have to go onto the camera again. I guess the body footage could determine that time frame.
Were you aware that you were, if I understood your testimony, you were upstairs, correct?
Yes,
And that the bar was continuing operations upstairs while the police were downstairs.
time frame, yes. On the established time frame,
Why is that?
because we were not aware of anything happening downstairs.
So how many security people did you have that evening?
Five, including Mr. Burwell.
And how many staff did you have that evening?
Seven,
And so the testimony from the business is that during the time that the police first entered, and when people upstairs like yourself became aware that out of all those staff that work there, and all the security people who normally would be walking around, had no idea that there was police officers downstairs?
correct. We had a very busy bachelor and bachelorette party that was happening upstairs. We were very hands-on with the guests and what was happening with operations upstairs.
So before the incident, there's no bar service on the first floor,
No, we were not open on the first floor.
and there were no security on the first floor.
No, we don't station them downstairs unless they're guests.
So when someone enters, from the time they enter and then they walk through the first floor and up some stairs, there's no staff, there's no security to notice what people are doing?
Right at the door, no, there's not. There is someone stationed at the top of the stairs, a security officer near to the top of the stairs, but they would not actually be able to see if somebody enters the first floor.
You may need to deal with some procedures there, so people can enter this establishment, which has an ABC license, and go into it and all the way up the stairs, and there's no one aware that they're in the building until they go up the stairs.
No, the security stationed at the top of the stairs.
But you just said that person couldn't see down the
I
stairs,
said they couldn't see if they were to enter the first floor.
and that's my question. There could be
There's
people
no
on the first floor who don't go up the stairs.
There is no security on the first floor, but we have staff.
Well, I'm somewhat concerned about the security procedures. If someone can enter that establishment
Well,
and not
Mr.
be
Burwell was,
I'm
seen
sorry,
by any.
Miss McGuire, please allow Mr. Grandis to finish the question, ma'am.
I'm concerned that there's an operation going on where people do get carded at the front door, but they can enter, and no one is aware upstairs that there is someone entering the building until they go up the stairs. right?
No, because Mr. Burwell is stationed at the front door on the outside. They visibly watch each guest go upstairs. We have another security officer who's at the top of the stairs.
So when police entered, wouldn't someone who's at the front door for a security be notifying upstairs that police have entered the building?
They should, yes.
And why not? And what happened that evening?
I was not aware, but Mr. Burwell was the one that they were speaking to. So as the security lead, whatever issue was occurring, it should have been handled to what we would have assumed was happening.
Okay, I want to thank you for your testimony, but I don't have a lot of assurance that this facility is properly handling its security concerns. I mean, I can't understand how you could enter a building and be on the first floor and not have anyone on staff or security to know that you have people on the first floor.
There is
That's what I
staff.
heard you say.
There is staff on the first floor. I just said there's not security on that main first floor.
Okay, so if there were staff on the first floor, they didn't notify people on the second floor that police were in the building?
They did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think Mr. Grandis, I'm sorry, I don't know if board members have questions.
Hold on, you'll get a chance, Mr. Strauss. We're not done yet. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. You say that you are very familiar with the camera system. There are 14 cameras, 6 on one space, 8 on the other. So what is the capacity of the cameras? How many days or how long does the camera hold recordings?
I don't know the exact date. I know that that's dependent on the hard drive for any business. I do believe ours holds them for at least 2 weeks.
Are you familiar
But I
with
would
the?
have-
Are you
I'm sorry, I would-
familiar with?
But I do not know that for certain.
Okay. Are you familiar with the security plan?
Yes, I am.
How many days in your security plan does it say you have to hold on to footage on the camera? That's a part of your license.
30 days.
And so you're saying you don't keep them for 30 days, you only keep them for 2 weeks? Hello?
I'm not entirely sure on that one.
I would again raise the objection. It appears that the witness is being coached by someone off camera. This is not appropriate testimony. She has to be able to answer the questions on her own.
Mr. Chairperson, as I was about to hop in, if you can literally see, she is looking across the room to someone over on the other side.
Mr. Strauss, as a member of the bar, you are aware that once a witness is on the witness stand, that no one can provide them any answers to any testimony that's been given, sir. This is the second time that one of the attorneys have raised that as an issue. So I would ask, sir, that please ensure I'm asking that the witness look directly into the camera when the witness is answering the question, and that the witness, while she's on camera, that she does not look to her right or to the left when she is responding to a question, and that she looks directly. And if there's someone who is pointing or giving her any direction, that person be removed. But if it happens again, I don't have that much power, unfortunately, but I will come to the conclusion that she is being provided assistance if either attorney brings that to the attention of us, that brings us to the attention again, okay? So I'm saying, sir, I'm not saying that it's been done. I'm asking you to ensure that it's not done. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I guess the question I have now for the witness is, how many managers were on duty that night? How many owners were in the building?
Just myself. One owner did come later on in the evening. I am not entirely sure of the exact time he arrived.
So are you an ABC manager?
Yes, I am.
And the suspect was the ABC manager? Is that correct?
He has a license, yes.
What time did the owner get there?
I'm not entirely sure on that, but it was before 12:57.
So it was before the assault occurred or after?
I believe it was after, but I'm not entirely sure on their arrival time. I just know they were present at 12:57.
You say they, was it one or two owners?
Kevin Owens was present at 12:57.
And that was the only owner, there's three owners, correct?
Yes, the other two were out of the country.
Okay, so do you normally have, how many ABC managers do you normally have while the club is open?
At least one, myself. I'm the one who's present.
Okay, now getting back to the cameras again. So you say the cameras can store for how many days?
I can't be sure on that. I'm just referring to an old place, but I really am not sure how long our cameras store the footage for.
Okay, well, I hope that you will familiarize yourself a little better with the security plan, because it is a part of the license. And would you have a problem, or would the owners have a problem? If maybe you can't even answer this, but maybe if someone from Arbor were to come by and see if there's any storage left on those cameras, we might be able to see what was in those 14 cameras. Excuse, can I finish? Okay, thank you. The question I was going to ask is, would it be a problem? And I guess procedural wise, for someone to come in and see what's stored on those cameras, especially the 14 or the 8 that weren't working that night or they couldn't get to?
It is not a problem at all.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Williams, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. Ms. McGuire, to be clear, your testimony that night was you were the only ABC manager on duty, and then Mr. Owens, the owner, arrived at some point, most likely after the stabbing, correct?
I was the manager on duty, correct. I do not know the time he arrived. I just know he was there at 12:57.
So, as the ABC manager on duty, if an issue occurred with MPD, the staff should notify you, is that correct?
Yes, they should.
Did Mr. Burrell, was Mr. Burrell the only security guard on duty that night?
He was not.
How many security guards were on duty that night?
There were 4 others.
And how many were at the front door?
At the time, there should have been at least 1 more.
Does Mr. Burrell guard the front door by himself?
Sometimes during the week, usually on the weekends, at least another person.
Did you see the video from Officer Gabriel Hawat?
I did.
And did you see him enter the establishment and there was a gentleman outside with the jacket on that said security, or he was a security personnel? Did you see that?
I did see that, but I could not tell who that was. And
He was a member of the security detail from Mirror Lounge, correct?
I'm not entirely sure who that was.
Did he look like someone that worked at your establishment? Yes or no?
I did not, their face was not visible on there.
The face was not visible. Was the shirt visible?
The shirt was visible, which
Does the shirt look like a shirt from somebody from your security detail team?
it said security, which is the same shirt that everyone on the block wears.
So, if Mr. Burrell were to leave his post, is the front door just wide open?
No, there's one other person that should have been outside.
So if the other person relieves Mr. Burrell, he would be at the front door, correct?
Yes.
So when the police come in at 12:45, we see Mr. Burrell at the DJ booth. He had to pass someone else, correct?
Yes,
And did you get a call from your security detail that the police had entered the building?
no, I did not.
When you came downstairs, you were directed by Mr. Owens, the owner, correct?
That is who asked me to come downstairs, yes.
Does Mr. Owens know how to work the security camera footage?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Owens does know how to work the camera footage.
Yes.
Now, on the night in question, when the stabbing occurred, did you personally go review the camera footage?
With the officer, I was shown it after the fact, but not while they were trying to look.
Let's be clear. I'm not talking about the cell phone footage. I'm talking about the security camera area where the Abra investigator and the police went to. Did you personally go over and review the security camera footage at that station?
No, I did not.
So you did not know for sure 100% that every 14 cameras were working on that night?
Not at that moment, no. But they up and down.
After the incident occurred, did anybody, as the ABC manager in charge, I have two questions. You were the manager in charge on duty that night, correct?
Yes,
According to your security plan, there are procedures for maintaining incident reports. When an incident needs to be recorded in an incident log, the person who is responsible for recording this information is the manager on duty or head of security. Did you do an incident log that night?
yes, I did.
Have you submitted that as evidence here today?
I was not asked to submit it.
And following the incident that night of the stabbing, you stated you did not review footage to see when Mr. Burrell went into the shed. Is that correct?
I did not see that exact footage.
Did anyone on the Mirror staff, managers or owner, check to see when Mr. Burrell went into the shed?
I do not know that answer.
Has anybody provided Abra footage of Mr. Burrell going into the shed alone by himself?
I do not know that answer.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Strauss, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. In direction to answer Mr. Short's question, you have no reason to doubt, even if you may not know affirmatively, that the camera system doesn't store things for longer than 30 days, do you?
No, I do not.
In regard to Mr. Grandis's question, when you go into the building and you go up to the second floor, do you go directly from the entrance to the second floor, or do you have to stop and go through the first floor?
You go directly through the entrance onto the stairwell. You do not have to enter through the first floor.
So to address Mr. Grandis's concern, a guest does not go through an empty first floor before they get to the second floor.
Correct.
Now, it's been established that the incident took place at approximately 12:47. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
And you were called to the downstairs at 12:57.
yes.
Was there anything that happened in the first floor other than the one police officer arriving and going to the DJ booth that constituted an incident other than putting aside what happened outside the club? With the fact that a police officer came in and spoke to the director of security, would that have constituted an incident by itself?
No, it would not.
And so at that point, nothing had happened to the knowledge of anybody except Mr. Burrell that would have triggered implementing the security plan.
Correct.
By the time Alex was told he could go, had the bar been closed upstairs?
Yes,
And had the bar not closed earlier, would Alex have left as early as he did?
not as early as he did, no.
And after the bar had been closed, the same procedures were followed that he followed every night?
Yes,
Following the night in question, has anybody in Abra requested anything else from you or any other member of the staff to your knowledge?
no, they have not.
How many bald-headed employees did the club have working that night?
Mr. Burwell is the only one.
If someone had come to the club at any time and asked for the identity of a bald-headed employee, could they have been talking about any other club employee other than James?
No, they cannot.
Did you know you were asked if you knew the Abra investigator professionally,
Yes,
and you answered that. Have you ever seen him at any other club you've worked at?
yes, as well as he regularly patrols the area.
And at any time were you asked for anything from this individual?
No, I was not.
If this individual had asked you for anything, whether it was security footage or a glass of water, would you have provided it to him?
Yes, I would.
At any point in your career as a beverage professional in this industry, have you ever refused a request from an Abra employee?
No, I have not.
As an ABC licensed manager, you understand that cooperating with them is a serious responsibility.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever been accused, ever in the past, of failing to cooperate with an Abra investigation?
No, I have not.
Did you refuse to cooperate with an Abra investigation this time?
No, I did not.
Is it your intention to cooperate fully throughout this process wherever it leads?
Of course.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mrs. McGuire, for your testimony. Do you have another witness, Mr. Thraps?
I do have some witnesses, and I do know that I'd like to inquire from the board whether or not, for how much longer they will make themselves available to continue today, or whether or not
We'll make ourselves available until this matter is over, sir. So how many more witnesses do you have?
board's indulgence. We have potentially 4. I think if I could get a stipulation from the government that they are no longer making the allegation that the club forced patrons to leave and it was the police that cleared everybody out, I can limit that to 2 remaining witnesses. I think the government witnesses have testified.
Give me a second to consult with my co-counsel here real quick, and I'll come right back. Can I take this will take like 2 minutes, Mr. Chairperson?
All right, we're off the record for everyone stay here. We're just off the record for say 5 minutes. It's 5:03 until 5:10. Until 5:10. We're off the record until 5:10.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
We're back in the record. Any representation by the government?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the government will stipulate to the fact that the MPD and ABRA clear the facility as opposed to Mirror Lounge.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, what impact does that have on your witnesses now?
We will proceed with the remaining witnesses. We
How many
have
more witnesses?
we have
How many more?
we have 3 more witnesses, but we can dispense with 2 of them.
So how many more witnesses will you call, sir? I'm just trying to find out.
3.
3 more witnesses. All right. All right. Okay. Who's your next witness, sir?
Kevin Owens.
Kevin. Where's Mr. Owens?
He's being brought in.
Mr. Owens, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Mr. Owens?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Owens, you're testifying. Mr. Strauss will ask you some questions, sir.
Okay.
I need to make sure, sir, that when either Mr. Strauss asks you some questions or the government asks you some questions, you answer truthfully from your recollection. Please do not allow anyone to feed you any answer, sir. I'm not saying that that's going to occur, but I'm asking that you look straight ahead when the questions. I know that Mr. Strauss is sitting next to you, but please look directly at us when you answer the question, sir, and please do not allow anyone to provide you answers to questions. If a question is asked, if you do not know the answer, sir, by either your lawyer or the government, please state that you do not know the answer. Okay, sir?
No problem.
All right. Your witness, Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Owens, would you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Kevin, Kevin, Owens, Owens.
And are you one of the owners of Mirror Lounge?
Yes.
Where do you currently reside?
1447 Parkwest Way, Silver Spring Road.
Do you recall an incident that took place at your establishment on April 24th?
Yes.
What do you recall happening that night?
Mr. James Burwell assaulted another employee.
That ever happened before?
No.
How did you first become aware that that happened?
As I was walking into the club, I was approached by what I assumed was an undercover police officer who informed me of what happened.
Did you recognize this? Why do you assume that that was an undercover police officer?
I'm under the assumption that he was undercover from other club owners.
Mr. Owens, I need you to raise your voice, sir, please.
Speak. I'm sorry. I'm assuming that he was an undercover cop from other club owners.
Mr. Owens, I'm gonna, just to be clear, so that nobody thinks we're giving you any coaching or inappropriate thing. I know it's a little distracting because we're seeing on a close-up screen that the camera is there.
Oh, sorry.
So I want you to look at the camera and you have to speak towards the camera.
Not a problem.
All right. Would you repeat your answer to that last question?
I'm assuming he was an undercover cop because that's what I was told by other club owners on the block.
But you knew the individual?
I know him. I see him just about every night.
Okay. What did you do immediately upon being told by this individual?
I
walked inside of the club and I saw Mr. Burwell and I approached Mr. Burwell and asked him what happened.
And what did he say to you?
He said that he had a fight with the other employee. They got into a tussle and he kicked him out of the club. And that's all that happened.
Okay. Did he say anything about stabbing him with a knife?
I actually asked him what happened after the fight. He said nothing.
What time of day was this?
It's around 12:45 a.m.
Okay. What happened next?
I asked him maybe 3 or 4 times what happened. He said nothing happened after he kicked the guy out of the club. I went upstairs to look for the manager.
What happened next?
While I was walking upstairs to look for the manager, the same undercover cop that I assume is an undercover cop came into the club, told me that in fact, Mr. Burwell did stab the other employee.
And what did you do at that point?
Actually, Mr. Burwell was standing next to me at the time, so I questioned him again. I said, Mr. Burwell, did you stab someone? He didn't reply to me and he walked away. So when he walked away, I looked for the manager.
Where did Mr. Burwell go at that point?
I'm assuming he went downstairs.
At some point, when did the first police officer come into the club?
So after I could not find Miss McGuire, I went back downstairs and that's when about 10 cops came inside.
How did you locate Miss McGuire?
Via text message.
Was this before or after the police officers came to the?
So the cops asked me for the video footage and to speak to all the security guards. Once I answered their question, I immediately text Miss McGuire. Sorry.
Which cop asked you for video footage?
The cop that was testifying earlier. I don't remember his name, but the white heavyset cop.
Okay, not Officer Gabra Mayo? Were you present for the testimony of 2 police officers?
Yes.
At any time, did the Officer Gabra Mayo, the first officer, ever speak to you?
At the end of the night, he asked me for my ID.
Okay, but prior to that time, did he ever ask you for any video footage? As far as you know, did he ask anybody for video footage?
Not that I know of, no.
He showed body cam footage of him in the DJ booth with someone.
Mhm.
Do you recall who that was?
Mr. Burwell.
How do you know it was Mr. Burwell?
I mean, I could identify him.
What about Mr. Burwell makes his appearance distinctive?
He has a bald head, he wears glasses. The clothes that he had on fit the same clothes that he wore when he was escorted out.
Does the Mirror Lounge currently have any other bald employees?
No.
And the Mirror Lounge didn't have any bald employees working that night?
No.
When the 10 officers approximately came in, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately went to the DJ booth to pull up the video.
Do you recall which officer asked you for the video?
The officer that was testifying earlier, the white heavyset.
He personally came in and asked to see video footage?
Yeah. When I walked down the steps, he was walking in the club, came to me and said, I need to see all your video footage, and I need to speak to all your security guards.
Okay. Would that be Sergeant Vernick?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Sergeant Vernick that actually went to look at the footage, or did he go on to do other things?
No. No one came with me to look at the footage. I went by myself, but the cops were all around the first floor area.
And when he asked to see the video footage, what did you do?
So I was able to pull up the first 6 cameras, but the video feed would not allow me to see the other cameras that are available.
Does that mean the cameras weren't working?
No.
Were in fact the cameras working?
Yes.
Are you able to subsequently access video footage from all of the other cameras?
Yes.
Did anybody from Abra ever ask you as a follow-up for this footage?
No, I didn't speak to anyone from Abra that entire night.
Anybody from the MPD after that night ask you for anything?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, was any request made by an MPD officer or an Abra investigator refused by you or any member of your staff?
No.
What about when Mr. Burwell was in the DJ booth with Officer Gebramaya? Do you have any idea what transpired between them?
I can only see it on the video footage that they had a conversation, but I don't know what they were talking about.
Given that Mr. Burwell lied to you about the incident taking place, do you have an opinion as to what happened when the officer asked him what, if anything, happened?
I'm gonna assume that he lied to the officer as well.
So he lied to you, he
Yes.
probably lied to the officers.
Yes.
Do you have knowledge of how he came to get into the shed?
Yeah, I was able to see it on the video footage that he walked into the shed.
Could you describe what you saw in the video footage?
He unlocked the shed with his key, opened the door, looked around, opened the door, walked into the shed. It was like he was sneaking into the shed, basically.
When did you first discover that that's how he got into the shed?
After I was able to see all of the video. So this was, let's see, not too long after, or not too long before he was actually arrested.
That night or another point in time?
That night as well as another point in time.
Okay, can you clarify, please? When was the first time that you?
After he was arrested, I watched the entire video of the entire night.
Prior to him being arrested, would you have an opportunity to review the video that got him into the shed?
The video feed was not functioning properly, so I couldn't switch over the monitor feed to the other CPU.
Does that mean the cameras weren't functioning?
No.
Does that mean that video wasn't recorded?
No.
At any point after Mr. Burwell was arrested, did anybody ask you for any subsequent footage or material?
You.
Other than me, and I'm gonna instruct you that anything that I, as your lawyer, and we have talked to, you should not disclose. Did anybody from the government, any branch of the government, MPD, Abra, the OAG, please wait till the full question is asked before you answer.
No one asked.
Okay. You heard the testimony. Do you know who, if anybody, was able to locate Mr. Burwell when the police were looking for him?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
From the video feed on my phone.
Okay. Is the video feed on your phone from a different system than the regular security system?
No.
It is the same system?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do when you discovered the whereabouts of Mr. Burwell?
I notified I want to assume that he was he had a white, he was a police officer, but he had a white shirt on, so I'm assuming that he's a higher up officer. I notified him.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
That officer went to the back to look at the storage.
And did you accompany the officer?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
Other officers.
Okay. What was the next request, if any, made of you by any government official on site at the time?
No one requested me. I just heard someone asking for the keys to the storage.
Did you make an attempt to locate the keys?
Yes.
What did you do in your attempt to locate the keys?
I went to speak to Jules and asked her, did she have her key?
At this point, Jules was with you?
She was downstairs, yes.
And that's where you were?
Yes.
Did Jules have her keys?
She couldn't find her keys, and then she remembered that she gave the keys to the bar back. Alex.
Okay. That's Alex Wilson who testified today?
Yes.
Do you believe that Mr. Wilson or anybody else on your behalf deliberately padlocked the storage shed in an attempt to sequester or stop James from being located?
Objection, Mr. Chairperson, calls for speculation.
Justin,
At some point, the outer shed was padlocked.
Right.
Do you know at what point that happened?
Are you asking time or that's
In time and relative to other events?
yes.
Okay. At what point in the timeline did that happen?
I want to say around 115, 120, something like that.
Okay. And do you know how the storage shed came to be padlocked?
Alex locked the padlocks.
Why do you think Alex did that, if you have any knowledge?
It's a part of his duty.
On nights before, did Alex lock up the shed?
Yes.
What was the main purpose in having Alex padlock the shed?
So that nothing is stolen out of the shed.
Have break-ins to the shed been a problem in the past?
Yes.
Did the shed come with an initial lock?
Yes.
Can that lock be secured from the inside?
Yes.
When did the 2 additional padlocks get placed on the shed?
Well, we actually had the whole door replaced in, I want to say, November.
Why was it necessary to replace the original door?
It was broken into.
Was it broken into once or was it broken into several times?
At least twice that I can recall.
And so security and keeping the padlock on the shed was important to the day-to-day operations of the establishment?
It's a necessity.
Was that drummed into the staff?
Yes.
Was it padlocked when the establishment was open?
No,
But it was locked.
but it was locked.
What did after the keys could not initially be located, are you aware of what happened?
Jules called Alex. He didn't answer. She texted him. He didn't respond. 5 minutes later, he called back and said he'll be back in 10 minutes with the key.
Was there anything that you or anybody in the club did to delay the keys getting there?
No.
Did you in fact do everything within your power to get the keys back as soon as possible?
Yes.
Were you there when Mr. Burwell was subsequently apprehended?
Yes.
Were you there when Mr. Burwell was being let out?
Yes.
Do you recall somebody yelling out or using the word that said hot?
Yes.
You heard Abra Inspector Puente suggest that you might have been the one that said that.
That's not true.
Did you at any time yell out or say anything that referenced the word hot?
Never.
Did anybody reference the word hot?
Mr. Burwell.
How do you know that it was Mr. Burwell who said that?
I mean, he literally looked at me and said it. He also threatened us.
Did anybody else hear Mr. Burwell?
An officer heard him because he repeated it and then ran behind Mr. Burwell. I guess he was writing it down.
So when Inspector Puente said that you were talking to another employee and saying that we're hot, we may lose our license, was the inspector correct?
That never happened.
You heard the inspector's testimony. Were there anything that the inspector said that turned out to be incorrect?
Yes.
Can you think of some things that you heard the inspector say that turned out not to be true?
He mentioned that Kevin Owens was not cooperative with Abra and the police.
At any time, did you speak to Inspector Puente?
No, I did not.
Did he attempt to speak to you?
No, he did not.
Did any member of the Abra staff attempt to speak to you?
No.
Did any member of the MPD attempt to speak to you other than the detective? Other than the sergeant?
No. Well, yes, they were telling me certain things like I couldn't leave or we're gonna shut this club down. things of that nature, but nothing relevant.
Anything they said to you or asked of you that you didn't comply with?
No.
Can you think of anything you could have done to be more cooperative?
Maybe get the feed to work properly for the cameras. But other than that, no.
What was your understanding of what the problem with the feed was?
It wouldn't plug in. So the way the cameras are set up, it's on two separate boxes. So there's 6 cameras on one box, cameras on another. The camera with the 6 boxes, the feed was working properly. The camera with the 8 cameras, the feed wasn't properly being inserted into the CPU.
What's the difference between the feed and the cameras? For those of us who aren't technology.
So the feed is basically the monitor that allows you to view the cameras.
Okay. How long did it take you to ultimately fix the feed?
I fixed it after Mr. Burwell was arrested.
After Mr. Burwell was arrested, did anybody ask you for any more video or to look at anything or to access anything?
No.
Had they asked you to do that, would you have stopped them in any way?
Absolutely.
You would have stopped them?
No,
You may have misunderstood my question.
Ask the question.
If anybody had asked to examine the feed after Mr. Burwell was arrested, would you have stopped them in any way?
No, I have no reason to.
And to be clear, from the time Mr. Burwell was arrested and the police left that night, no subsequent request was ever made of you
No,
by anyone.
only to stay on the premises until all the pictures were taken.
Okay. And the next day, had anybody else spoken to you?
No,
And the day after that, and
No.
any day until this hearing?
no.
Okay. You seem a little bit more familiar with the security system. How long will the security system store footage?
I can view footage from February. So we're in May now, so at least 3 months.
Longer than 30 days?
Absolutely.
Longer than 45 days?
Absolutely.
And if it's necessary to preserve footage for even longer, is there a way of archiving and saving it?
We have ample space. So space is not a problem. Viewing footage is not a problem.
So when Mr. Short was asking Ms. McGuire about the storage capacity and does it comply with the plan, does the storage capacity of the system in fact comply with the plan?
It exceeds the plan, so yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Any more questions for Mr. Strauss?
One final question. You're familiar with the security plan?
Yes.
Does it require you to report violent incidents to the police?
Yes.
What about if the police are already there?
It doesn't stipulate that if the police are already there, I expect the police to already be aware of the situation.
In this particular case, did you report the incident to the police or did the police report it to you?
The police reported it to me.
So the police knew about the incident before the staff?
Yes.
Did the police tell you how they came to learn of the incident?
No.
Did you subsequently learn how the police found out this individual had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did the police learn that the individual had been stabbed?
The actual individual who flagged the police down.
And how was it that the police came to learn about this before any of the staff?
Because, well, the staff actually told the police what happened because the person that was stabbed is stabbed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Owens. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Go ahead, sir.
Afternoon, Mr. Owens. The first question I have for you, and I just want to be clear, you've testified that you arrived at 12:45 a.m. Is that correct?
Just about. That's an estimate.
Okay, approximately. And when you came in, Mr. Burrell was in the DJ booth at that time, correct?
No, he was not.
Where was Mr. Burrell located?
He was on the first floor, between the bar and the seating areas.
Okay, but he was on the first floor as soon as you walked in at 12:45.
Right.
And he told you immediately that there was an altercation that he was involved in.
No, he did not tell me immediately. I approached him and asked him what happened.
And
I asked him 3 times because the first 2 times he tried to evade my question.
Okay. Now, Mr. Burrell leaves, you stated at that point, correct? The undercover officer comes in. So you have a conversation with Mr. Burrell.
Right.
Correct. He leaves, correct?
He did not leave.
He stayed seated there at the bar?
So I stated earlier that I went upstairs and I was
Okay.
by the undercover officer again. When the other undercover officer was talking to me, Mr. Burwell was actually right next to me.
Okay, so help us with the timeline so everybody's clear.
I got around, oh, I'm sorry.
You're there at 12:45, you're speaking to Mr. Burrell,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
Approximately when does the undercover officer come in and talk to each of you?
No, he only spoke to me. He didn't
So
speak
where's
to
Mr. Burrell?
Mr. Burwell was standing next to, I did not know he was standing next to me. So maybe 5 minutes, it had to be 2 minutes after I spoke to Mr. Burwell. I went upstairs. The undercover officer grabbed me by the shirt and said, "Hey, this is your, I'm telling you that your security guard did this." He described the security guard again. I looked up in disbelief, and when I looked up, I noticed that Mr. Burwell was standing next to me.
So you both are now on the second floor, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Where does Mr. Burrell go after this moment?
I'm assuming he went back downstairs. But I'm not for sure because I went to look for the manager.
Okay. You didn't find the manager on the second floor, correct?
I did not.
You return to the first floor and you send her a text, correct?
After the police asked me for the video footage, yes.
Now, your testimony here today is that you promptly provided help with the surveillance video. Is that correct?
That's not what I said. I said I went to the video area for the cameras. I was able to pull up 6 cameras, but I could not pull up the other 8.
And did you immediately show that to the police?
I showed it to whoever was standing there.
My question
they were like standing, they were standing around.
Mr. Owens, you gotta answer my questions, please. You say you went to the surveillance immediately.
Right.
Did you show that to the police? This is a yes or a no?
Yeah, they were standing around me. Yes.
Mr. Burrell, Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Did you bring a police officer over and show them that video? Yes or no?
The officers were standing right next to me the entire time. So
Mr. Owens, that's not answering my question.
yes.
Did you show the police officers the video that you say you immediately were able to discover? Yes or no?
Yes.
So, have you been here for most of the day with the testimony that's been provided?
Yes.
Okay. So why does Sergeant Dale Vernick call the ABRA hotline at 1:15 a.m. to say Mirror Lounge is not cooperating?
I have no clue.
Why does Lieutenant Dion Smith call ABRA hotline at 1:25 to say that ABRA is not cooperating?
I have no clue.
Why is it at 1:30 when the ABRA investigators arrive, Investigator Glasgow attempts to talk to you about the surveillance video and you refuse to help her?
I stated earlier that I never spoke to anyone from ABRA.
So during this entire evening, not one ABRA investigator talked to you, the owner of the establishment?
No. I only spoke to the police.
So approximately when did you see the video with Mr. Burrell going into the shed?
Around, I don't know, maybe 1:30.
1:30 a.m.
Yeah.
And that was on your cell phone, correct?
Yes. Well, so I showed the footage of him inside the storage room to the police.
At about 1:30 a.m., correct?
Around that time.
Right. You entered the establishment at 12:45.
Right.
As we've established.
Right.
So roughly 45 minutes here has gone by at this point before you're able to pull it up on your cell phone, correct?
That is correct.
And so in your mind, this is a crime scene, is it not?
I'm assuming so, yes.
There is your head of security has stabbed somebody.
Right.
Is that not a crime scene?
Right.
So you are not able to view the other 8 cameras that would show the shed on your surveillance equipment, correct?
Right. I stated earlier that I couldn't get the feed to plug into the other box so that I could view it. Yes.
Now, 1:30, 12:45. You just testified that Mr. Burrell said that it was getting hot.
I'm sorry?
You just testified that Mr. Burrell said it was getting hot and we're gonna lose our license. Is that your testimony?
I never said that.
Who said it's hot, it's getting hot?
No one said it's getting hot. To my knowledge.
You just testified, I think I wrote this down. Burrell said we're hot, we may lose our license.
Here,
Did you just testify to that?
I did not say that.
Okay, so did you ever hear someone say it's hot and we might lose our license here?
No one said it's hot, we might lose our license. When Mr. Burwell was arrested and he was escorted out of the club, he looked at me and said, "You're hot, and I'll come see you when I get out."
So after Mr. Burrell was arrested, this statement was stated.
Yes.
Are you familiar with your security plan?
Yes, sir.
If police arrive on the scene, are you required to assist police?
Yes.
If there's an emergency, are personnel at Abra Lounge required to assist police?
Yes.
That includes all personnel. That's from you, the owner, down to the busboy. Is that correct?
Yes.
If MPD provides direction, you're supposed to follow their direction, correct?
Yes.
So your responsibilities in the security plan is to secure the crime scene. Is that correct?
No. You're saying secure the crime scene out.
If this is an active crime scene.
I'm gonna, first of all.
Strike that, Mr. Strauss, strike that. Are you familiar with ABRA regulations
Yes.
as the owner?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you familiar with ABRA regulation 25-823A8?
Objection. If you're gonna ask him if he's able to cite something, even as a practicing lawyer, I can't necessarily pull him up off the top of his head.
Mr. Williams, why don't you read the regulations?
That was my next step, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you please, I think without context, I would ask you to read the regulation to him, maybe then you can say where the citation and then ask.
There we go. Okay, Mr. Owens, ABRA regulation 25-823A8 states the licensee, it's a violation if the licensee fails to preserve the crime scene. You testified that.
Hold on a second. Let
Yes.
me make the objection. Let's let the board rule on it, please.
What's the nature of the objection, sir? I myself was pulling the regulations. So what's the nature of the objection? I'm sorry.
First of all, I object to the use of the term crime scene as it applies to the establishment when the criminal act in fact took place outside. Second of all, it's an argumentative question designed to intimidate the witness. If he asks about we haven't established, other than one officer's opinion, that this technically meets the definition of a crime scene. Crime scene has not been defined. We know that there was a criminal act that took place outside the establishment. There has been no evidence, let alone any proof, that a crime took place in the establishment. So to continue to call the establishment the crime scene is inappropriate, argumentative, and without foundation.
Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Strauss is playing semantics. He keeps talking about outside the building. We've seen the video, the fight started inside the building. There is no clear indication whether the patron was stabbed inside the foyer or outside. There's a blood trail out the front door indicating he was bleeding. If he's bleeding and he was stabbed in the foyer, it's a crime scene.
First of all, the evidence was uncontroverted that the blood was all found outside.
That is not on the record.
Second of all, if there was also, to say that there was an argument that started inside, that spilled out outside, and then turned into a crime, still does not make the establishment a crime scene.
The contact with the employee or patron, whichever we want to call him today, occurred inside a Mirror Lounge on the video. There's
The knife contact did not.
Mr. Strauss, if I could talk today, that would be.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Mr. Strauss, your client testified that some undercover police officer told him that his security had stabbed someone.
Yes.
That's his testimony. So his security was working. He was on duty. So whether or not and the video is clear by the video that there's that whatever occurred, it either started in the establishment and might have ended at the footsteps of the establishment. But remember, we're talking about two, as you have stated, it's two employees. So clearly they had to be on the job to be employees. As they said, their work it was a workplace. The issue was workplace violence. So I'm overruling the objection. Witness needs to answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, my question is, you testified that Mr. Wilson, as his normal procedures, dumped the trash and locked the storage shed. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is not a normal night. There are police everywhere, and he's dumping trash. Excuse me, I don't want to compound this. This is not a normal night, correct, with police on the ground?
Correct.
Dumping trash where a weapon could be held is going to not preserve the crime scene, correct?
I don't know for sure.
Lastly,
I mean, I think that would be a question that you get from the police officers.
Lastly, Mr. Owens, you arrived at approximately 12:45. Mr. Burrell was not removed from the shed until 1:45. Is that correct?
Around that time.
You immediately were aware upon arrival that a violent fight had occurred, correct?
Outside the club, yes.
You immediately were aware from the undercover officer that a stabbing had occurred, correct?
Outside the club, yes.
Yet it took an hour to locate Mr. Burrell, correct?
Right.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilson, I'm confused, so I need you to answer some questions for me. When this undercover, and as you stated, this undercover officer told you about the stabbing, were there other uniform officers in your establishment at that time?
Yes.
Said Mr. Wilson.
I'm sorry,
sir?
you identified the witness as Mr. Wilson. He's
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Owen.
I apologize, Mr.
Reason he
Owen.
was legitimately
Mr. Owen. I'm Mr. Owens. You testified that some undercover officer told you that Mr. Burrell had stabbed some individual. Is that correct?
Right.
Were there any uniform officers in your establishment at that time?
No.
So if someone tells you that one of your employees stabbed someone, what did you do? Why would you not call the police or why would you not call the police if you heard that?
Police were already outside with the victim. And to me, right, it's just hearsay to me until I understand what's really going on. Again, I just walked across the street. So
Now,
one person,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
so one person telling me that somebody stabbed someone doesn't mean that that's what actually happened.
But what did but that's not, but I'm just asking you, what is it that you did? You were told that one of your employees stabbed someone, either inside the club or, as you said, outside the club. As the club owner, sir, what did you do immediately?
I asked the employee what happened.
And the employee, as you stated, and what did the employee state?
He told me that just a fight occurred. He kicked the guy out, and that's all that happened.
And as the club owner, what was your next action as the owner of this license? What did you do?
I went to look for the manager. I could not find her. I went back downstairs, and that's when the police came inside.
But why did you go to look for your manager?
To ask her if she knew what happened. Because again, I was not aware of anything.
All right. Now, all right. I want to ask you some questions because have you seen the case report for this case?
I've seen the ABRA
report. Okay, that's fine. Now, do you know who Kevin Puente is?
I've seen him before.
But you know who he is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with him that night?
Not at all.
So Mr. Puente wrote in his report. I'm sorry, do you also know have you ever met Officer Glasgow, ABRA investigator Glasgow? Have you ever met her? Do you know who she is?
If I saw her, I probably recognize her.
But you don't know that name off the top of your head.
I've heard it before, but I don't. There's so many of them. I can't tell who's who.
But do you recall if you had any interaction that night with a female ABRA investigator?
I didn't speak to anyone from ABRA. I only spoke to the police.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Mr. Puente, I'm sorry, and I maybe do you know who from ABRA viewed your camera system that night? Do you know?
No.
You don't know?
No.
So do you know who viewed your camera system that night?
I know I did.
But did the police view the camera system that night?
I know the cop that I showed it to did.
So what did you show the police officer?
I showed him my phone, which showed Mr. James inside the storage room.
Okay, so you showed him the feed from your phone.
on my phone.
But do you know if any yourself or any other employees of your establishment did they provide access to your camera system to either Abra or the police at night?
No, I do not know that.
How do you not know that, sir? If this is your club, you're the owner. You don't know who accessed your camera system?
So I know what I did. I can't speak for anyone else.
I'm asking you, sir, what does it mean to be an owner of what does it mean to be how long have you had ownership in this establishment, sir?
Since day one.
And what's day one? When was that? I don't know.
2019.
So 2019, you have had ownership in this establishment. That's correct.
Right. Yes.
So now let me ask you a question. The victim, who was the victim? Who was the victim? Who is he?
A young black male employee.
So victim. So what was his role? What he's an employee. So what was his job there that night, sir?
Promoting.
He's a promoter.
Yes.
So did this undercover officer tell you who it is that allegedly got stabbed by Mr. Burrell?
No.
So when did you know that this employee? Well, let me ask you a question. I'm all right. Was he an employee, or was he a promoter?
Promoters are employees.
Promoters are employees. I've been chair of the ABC board for 6 years, sir. And you're actually the first club owner who has testified that a promoter is an employee of your establishment. But that's not my job to determine whether or not that's correct. But at what point did you realize that this employee was injured by another employee?
So I initially didn't know who was injured. I just know that someone was stabbed. Until I spoke to a couple of people inside the club, that's when they identified who it was that was stabbed.
So what is it that you did once you found out that now 2 of your employees were now involved in a violent incident?
So once I found out what was going on, I initially went to look for the manager. I could not find the manager. When I walked downstairs, that's when the police came in.
And what did you do?
I went to the video cameras because they asked for the video feed.
But why is it that? But the video cameras but why would you go to your phone rather than the video itself? Why would you go to your phone?
Because the video feed has way more features than your phone. It's easier to replay video footage from the computer itself than it is from your phone.
Right. But you showed your phone. Why not go to the?
Because as I said earlier, I could not get the feed to work for the camera, so I had no choice but to show on the phone.
But when is it that you try to access? When is it that you try to access the video feed from your system? When did you do that? I'm trying to find out.
Maybe
I'm sorry. 5
to 10 minutes after I arrived.
But so who had conversation? Did someone ask you? Did someone identify you to say and come to you and say, I want to see the video feed of the club?
The police.
The police said, I want to see the feed, and you immediately went to your phone and
No,
showed
I
it to them?
immediately went to the DJ booth where the camera computers are to view the footage.
And what happened there?
I could only get for the cameras to show. I tried to the feed for the other computer would not work properly for me at the time.
And then once you determined that the feed from the computer wasn't working, then you decide to say, okay, let me show it to you from my phone.
Well, basically, yes.
I've been following this matter and I'm confused. So are we stating that, is it factual that in Mr. Puente's report, where Mr. Puente stated that investigator Glasgow attempted to talk to one of the managing partners, Kevin Owens, and Mr. Owens advised that he was not talking to anyone, that investigator Glasgow advised Mr. Owens that he's one of the managing partners, and that Mr. Owens was still not cooperating. I mean, is all of that that's in the case report, is that incorrect?
Yes. The only person I spoke to was the police. I did not speak to anyone from Abra.
And did you ever? So you're saying that when Mr. Puente reported that he advised you about your security plan, and that it says that investigator Puente approached Mr. Owens, advised him that the establishment, as of course my screen went blank, that investigator Puente advised Mr. Owens and advised him that the establishment has a security plan, and that the video need to be made available to Abra. So you're saying none of that occurred? Is that your testimony today?
So Mr. Puente also said that information was given to him by another officer. That never occurred. So I'm telling you that he never got that information from me. I never spoke to him. I spoke to the officer when he walked in. He asked me for the footage, and he also asked me to speak to all the security guards. And it was also brought up in Mr. Puerto's testimony that he got that Kevin Owens information from another officer.
I'm not saying that. And as I said before, I've been chair of the ABC board for 6 years, and I've had many hearings before Mr. Puente. And I'm not saying that I believe 100% everything that Mr. Puente has always stated. I'm not, but I'm concerned that I'm reading a case report, and there's some significant areas of this case report,
right,
that made reference to you,
right,
and you're saying that is not true.
I never spoke to him. I only spoke to the police.
And you also stated that you have never spoken to that night. You never spoke to any Abra investigator, contrary to what's written in this case report. That's correct. That's what
I only spoke to the police.
Mr. Henderson.
Mr. Strauss, hold on, please. You'll have an opportunity, sir, to cross-examine, to redirect the witness, sir. Hold on. And so you're stating that you never instructed Mr. Puente. Let me ask you a question, sir. There was a video. We saw a video earlier. I'm not sure what number that is. That have you watched this entire hearing today, sir?
Yes, sir.
And so there was an African American individual who was standing in the DJ booth, and there was a video system behind him. There's a laptop with a video system. Who was that person who was standing there, sir? Do you know?
James Burwell.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by the board? Any questions by the board members? Okay, hold on, please. Let's go off the record for a couple of minutes. I was told that the court reporter is having some issues. So we're off the record for a couple of minutes. Let me try to figure out what's going on with the court reporter. Because it's very important that this court reporter. So just we're off the record for a couple of minutes until I can ascertain what's going on with the court reporter. I didn't say folks should go away. I'm just saying we're off the record. So I need folks to be here so I can figure out what's going on because we need to have a court reporter. So all right, we're off. It's 6:07. We're off the record for give me till 6:15. Let me find out what's going on with the court report, okay? All right, we're back in the record.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Strauss is in the restroom still.
Thank you.
I'm sure he'll love that's on the record.
Unfortunately, that's on the record too, so, but all right.
One moment.
One of the many things that I have to do in manage this when we do these virtual hearings, we're back in the record. I want to make sure that the court reporter puts us back in the record. Is I'm getting communications all over, and we have to make sure that all of this it's there's a live feed of our hearing on YouTube, and I need to make sure also that that is properly being recorded, and that this hearing we have a proper court transcript for this hearing. So we should be able to continue this hearing today, because I think whatever technical issue our court reporter is having, that I believe will take care of itself. All right, I know I was asking some questions to Mr. Owens. I don't have any further questions I want to ask Mr. Owens. So any other questions by any other board members to Mr. Owens?
Yes, I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, sir. I guess good evening. It's been a long day, and you're not Mr. Wilson. You are Mr.
It's Mr. Owens, Mr. Short.
Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, you say you got to the club the night of the incident, and there were police out front. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was the person who was stabbed, was the victim out there also?
Yes, sir.
And did you assume that it might be your club where it was at?
I didn't. No, I did not assume that.
Okay. Well, you went in. You went in, so everything was just regular. Was normal. Was nothing else going on?
No, I mean, it was
when you went in after you passed by the victim, you went into the club. What was the atmosphere in the club when you went in?
Well, I went downstairs. It was only myself and James downstairs, and the two people that were accompanying me.
Oh, so you were there with two other people?
I walked in with two other people. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, well, the only one that had responsibility though was you, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so, walk me through what you did when you walked through the door that day, that evening, that night, that morning.
So when I walked through the door, the first person I saw was James Burwell. So I asked him what happened. So he tried to evade my questions. I asked him 3 times. In the third time, he responded. I got into a tussle with the promoter. I kicked him out of the club. I asked him, and then what happened? He said, that's it. I said, you sure? He said, yes. I said, you sure again? I asked him 3 times. He said, yes. I said, okay.
All right. So you are his employer, correct? You're in charge of him.
Yes.
Okay. And so he didn't answer you?
No.
Is that normal?
Of course not.
Okay. And so the promoter, he also works for you. Is that correct?
That particular night, yes.
So does he ever come there when he's not working for you?
That was my first time. That was, to my knowledge, that was his first night there.
Well, somewhat like the chairman, this is my 3rd term on the board. So I have just a little background, just a little information. So tell me how it works for a promoter when a promoter works for you and has an affair at your venue.
How it works is
how do the payments go? The payments. Who pays who?
We pay the promoter based off of the sales for the night.
So you pay him to come into your club and he brings people to your club.
Right.
So does the person who did the stabbing, does he have anything to do with promoters, and since he's in charge of security? Or
Yeah, I mean, he's making sure this security is functioning properly in order for the party to function properly.
what I'm trying to get to is, what is his relationship to the person who works for you, who is also renting the club from you, or you have a money relationship with this person?
I don't know what their relationship is, other than employee.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to find out what was their relationship like, the bouncer and the promoter.
As I stated earlier, that was my first night seeing the promoter inside the club. So I don't know what their relationship was. Well, actually, I never saw the promoter in the club that night because he was outside.
Okay, well, you got there after everything had happened.
Yes.
And the promoter was down.
Right.
Okay, now you go in, promoter's down. What was the atmosphere after you walked in the door with two other people? What was the atmosphere, or was it everything just normal?
It was so when I walked in, downstairs was empty. The only person down there was James Burwell.
Okay, not a problem. But so everybody upstairs was still drinking and
it was a
being
regular
served?
party.
Regular party. So had you heard there had been a fight inside?
From Mr. Burwell.
Mr. Burwell told you that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, under your security plan, when there's incidents of violence, what would you normally do had you been there before the violence broke out? What would you have done as the owner when people having a fight and somebody gets stabbed and somebody's laying in front of your building?
If I was there, then the police has to be involved.
Okay, well, the police were already involved when you got there, correct?
The police were already in front of the club when I got there.
I understand. So you see the person, you see your employee who had assaulted someone, correct?
I'm sorry.
You see James when you walk in the door with two other people.
James was by himself. Yes,
Okay.
I saw him.
Yeah, but you were with two other people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you walked in the door and you saw James, and you said to your employee, "What's going on?" and what was his attitude?
Very evasive.
So again, I know I've asked this before, but I just want to be sure. So is that the normal relationship between you and your employee? When you ask him a question, he just gets invasive?
No.
Or he becomes evasive? That's not normal?
No.
Okay, then what did you do next? After you left him downstairs and you go upstairs, right?
So I couldn't get a lot of information out of him, so I went upstairs to see if the manager knew anything about what occurred.
Okay, so there's a stabbing outside, out front, but everything is just quiet inside the club. Business as usual, the party goes on.
I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
I'm asking you a question. You came into the club after you seeing somebody who has been assaulted in front of your club with all the police. You come in with two.
At the time, I did not know.
Mr. Owens, let Mr. Short finish and then you can answer. Let him finish, sir, then you can answer the question, please.
Okay,
You're
Mr.
asking a
Owens.
question, Mr. Short.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Owens, after you see James, you go upstairs, business as usual, everybody's still partying, correct?
Yes.
Did you get any information from anybody upstairs?
No, no one knew what happened downstairs.
Okay, all right, so everything is going on. So you come back downstairs. You see James a second time.
No, I do not. I saw James the second time upstairs.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you leave him downstairs or did he go upstairs with you after you came in the front door?
No, I went upstairs by myself.
Okay, and then how did he get upstairs?
He had to walk.
Okay, well, how long after you went upstairs did he come upstairs?
When I got upstairs, I was approached by the undercover cop, and once he said what he said to me, I looked to my right. James was standing next to me.
Okay. Did you think you had any obligation to say to him, here's the person who was alleged to have stabbed someone or assaulted someone in my club?
But I would
What did
assume
you
that,
say?
I would assume that he would grab him.
How would he know unless you told him?
He told me, I didn't tell him anything.
Okay, so your employer standing there, you with a police officer or somebody you think is a police officer.
We don't know for sure if he's an officer. I'm assuming that he's an officer.
Okay, all right. Well,
He didn't have police uniform on.
I'm gonna leave that person out of the equation because he has nothing to do with anything. He doesn't own the club. He didn't hire anybody. He's just somebody who's walking around who you think is a police officer. So let's leave him alone. So now what happens between you and James upstairs? What happens next?
I asked him if he stabbed someone.
And what did he say?
He didn't say anything. He walked away from me.
He didn't answer you. Again, this is your employee in your club. And you ask someone who is alleged to have assaulted someone in your club what he did or what he knew about it, and he walks away from you.
Right.
What happens next?
I went to look for the manager to see if she was aware of what's going on. I could not find her. I went back downstairs.
Where was James at that time?
I have no clue.
When is the next time you saw James?
On camera.
You didn't see him in the booth?
No, I did not.
Okay, you saw him on camera.
Right.
What did you do after you saw him on camera? What was the very next thing you did after you saw him on camera?
I immediately let the police know that he was inside the storage. Immediately.
Okay, so he went into the storage counter after he had been upstairs with you and walked away from you and didn't answer you.
That I'm going to assume that, yes.
That was the next time you saw him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, let's say this. When he walked into the storage area and used his key to get in, is that correct?
Yes.
So he locked himself. This is before the person with the keys came back. Because James had a set of keys.
He had a set of keys.
Okay. Now, who put the locks on the door before the police got there?
Alex Wilson.
So how long after you saw James go into the shed did the locks get put on the door?
I did not see James go into the shed with my own eyes. I saw him on video with my own eyes.
Okay, not a problem.
Inside the shed.
Were the locks already on the door by the time you saw him in the shed? Time-wise, do you think he might have been, or do you know? Do you have any guesstimation?
Repeat the question.
The question is, you see him on camera on your phone. At that time, were any locks on the door?
Yes.
The locks were already on the door.
Right.
So how much time had passed? That's what I'm just trying to get the timeline together.
Maybe
between the time you saw James on the second floor, he walked away from you, you came back down and started looking at the footage on the cameras. Is that correct?
Yes. So
Okay.
maybe 30 minutes.
Okay. And then you saw James go in the shed on your phone.
I saw him inside the shed on the phone.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. I know on some of our homes, there's an alarm that goes off when there's a motion detector. You have a motion detector inside of there with the camera on your valuable property?
Inside the club?
No, inside of the shed. What made you take a look inside of the shed on your phone?
If there is an alarm, it wouldn't have been on at that time.
Okay, not a problem. That answers my question. Thank you. Now, what made you look inside of the shed?
I was looking at all the footage. The police were asking me to look at the footage. So
we know only 6 cameras were working, 4 cameras weren't working.
That's not true.
How many cameras were working?
All the cameras were working.
How many could you access? Because your first testimony was the feeds weren't correct.
I could only see 6 at the time.
Okay. And did you Did you see the other 8 before you saw James inside of the storage area?
Not from the CPU, no.
No, I'm asking. So you had seen all 14 cameras by the time you saw James on your telephone? Yes or no?
Repeat the question.
Had you looked at all 14 cameras prior to you seeing James on your phone?
On my
inside
phone,
of the shed?
I saw all 14 cameras, yes.
And on those cameras, did you see James go into the shed before you saw him in the shed?
No, no. I said, as I stated earlier, when I saw James, he was already inside the shed.
Okay. So when did you see the other 14 or the other 6 or 8 cameras before you saw James inside of the shed? You said you looked at all 14 cameras, correct?
On my phone.
On your phone. And then you looked in the shed and you saw James. So
I saw James in the shed.
when you looked on those 14 cameras, it's been testimony that there's a camera out back facing the shed. So you didn't see him go into the shed?
After he was arrested and I replayed all the video, I saw him go into the shed.
Okay. Do you normally check inside of the shed when you're looking at your 14 cameras?
Yes.
You do that every time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the policeman after James wouldn't answer your questions, did you think he might be the person who assaulted someone in your club?
No,
you said
no,
you said a police came in all over the club, correct? On the first floor.
Right.
Now, had you seen James inside of the shed before all of the policemen came in?
No.
So as soon as you saw him in the shed, you told them he's in the shed?
Yes.
But I'm still asking you, if you had 14 cameras, one or two of which take pictures out back, you had not seen him go into, or did you ever see him go into, ever, off any one of those 14 cameras, go into the shed?
After he was arrested. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just simply say this. It sounds like your security plan says a lot of things. Can you explain to me what you would have done had you been there and know that someone had been stabbed? What would have been the procedure you would have followed according to your security plan had you been there and the fight broke out in the foyer?
Immediately called the police. Based on our security plan.
So the person you left in charge of your club, who was your manager upstairs, had no idea that someone had been fighting inside the club, because if we saw video. I don't know if you saw the video or not. Was there a fight between those two inside of the club before he fell outside?
Downstairs at the door.
When did you see that the first time?
After he was arrested. I was able to, after he was arrested, I was able to play back all the video at one time.
So you didn't play any videos after you saw him upstairs and ask him what happened?
Well, yes, I played back video, but it wasn't a clear video of them fighting downstairs.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Mr. Short, any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Williams, any reply?
Just a couple, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Owens, was the promoter on your payroll?
I'm sorry?
Was the promoter on your payroll?
That particular night, yes.
No. Payroll, like he gets a check every 2 weeks, payroll.
He gets a check when he works. He's not
So he's more of a contractor. Would that be a better accurate?
Contractor employee.
Objection. What's the relevance of his tax status?
Well, because you characterized him as
that's why I'm gonna hold on, Mr. Williams. Yes, so I'm gonna overrule the objection because I think you start off, Mr. Strauss. You made it a point by saying that these are two employees and it's workplace violence. So you've made this an issue You made this an issue, so this is, I think it's appropriate, so you can go on, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So, again, Mr. Owens, was the promoter on your payroll receiving
No.
checks every 2 weeks?
No, he only worked.
That's all I need to know. Yes or no? So no. The 14 cameras from the surveillance area, you could not see any of them. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
How many could you see?
I can see them all.
No. Let's be clear. You're under oath. I want to remind you right now.
At what point in time?
You have testified when you went to the stand, you could only see 6 of the 14 cameras.
Right.
It took from approximately, let's say, 12:57 text-wise to, as testified from Ms. McGuire, when you text her, from 12:57 to approximately 12:30 for you to see the video on your phone. Is that correct?
Objection, I think the timeline is the.
Go ahead, Mr. Strauss, I'm waiting. Mr. Strauss.
Sorry.
What was your objection, sir?
The objection was the AG, I think inadvertently was going back in time. It should rephrase the question. He said from 12:37 to 12:30.
All right,
No,
so
my apologies. That should have been 1:30. So let me rephrase that question. My apologies. You arrived at 12:45 approximately. You sent a text to the manager about 12:57 according to your testimony, correct?
I never said I never testified that I sent her a text. She testified that.
Correct. But you did send her a text, correct?
I did.
From that point, you saw the surveillance footage from inside of the shed at 1:30? Correct?
Repeat your question, you were breaking up.
Please repeat the question.
You saw the security footage of the individual in the shed, Mr. Burrell, at 1:30. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Strauss.
Where's indulgence? No redirect.
All right, thank you. Mr. Owens, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Strauss, do you have another witness?
I do. May I ask for a brief 10-minute recess before we call this witness? How about 5? I see.
I don't have a problem. I do have a problem because I might have a problem with the court reporter because I'm not sure what's going on with so that's one reason I'm somewhat leery in taking long breaks. I'm trying to wrap this up as quickly as possible. But
we're prepared to stipulate that video systems are complicated and temperamental things, so we certainly understand.
But I'll give, if you need, we can be off the record for 5 minutes, sir, if you need a 5-minute break. 5
Mr.
or 6.
Chairperson, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
because what's the 5 minutes for? I'm sorry, I might have missed that.
Council is asking for,
It could be 3 minutes, sir. We're not doing the Zoom, so I physically have people in a room and in another part, and so I'm happy to stay on the record. I'm just going to, let me rephrase. With the board's permission, I will step away and return in a few minutes.
Or you can do that, sir. So you can put us, we'll be right here. You can mute your line, but we'll be right here, sir. We're right here waiting. We're back in the record. So, how many more witnesses do you have after this one, Mr. Strauss?
I think this will be our last.
Okay, sir.
I would like to not be held to that in case I get my understanding of where this goes dramatically changes, but I believe this will be our last.
But if this is not your last witness, do you have, so you would have one more witness? Is that
You
what
would
you're
have one
saying?
more after that, yes.
Who's the
And
next
only one
witness,
more.
sir? Who's the next witness?
Mohammed.
Who is the witness, sir?
Mohammed
Please state-
Bashar.
Mohammed who?
Bashar. First name Mohammed, Muhammed. Last name Bashorn, Bashorun, and for Nancy.
Mr. Bashorn, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bashir, you've been here and had the opportunity to hear all of the testimony today.
Yes.
Were you here when Inspector Puente testified?
Yes.
Inspector Puente, in his report, indicated that he had misidentified you initially as Manfredi Beja.
Yes.
Where is Manfredi Beja?
Manfredi Beja is in Rome.
Was he there at the club that night?
No.
Were you there at the club that night?
Yes.
Were there other inaccuracies in Mr. Puente's report that you became aware of?
Maybe timeline. That would be about it. But I can't say too much more to his inaccuracy besides my name.
What about the question of who the officer was talking to in the booth before? Let me rephrase that. Were you also here when the police officer testified?
Yes.
And did you see the police officer's body cam of the video of him talking to someone in the booth?
Yes, I did.
And who was the individual that was with the police officer in the booth?
James Burrow.
And at the time, was that the suspect the police were looking for?
Yes.
So when the police officer testified that there was someone he believed was affiliated with the club who was being uncooperative, who was that individual?
James Burrow.
How do you know it was James Burrow?
Because I see him on the body cam.
And do you know what James Burrow looks like?
Yes.
And do you know who he was?
Yes.
Are you absolutely sure that that was James Burrow?
I'm positive.
Does the club have any other employees who are bald?
No.
Okay. Approximately what time did you get to the club that night?
Probably about 12:25, 12:30.
And after you got to the club, where did you go?
I went upstairs and sat at my normal table.
Okay. When did you first become aware that some problem existed?
I had seen, I can't speak on the time, but I had seen one police officer, I can't remember his name, the younger guy, kind of stocky, come upstairs. And so when I seen him, I approached him and said, "Hey, what's going on?" He said, he said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm just trying to help out, just trying to see what's going on with the club liaison." He was like, "Where are the owners or the managers?" I said, "Oh, one of the owners is right here, standing by the upstairs DJ booth." And I didn't know where the manager was. She was probably working. And so I told him to explain what was going on. He said there was a situation outside and he needs to talk to our security. So I was just under the impression that he wanted to talk to head security, not knowing that he was actually looking for him. And I told him, well, I mean, he was just upstairs and he went downstairs. You probably walked past him. I don't know. So, and that was that. That was when I found out.
What did you do next?
I looked for Jules. I couldn't find her. And so I went downstairs. On my way downstairs, I seen Kevin and I asked Mr. Owens, I said, "Hey, what's going on? Why are they looking for security?" He was like, "Yeah, I heard somebody got into a fight, blah, blah, blah." So I went downstairs. When I went downstairs, the other officer that was on here, I can't pronounce his name, was downstairs. And I know him from that 9th Street block. And, he was kind of telling me what was going on. And he asked me where James was. And I told him, I had no clue. I thought he came downstairs.
Which officer was that?
I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to butcher it.
Well,
he had the
Ethiopian officer.
Ethiopian, East African, yeah.
Okay. Was Jules not on present? Could you describe the second floor? Why was it difficult to find her?
Because she's most of the time she's at the bar or usually like around the bar, helping out with the waitresses. I'm on the other side where the tables are. And we had like a bachelorette party and another bachelor's party going on. So it was kind of, busy. I was looking for her to just ask her really like, hey, have you heard what happened? Blah, 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 but I didn't see her. And so I seen Kevin and he explained to me that he just heard, James was in a fight, And then when I went downstairs, the other officer explained to me what was going on and that they're looking for James, so.
And was James ultimately found?
Yes,
Okay, when was the first time the police found James?
in the shed.
Okay, isn't it true that James was in the booth with the police
Well,
officer?
I mean, when you say found, I thought you meant after the whole situation. First time they seen him was in the DJ booth, and that would be the same East African officer.
Okay. Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes, pretty well.
Is it fair to say that only 6 cameras were working that night?
No,
How many cameras were working that night?
I want to say about 12.
What was the problem that you were here when Mr. Owens explained that there was a differentiation between a feed and the display in the cameras?
Yes, so
Can you explain what that is?
I think he was, just I don't know if he got caught up with his words, but the cameras work on 2 different boxes, 2 different feeds, and in order to see him, you just have to switch the USB from the box 1 to box 2. That's it. So once you switch it, the next feed comes on, and you can see all the cameras that's working. The only cameras not working at the time were the bar and kitchen.
Okay. Are you familiar with the shed?
Yes.
At my request, did you take a picture of the inside of the shed?
Yes, I did.
Did the inside of the shed have a lock?
Yes, it did.
Can the shed be locked from the inside?
Yes, it can.
Are you familiar with the busboy Alex?
Yes, I am.
Did you hear Alex testify?
Yes, I did.
Based on all the testimony you've heard today, do you think Alex was acting as part of any kind of deliberate conspiracy to hide James? Or did he lock the doors in the normal?
Objection, Mr. Chairperson, this is speculation.
Same.
Why do you think Alex padlocked the shed?
Objection, Mr. Chairperson, once again, this calls for speculation. He has no way of knowing what Alex's intentions were.
Why don't we, does he know who Alex is? So why don't we, and does he know what Alex's duties and responsibilities are?
Yes, I do.
What are Alex's duties and responsibilities before he goes home?
He's responsible for cleaning up, locking up, taking the trash out, locking up the shed. During the course of the day, he takes liquor in and out the room for the girls that work upstairs or that work inside.
Were you present on the second floor when the police were there?
Yes.
At any time, did the police ask Alex or anybody else not to take the trash out?
No.
Did anybody ask that the trash be maintained or preserved because it was a crime scene?
No.
Did you hear anybody at any time use the word crime scene?
No.
When Alex began to remove the trash, did anybody from law enforcement or ABRA ever ask them to stop?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
All right.
Good evening. So, did you speak to Alex that night?
No, I didn't speak to him that night.
Did Kevin ask you to help with the cameras that night?
No, I voluntarily, the cops were there, so we were trying to get the footage for them as soon as possible. They had asked for footage of the front door and to see what happened. So I think that's what Kevin was trying to get for them. on the main computer.
That was my question. Did you assist Kevin in obtaining the video from the surveillance?
Oh yeah, sure.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do with that footage?
I pulled Lieutenant Smith, I think, to the side, and I let him know that in the course of looking through the cameras that I could see a live feed of James in the shed, in the liquor shed.
So your testimony here today is that you actually saw on the camera footage from the station, not from Mr. Owens' cell phone, you saw the shed footage.
Yeah, from my phone, yes.
Okay, let's be clear.
It's not confusing.
Yes, I'm sorry, I might be a little slow. So what I'm talking about today, and let's go back, okay? On the stand where the police and the Abra investigators were trying to find surveillance footage, did you or did you not go to the stand to find the shed footage?
No.
Okay, now, when did you observe on your cell phone that he was in the shed?
While Kevin was at the DJ booth where the camera box is located, I was on the floor and I was looking through my phone to try to help them out with the situation. When I was looking through my phone was when I noticed Mr. James in the shed. And so I told the lieutenant, I grabbed him upstairs. The other employees were right there. I didn't want them looking like, you know what I'm saying? I just took him upstairs. I said, hey, I'm not trying to alarm you, but he's downstairs in the shed. He's in the, well, I didn't say shed, in the liquor room is what we called it. And so he said, is this a live feed? I said, yeah, this is a live feed. This is right now.
And approximately how long have you been on the ground?
What do you mean?
Object to the form. Define ground.
What time do you recall this being when you showed that iPhone footage?
I don't remember the time. Abra had probably just walked in at the time, maybe, or they were there for maybe like a couple of minutes. When I showed Lieutenant Smith, we went back downstairs and he took my phone and showed it to either Forte or another officer and say, is this who y'all looking for? And they said yes. They asked him if this was a live feed. He said yes. He asked me how to get in there. I said, well, it's only two people that have the keys, three people. One of the owners, which is not around, James and Jules.
And did, prior to that moment on your cell phone, did any police officer ask you for surveillance footage?
No.
Did any Abra investigator ask you for surveillance footage?
No.
No further questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Mohammed, I'm sorry, what's your last name again, sir?
Bashar.
Mr. Bashar, I apologize, Mr. Bashar. You stated that Mr. Owens was in the DJ booth looking at the cameras. That was your state that he was in the DJ booth, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you know who was in the DJ booth with him?
He was there. I had walked up there at first, but then there was like some cops around and Kevin Puerte and I don't know his name. He's kind of like a heavy set guy, not heavy set, but like a buff guy. He had a hat on.
All right. So they were. So you're saying they were in the DJ booth with Mr. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
They weren't in the DJ booth. They were on the ground. So the reason why I keep saying on the ground is because the DJ booth is elevated.
All right. All right. You said that Mr. Owens was, as you said, he was in the DJ booth or in the DJ area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know while he was there, who was with him?
He was in the DJ booth by himself, standing in the DJ booth. But I'm saying Kevin and the other guy, I don't know his name, were right there on the ground, right adjacent to the DJ booth, basically.
So do you know whether or not Mr. Owens was aware that these Abra investigators were in his wingspan, let me say, or were they?
I can't say for sure. I don't know if he, I don't know if he I think he said he didn't know who he said the Abra guy didn't talk to him, but I don't know if he knew who that was.
All right, sir. I don't have any further questions. Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. Well, good afternoon, forgive me. Well, good evening. Good evening. It's been a long day. So you're aware that there was a stabbing at the club that night, correct?
Yes, after the fact.
So, and how much footage did you observe? Did you see the footage before the fight and the stabbing?
No.
Okay.
Did
Did you ever see James inside of the club after the stabbing?
I mean, I can't say if that was after or before, but I did see him. Yes.
Would it be usual for James to have a knife while he's working as a bodyguard at the club?
Not for work purposes.
I didn't say for what purposes. Would it be usual or unusual for James to have a knife while working as a bodyguard in the club where you work?
Yeah, I'll say unusual.
Unusual.
Yeah.
Now, he was still walking around the club after he stabbed someone, right?
I didn't know when he stabbed him, so I can't speak to that.
Is it any question that he was arrested for stabbing someone?
No, he was for sure.
And he had a knife when he stabbed him, correct?
I don't know if he stabbed him with a knife. I don't know if he stabbed him with a fork. I don't know if he stabbed him with a glass. I just know that he stabbed him.
He used a weapon, correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Would that endanger all of the other people in the club if somebody's walking around with a dangerous weapon in their pocket, sticking, poking, and stabbing people?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but I don't necessarily say that he was walking around.
Would you consider that a safe condition for people to run a business in Washington, D.C.? Please, don't listen to your lawyer. I see him with his hands behind his head. Please answer that.
I didn't hear you, sir.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I did too. But I'll just simply say this: the question I ask is, do you think that was a safe environment for a nightclub in the nation's capital for someone to be walking around with a knife or a dangerous weapon, and they're employed to keep the peace?
Well, I won't say it's a safe. I won't say that's safe, but I can't say for a fact that he had a knife or a dangerous weapon. He could have picked up the weapon to stab him outside. It could have been anything. Right now, I don't want to assume that he was in there with a dangerous weapon.
I don't want you to assume anything else either. Did you see on the footage the fight at the front door?
Yeah, I saw it on the footage after.
Okay, all right. Now, here's what I want to know. This person was in charge of being the bodyguard for peace and order inside of the club, correct?
Of course.
And he had a weapon of some type on him. Is that correct?
Again, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Well, all the evidence would say he's arrested for that, correct?
He could have been on the floor. Like I said, I've never seen him with a knife since he's been employed. I've never seen him with a knife. I've never seen him with any
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we've heard pretty much that it was a crime scene if somebody's walking around inside with a knife or some kind of weapon.
I mean,
that's not a safe condition. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short. You'll get an opportunity, Mr. Strauss. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Williams, any recross?
Yes, sir. Chairperson, there's no need to recross. Thank you.
Mr. Strauss, any redirect?
Just one question. After James was located with the video footage, did the cops or anybody else, Abra, anybody, ever ask to see any more video after James was located?
No.
Had they, Would the club have provided it?
Yes, immediately.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Have a good day. Do you rest, sir, or do you have another witness?
We're gonna ask him.
I'm sorry, you said, sir?
The establishment rests.
All right, thank you. All right. It's time for closing. Unless someone needs to. All right, so it's time for closing. So the government will have 5 minutes to close, and then the licensee will have 5 minutes to close. And in your closing, I need you to tell us specifically what it is that you're asking the ABC board to do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Today, Chairperson Anderson and board members, you saw a stabbing from the beginning of the encounter all the way to the arrest at Mirror Lounge. Stabbing was committed by the head of security on a guest. The opposing counsel wants to talk about an employee. He was not on the payroll. He was a contractor at the minimum, at the most, and he was stabbed by the head of security. A person supposed to protect patrons, a person with training in the de-escalation of verbal encounters, and yet he initiated and assaulted a man with a deadly weapon that was literally half his size, as you can see on the video. At the beginning of this hearing, my colleague, Anthony Cello, stated we would prove violation of ABRA codes that warrant summary suspension. Let's now discuss the specific ABRA codes that Mirror Lounge violated. We'll be under DC code 25-823A. Then it's the codes of A2, A5, A6, A8, and A10A. Starting off with A2, the licensee allows the licensed establishment to be used for any unlawful or disorderly purpose. The head of security stabbed a guest. Violation. A5, the licensee fails or refuses to allow an ABRA investigator, a designated agent of ABRA, or a member of the Metropolitan Police Department to enter or inspect without delay the licensed premises or examine the books and records of the business or otherwise interferes with an investigation. You've heard this testimony that everybody was helping out with the police officers when they arrived. We have 2 phone calls to ABRA stating there was no help. Whether Mr. Bushra was not the owner or not, from 12:45 to approximately 1:30, no one was sharing video with MPD or ABRA. That's 45 minutes at the minimum without delay. An hour passed during a deadly confrontation with the man who had been stabbed. Violation. A6, the licensee fails to follow the settlement agreement, security plan, or broad orders. 6 out of 14 cameras were not operational. McGuire, ABC manager, never went to the machine. Mr. Berkshire never went to the machine. Kevin Owens states he went to the machine in a timely manner, but he can only see 6 out of 14 videos. Cameras are not working. And there was no immediate assistance, as the security plan states, to help MPD or ABRA. A8, the licensee fails to preserve the crime scene. We're throwing away trash. There's a man hidden in a closet, a shed rather, and we don't find that out for almost literally an hour. Failing to preserve the crime scene, violation. A10A, the licensee knowingly tampers with evidence. Under 10B, the term tampers with evidence means any action that destroys, alters, conceals, or falsifies any sort of evidence. Hiding a suspect in a double padlocked shed is concealing evidence. All of these violations were either shown on video or testified to by law enforcement and ABRA investigators. Mirror Lounge management and personnel failed to assist MPD officers and ABRA investigators after this assault with a deadly weapon, which violated the establishment's security plan as well as ABRA regulations. The stabbing occurred, like I said, at 12:45 a.m. An hour passed. This individual, no one knew where he was at. He was a danger to the public. He could have been on the run. As was mentioned during this hearing, he could have had a mental breakdown. He could have stabbed anybody. And all of this time passed. And if the 14 cameras had actually been operational, it would have been discovered in the first 10 minutes where he was at. The defense here will argue today the security guard is not reflective of the management. The management from top down, the owner to the busboy, did not assist MPD or ABRA. Investigator Puente stated he was on the stand looking at video by himself. If someone was going to assist him, that would have been the time. And that didn't occur until at least at a minimum 1:30. Failure to assist MPD. Failure to follow the security plan. There's no excuse for what the board has seen today. Combine this stabbing incident with the history of the establishment that includes a prior concealed gun find in July of last year, in addition to in January 2020, when the board requested an updated security plan, the board should suspend this licensee indefinitely pending a show cause hearing to establish policies, procedures, training, and a security plan that protects DC residents. Thank you for your time.
Mr. William. Mr. Strauss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The violent incident that occurred, committed by James Burwell, who thankfully now is behind bars, was an atrocious, horrible act. It is indefensible. It shocks us all, and it certainly shocked the management of the club. The evidence did show that that horrible crime was committed. In fact, we stipulated that it was committed. Where the establishment took issue with the report was a series of assertions that the evidence, in fact, did not show. When the evidence was alleged to show that the establishment willfully and deliberately cleared out the patrons, as alleged by Chief Conti, to conceal evidence and witnesses, that turned out to be untrue. The police did that. Where the evidence was alleged to show that members of the establishment conspired to hide this perpetrator, this violent offender, by assisting him in padlocking it as part of a conspiracy, that was not shown by the evidence. In fact, the evidence suggests that the placing of the padlocks on the cooler was done in conformity with a routine procedure by someone who had no idea that the individual was hiding inside. Inspector Puente's report was so full of errors and inconsistencies that it, by itself, taken on its best face, is almost entirely hearsay. On cross-examination, it became clear that that report was unreliable hearsay. Now, we know that hearsay is admissible in administrative proceedings like this, but that hearsay must be reliable. He himself at the time was unsure of who he was talking to and when. It shocks me to think that as part of a routine investigation, when you're taking someone's statement, at a minimum, you don't know who in fact you're talking to. The conduct of the police officer similarly is somewhat surprising. At the time the police officer thought he was dealing with the owner, he was in fact talking to the suspect. Yes, there was a few moments in the beginning where it was the suspect that was mischaracterizing the conduct of the house as it related to the conduct of the investigation. This was an act by a criminal who was compounding his crime by obstructing the investigation. The officer didn't know he was talking to the criminal in the DJ booth. By the time the Attorney General put that witness on the stand, the Attorney General didn't realize that he had video footage of the actual person there. We also have this bizarre characterization that somehow the inspector heard somebody or alleged that somebody else heard somebody say, "You're making us hot, we'll lose our license." When in fact, the officer's sworn testimony in his Gerstein affidavit said that the only person who yelled out, "You're hot," was the perpetrator as he was being let out. Do I think it's significant that the perpetrator yelled out, "You're hot," as he was being led away? Probably not, but it's certainly not significant for Inspector Puente to mischaracterize that as some kind of admission against interest by the establishment. The one testimony that was consistent from both law enforcement, from ABRA inspectors, and from our establishment witnesses is that that was a confusing scene. Everybody testified to the confusion. You had one floor that was crowded. You had multiple police officers coming in and out. It was difficult right away for anybody to get a sense of what was going on. But out of that confusion came unity, came cooperation, and it was in fact the establishment that located the perpetrator who was hiding on the premises. It was representatives from the establishment who shared the video from a camera that was allegedly not working, but was in fact used to identify the location of the perpetrator. And after the perpetrator was located, nobody asked for any more video. That video per the security plan is preserved. Thankfully, the cameras were working. There was a problem with the display. That happens with complicated video systems like this. The board itself throughout this proceeding had a complication apparently with the YouTube and the court reporter. But at the end of the day, the originals are there. This is an establishment that was a victim of a crime, not the perpetrator. A trusted employee breached that trust. It happens. We saw recently in a high-profile case where a prison official conspired and actually let out an inmate. That was a terrible breach of trust by someone in a trusted position. We can't dispute that that happened here. But the other allegations that somehow he was hid by employees as part of a conspiracy, that didn't happen. When the officer thought that he wasn't getting cooperation from management, it was actually the perpetrator of a crime, again, acting in violation of the law. When the establishment did access the cameras through an alternate way, they cooperated to bring him to justice. And in fact, in a twist of irony, when they locked that shed, they didn't actually tamper with evidence. They preserved a crime scene. They also captured the criminal for law enforcement so that he could be led away. And thankfully, will get the just punishment that he deserves. This is a club that clearly has some issues. They are revising their security thing, and we've tendered as exhibits to the board a proposed new contract with a more professional company that hopefully will avoid this in the future. Yes, we don't dispute that something horrific happened. This board has seen incidents of that, and establishments have not been permanently closed based on that. What the establishment is fighting here is the false charges that they aided and abetted the criminal instead of what they really did, aid and abet MPD, ABRA, and anybody else who made a direct request from them. We ask that the temporary suspension be lifted and that this establishment be allowed to work with the board to revise its security plan, to improve its procedures so that they can once again function in a more safe manner. We could have had this hearing last week. The board, the establishment itself asked me to delay that hearing so that they could put a plan in place because they didn't want to reopen before they were ready. They think with the new policies and procedures with the American Protection Professionals Association that they will be better equipped to deal with this situation. This was not a situation where they failed to call the police. The police thankfully were on the spot, notified them immediately, It's unreasonable to expect someone to dial 911 when you have an army of police officers already in your premises. We ask the board, especially given all of the hardships that all of these businesses have endured during the pandemic, to work with them to develop procedures that will allow this business to function in the future. We certainly don't take the position that what happened on the night in question was representative of what this establishment strives to be, should be, or can be. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss, and thank both parties for their presentation today. I know it's been a long day. I know we have had some technical difficulties, but at the end of the day, we have convened this hearing. And,
Mr. Chairperson, I would like one last opportunity to redirect.
yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. This is a very brief statement, Mr. Chairperson. Chairman Anderson, members, if these cameras are working, and these cameras are working so well, and they have testified that there's 45 days of footage that's available at any given time if it's asked for, wouldn't it behoove them to bring in the footage of Mr. Burrell entering the shed all by himself? He didn't enter that shed all by himself. That's, and I'll quote Sergeant Vernick, that's the absolute tragedy and unconscionable result of the day. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. The board, we have by law, we have 3 days, 3 business days to issue a decision, and we'll issue the decision.
You all know?
I'm sorry, sir. The case is closed, so you can't speak.
Okay. I did wanted to mention that we do have a video that I would like to share.
Sir, the case is closed, and you need to speak to your attorney. And the case is closed, so we can no longer take any testimony. We have had many a times today that we have taken breaks, and you could have shared that with your attorney. So I apologize, sir, but I cannot allow you to speak because the case is closed. I mean, the attorneys have made closing arguments, and once the attorneys have made closing arguments, that means that the case is closed. And by operation of law, we have to issue a decision 3 business days from today. Okay, sorry.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice on our council on case number 21-251-0001-2 Mirror Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22-251-00012 Mirror Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 4-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I just want to remind the parties that for quorum purposes, the board only needs 3 members. By statute, the statute states that as long as we have 3 members in attendance, it's quorum. So I know that there are only 4 members here, and I want to make sure that the public is aware and the parties are aware that our statute defines a quorum as being 3 members. All right. So the board, as stated before, the board will issue this decision in 3 business days. Thank everyone for their attention today, and we are adjourned. And just before I adjourn for the day, I just would like to remind the board members that we're going to go to executive session. Please go with the link that we received, the earlier link that we received for the executive session. If that does not work, You were provided a second link by Mr. Musali, but go with the first link first. If that doesn't work, go with the second one. Again, thank everyone for their presentation today, and we'll take this matter under advisement and we'll issue a decision within 3 days. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, take care. Thanks.